Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Hello and welcome to Samarkand for day 2 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Well, it was a solid start from the favourites in the open section, whilst in the women's, it was a day filled with upsets. I'm International Master Jovanka Hauska, and I'm here with the absolutely brilliant Grandmaster Yevgeny Mirshnachenko. Now, Miro, we saw everything yesterday, from queen sacrifices to endgame grinds. What do you expect for day 2?
Well, more of the same, to be honest. Yes, a lot of words been said how tough the competition is. But doesn't matter where you play, and that's once again that separates it from a usual open tournament, right? So you've lost yesterday, for instance, now you get an easier pairing. Good luck getting an easier pairing at a Grand Swiss, right? So every round is very, very tough for each player. So therefore, a lot of grind and some brilliances. So that's my expectation for today.
Yeah, well, we have plenty of things to look forward to for day 2. But yesterday, we got off to the perfect start. So let's take a look at yesterday's highlights. The emotion, the intensity is there for all to see. Well, we're at just the beginning of what is going to be a long and exhausting road for our players. And, of course, let's check out the format.
Right, that's something that we've forgotten to do yesterday, or like just didn't get a chance to. 11 rounds Swiss tournament. That's a long one, I have to say, especially for the ladies section where you don't have as many players. So there could be some funny pairings in the last rounds, like, you know, you're in the lead, but you've already played like with the top 10 players and so on. The time control, that's important. That's a different for the... Yeah.
Absolutely, very important. And do note that the players are playing a completely different time control. In the women's section, you play at a very standard FIDE time control, 90 minutes with that 30-second bonus per move, 30 minutes added after move 40. But in the open, it's 3 time controls. It's actually a very, very long game. So the players are going to have to bring their endurance level. And as always, it's a traditional scoring system. 1 point for the win, half for a draw, nothing for a loss. But it's all building up to this. It's so important because there are 2 qualifying spots for each section to get to the candidates. Now, the candidates, just to give you an overview, is simply the event where the winner of that challenges for the World Championship crown.
Right. So, of course, you're playing for kind of first 2 or nothing kind of thing. But let's not forget there's a prize money on the line. And if you're finishing, as poker players would say, on a bubble, on a place 3, at least there should be something to cheer you up in terms of the prize money. So let's take a look at the prizes. And for the open section, so 90,075, 62. Imagine being like super duper unlucky, finishing 3rd and still pocketing $62,000. The overall prize fund adds up to $625,000.
Yeah, and it's incredible because you get money even for 50th place. So, I mean, there's a lot of financial incentive, of course, is those top 2 spots. And in the women's, there's also a healthy chunk of cash there. First place nets 40,000, second place 31,000, and of course, golden tickets to the candidates, which will be happening next year. Plenty of drama ahead for us. But before it all unfolds, maybe we should go to Charlize, who has more from the floor.
We are once again back and live in the playing hall, which is quickly filling up with players as the 5-minute countdown has begun. Yesterday we had 2 players, Ivanchuk, who's early today, and Nihal Sarin coming late. Of course, players are penalized when this happens, but they have a 15-minute grievance time. But okay, we are expecting that everyone is here today. I think first round people are a bit nervous, things go differently. But as you can see, some players are sitting seriously at the board, meditating as Gukesh usually does. And others, since their friends are here and we've got so many players, are laughing and spending time together, chatting before the beginning of the round. Yesterday was quite an intense day. Of course, the top 2 boards in the women lost, top 2 boards in the open drew. So everything has been mixed up. But because we have so many rounds, anything can still happen. So we've got our world champion on board 1. It's guaranteed to be an exciting day of chess. Let the games begin.
Absolutely. Let the games begin. That is what we're all waiting for. So much on the line. Those candidate spots, the big money, and of course, the fame, the glory that comes alongside winning this event. And I gotta say, it felt very intense in that room. It felt like there was a lot of nerves, a lot of tension. People haven't quite found their stride just yet because it's only round 2.
Right. And even the first round, if you recall the games that we were kind of covering the most, the top boards, like women's tournament has a lot of upsets. And in the Open, yeah, there were not that many wins for the favorites. There were a lot of draws, and even those who won, it wasn't an easy walkover, right?
No,
So
absolutely. Just
right from the
17
start.
decisive games in the Open section.
Only?
Only 17.
Wow.
Whereas in the women's section, I think only 4 of the rating favorites actually won.
Yeah.
But this is what
amazing.
happens, though,
That's
when you
amazing.
have an event with the best of the best. I mean, we're going to keep on stressing this. This is the strongest Swiss event in the world. We have players who've been specially invited for this event. They've qualified via rating, and you have a few wildcards. But we have a real mix here. We have world champions, we have former world champions, former women's world champions. We have really the finest chess minds on the planet.
Quite possibly we have the future world champions.
It's going to be a good one, you know, because today we have some very juicy pairings in store, but we are waiting for the games to begin, and I can't wait for that top moves to be played.
Right, maybe we could go to the tournament hall view and see once again. There, look at Gukesh.
Yep. He's meditating. And this is what he does in every single game that he plays. And it's more about just visualizing the future. You know, he's got his opening preparation worked out. He's just mentally replaying that in his mind. And it's a common technique that sportsmen do all over the world. They visualize the future. They visualize things going exceptionally well. And it's also a way to calm the nerves. And there we can see that the ceremonial first move is going to be made by Kamil Sindarov, the vice president of Uzbekistan Chess Federation.
Right. On the first board, in a game between Gukesh and Kaan Erdogmus, the young Turkish player. Oh, young, but also very, very promising already, right? I mean, I'm not sure what he's rating here. 26, 46? That's amazing.
And his age is just 14. And there we have our first move. Now, will Gukesh keep it?
Do you see what move there was? From this angle, it's one of the central pawns, but I wasn't sure if it was a e4 or d4.
Uh-huh.
And then imagine Gukesh going knight f3 just to cancel it out.
Well, he takes a swig of water, he gets ready, and the beautiful view of the playing hall. And so many of the best chess minds. So let's take a look at the juicy pairings that we have in store for us today. Now we're going to look at the top 20 in
the Open.
And it all begins with the world champion Gukesh playing against 14-year-old Erdogmus in the top 100, and very young. And then we have Maxim Rodshtein against Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, Gukesh in so impressive form yesterday.
Yeah, Frederik Svane, who won thanks to brilliant queen sacrifice, I believe, faces Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Giri, remember Anish's game, that positional masterpiece. So Giri plays against Salem. Puranik against Vidit, Maxudlu against Anton Giharo, and Sam Shankland, who we didn't mention was a participant here, but he is one very strong grandmaster. See, Sam Shankland was black against Anton Demchenko. Aydin Soleimani was a brilliant preparation yesterday. He gets double white, by the way. Yeah. I just realized.
I mean, this is basically the who's who in chess, you know, Praggnanandhaa there, all the way at the bottom. And he's the top seed. Okay, it's still round 2, and we have Arjun Erigaisi at the bottom. But, I mean, this is, again, so close. I mean, this is just the who's who of chess. And so I'm just going to ask you, Miro, which one of these matches take your fancy?
Oh, wow, there's so many. So from, let's say, not obvious picks, like, of course, Gukesh, the top boards and so on, I'm interested to see Vachier-Lagrave facing Andrei Volokitin, to be honest. Because MVL is, of course, the player we know and love, theory expert and so on and so forth, but Volokitin, you know, I told you, that's the guy who kept beating me every game we played. So I'm curious to see how he's going to play against MVL.
And here in the women's, we have at the top, Assaubayeva. Yesterday, she came to the board determined to win. That's what she did. Well, she's playing against Indian superstar, Indian gold medalist in the Olympiad, Vincent Keymer. And then we have Elina Roberts, a young Dutch player, playing against defending champion of the Grand Swiss, Vachier-Lagrave, who'll be looking to repeat her success from 2023. And again, this is a feast for us. We're going to be following all of these games, but I did see from the camera view that the games are now in progress. So let's dive in and explore some of those moves.
Well, some of those moves are very, very surprising. And I'm talking about no one else but the world champion himself. I mean, if you pay attention to the opening moves in Gukesh against Erdogmus, you might find it surprising.
It's funny because this kind of move, I brand it anti-youngster prep.
Anti-youngster prep.
You basically want to avoid the main lines, and he's trying to steer the game into lines that are non-committal. And I find this with the youngsters especially, that they like direct action. So this is actually something that Gukesh is playing against his style, because he's a player who loves to push, loves these concrete variations. And here he's like, okay, it's maybe the bishop is going to come out to f4, maybe there's going to be some e4 ideas. Let's wait and see how the game develops. And now Erdogmus has a choice. You know, what is he going to do? Is he going to do same in kind? Is he going to get the bishop out to f5? The knight coming out to f6?
That's like there's a lot of questions here. So I'm not sure if this opening line has a name, but if it if it would have a name, I'd name it Giri variation. Well, what's good? Accelerated Giri variation. Because I've seen Anish doing d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, c3.
Yeah.
And I asked him, and he says it actually, it's not just a random, move. I have a plan, or at least he pretends to have a plan to every black's response. So this one's like one move earlier. I imagine after knight f6 you would still play knight f3 or bishop f4, right?
Well, let's see. Let's see. I mean, it's also designed to cut out a lot of lines, right? Some c5 lines can perhaps be met with a capture.
I guess the main point is, c5, you'd be capturing c5.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, this one is very exciting, but it does seem to have surprised Erdogmus, who is pondering like exactly how he should respond. Should he be going g6, knight f6? And I say that, and there we see knight to f6. Maybe we hang around for another few moments, so there we can see the bishop to g5.
That's one something original.
But I like it. It's
Yes,
something
of course.
different.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
And I look forward to seeing something different and something more unusual. Well, we'll be keeping a close watch on this game, but let's work our way down to the second board. This time it's Maxim Rodshtein from Israel playing against Alireza Firouzja. And, well, we didn't have too many moves in board one, but now this one seems to have many moves on the board. And, well, bishop coming out to either g4 or g5 seems to be the name of the game.
Yeah, but even before that, so look, it was a Slav defense. And 4g3 is not a very common move, I believe. Like it gets more popular recently, but that, So while you have a lot of games that would go knight c3, e6, and then g3, so it's kind of your g3 against the semi-Slav, but it allows a lot of transpositions into a not Catalan type of positions, right? So g3 was considered to be harmless because precisely for this reason that black can go bishop g4 or bishop f5, back it up with e7, e6, playing kind of the reverse London system setup. So, yeah, pausing and move 4, somewhat surprised, I believe, by the bishop g4 move. Knight to e5, it invites knight e5, and the challenge is accepted. Knight e5, and Alireza goes to f5 quickly.
Isn't this the game where after knight e5 you go bishop to f5 and then c takes d5? Is this queen b3? Is this? No, I must have my lines mixed up.
Oh, you mean the trap? Yeah, you go queen b3 immediately if you wanted the trap. Queen b3, queen b6. No, but here it doesn't make any sense because the knight's already on f6.
Yeah.
Right. So the trap we are talking about would be this trap, a b3. Now you can take on the maybe it's still playable. Yeah. So if you take on d5 with the knight, then knight d2. If you take with the pawn, then knight c3, and black's queen side is under some pressure. So you would say, okay, why don't I take the knight first? But then d takes c6, and you're threatening cb7. And after bishop e4, one rook is attacked, and then you sack the other rook, and you go c7, and you win the game.
You know, I almost fell for this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an Olympiad game. And I worked it out because my opponent was playing too quickly. And so in the end, I just had to accept being a pawn down.
Queen b3 is on the board, though.
Queen b3. But Alireza fell for that trap before.
Yeah, exactly.
Against Fabiano Caruana in an online game.
The rapid online, or a blitz.
Yeah, it was an online event.
The online game.
He's not going to be falling for the same trick again. So after queen to b3, as played, I think we're going to be seeing something else. probably queen b6.
Yeah, it's hard to. Well, you could. I mean, you have to defend. Sorry, you have to defend b7 somehow. So your choices would be either b6 or c8, right? I don't think queen c7, bishop f4 makes much sense. So it's probably queen b6, and then in case of cd5, it just take on d5 with the knight, and you go from there. So let's move on.
Let's move on.
Let's
Yeah.
move on.
Well, we showed the trap that Alireza has fallen for and will not be falling into again. But let's move down because on board 3, well, the local fans, they're going to be cheering for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who began with a win yesterday. A very nice game against Ivic. But his opponent will be the white pieces, Frederik Svane, part of a GM brother duo. Yeah, not too many brothers who are grandmasters. But Frederik Svane, well, he showed us yesterday. I mean, there was a fantastic game that he played, you know, sacrificing queen in order to get a checkmating attack. And it's very nice, you know, to be part of a household where you can play blitz against your brother.
At least you have no problems
ideas.
playing training games, right?
Exactly.
Finding the opponent to play training games. Yeah, but...
So let's rewind from the top and find out how this can actually started.
This one is like...
It's like
A6,
e4, e5,
knight
yeah.
f6, and 5d3. So, like, from what I understand, after 5d3, bishop c5 is, or b5 followed by bishop c5 is kind of the main route. And d7, d6 is one of those, like, you can always play this. You can, like, one of the ways, but one of the plays to play after knight f6, d3 in the Berlin, like everybody's playing bishop c5, but d6 in fact is a very solid move as well. So here d6, c3, bishop b7. So it's like delayed, very slow Ruy Lopez, which since black did not play b5 yet, you can get, I guess, what do you call them, the gioco piano style positions. No, and not here, I guess, with the bishop being on e7. You could have gotten the gioco piano if black would play bishop c5 and later on castle and so on. So that's like for the next 15 moves, I dare to say, I do not expect anything like super sharp. So people would be like developing the pieces, maneuvering and so on.
Yeah, it will be all, they see b5 and the bishop will retreat probably to c2. And then it's going to be like maneuvering, knight d2, maybe rook e1, knight f1.
And as you say, so b5 was just played.
Yeah, b5 just played. And but the question is always to do with the light square bishops in these type of positions. And for black, where is that bishop going? Do you want to put it on e6? Do you want to go, having said b5, do you go, let's put it on b7, even though it's blocked at the minute?
Right. I mean, it's so... These questions are so hard to answer, to be honest.
Just a matter of
like,
taste.
Yeah, because it really, really depends on like what your plan for the game is. I imagine like bishop e6, and especially after bishop b3, bishop e6, that has to be quite solid, but it probably messes up with your winning chances. Right, because the structure is somewhat stale. You're not really playing d5 if white was to exchange on e6. Like it's very hard to play d5 and so on. So white just like goes bishop e3, knight d2, like super duper solid, and tries for d4 later on.
Okay. Well, this one is going to be a standard maneuvering game. Not anything dramatic just yet, but we'll keep an eye on this one and let's work our way down and see how everyone's opened up. And one game I'm really looking forward to, Anish Giri. Yesterday he played a smooth game with the black pieces. Very, very impressive. And his opponent is Saleh. And Saleh, I really enjoy watching his games because it's completely different to my style. He just wants to go for the king. Sack. I mean, he's capable of tremendous attacks.
Right. So board 4 then, Giri with Salem. So started with an English opening, knight f3, knight f6, g3, which allows black to play d5. Bishop g2, knight c6. I mean, I'm confused. I think we've transposed into something. Yeah, and queen to b3.
Looked like a symmetrical English.
Right, so here, obviously the more popular would be just the castle, then relatively recent addition to the theory of this line. Like if you can play h4, then it is a move, right? A computer told us like whenever you can, you should consider playing h2, h4, and this queen b3 is relatively rare, but also played by strong players. And don't be surprised, Giri Nepo, there was a game played by Anish Giri with white, pre-COVID though, 2020. So seems like another life, like in the previous incarnation.
but as Gelfand showed us yesterday in his interview, people remember. The grandmasters are like elephants, right? They don't forget a single detail. I mean, just a few things here and there. But queen to b3, knight to b6 was the response. But Anish Giri, I've always thought that he was a fantastic talent, very hardworking, is always updating his opening repertoire. There's a lot of poison in there. He's able to play flexible chess. Yesterday, he showed he was prepared to kind of play into his own variation. He just played the knight off, one very nice game. And we see Anish
I believe
just recalling
this
his theory.
Is one of the moves, right? So now that I'm checking with, there's the engine move. Yeah, there's knight e4. Well, in fact, this position is quite rare if we are talking about Masters database. And some of the games, believe it or not, they're from late 70s, early 80s. Names like Sultan Ribley, Lothar Vogt, Karl Roberts, 1977, for instance. These are the games this was the last time this line was played.
Well,
not the last time, though, but
it means
it's a long time ago.
Well, it means this line has pedigree.
Absolutely.
The stamp of approval. But I mean, that's actually perfect. It's actually what you're looking for when you're going about choosing your openings. It's often lines that are still good, but they've just been forgotten.
Absolutely. And now with the modern warfare, with modern engines, you can check all the kind of traditionally harmless lines to just discover that, well, it was considered harmless in the 70s, but guess what? Now there are like new ideas, and computer says, you know what, this position that everybody thought was equal is actually quite unpleasant to play over the board.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's, I believe, a lot of stuff like the top players do is they're not digging for the new lines, because new lines, everybody has the same kind of engine, and if you see the new move, that means I see the same new move and see the reaction. But they're revisiting the older lines, and they try to find something that is like less studied, well forgotten, but still makes sense and objectively sound.
Yeah, because that's the thing, you're looking for equality, but a kind of unpleasant equality for your opponent. And as Anish just sinks into his mind palace, like trying to recall how he should be meeting this knight retreat, let's move on down the ranks to board 5, where we have Abhimanyu Puranik playing against the defending Grand Swiss champion, Vidit. Now, Vidit, he was so impressive in 2023. He lost his first game and then just notched up a whole string of victories. And he's also incredibly well prepared as well. I mean, actually, just have that as your default setting. All of these grandmasters here are very well prepared. They're rarely surprised. And we have Puranik here with the white pieces, just going into a line that I have employed for many occasions. And it's just designed to get a game. You're looking for that small edge. First, you take the Catalan structure, you castle, knight
to c3, and kind of the main point, from what I understand, that after if black was to capture, which is like one of the main moves after you castling short instead of knight c3, you go knight e5, and in case of knight c6, this line is somewhat different compared to the short castle, right? So you go here, you take, you go queen a4, and believe it or not, there were games where white would play bishop e3 and castle long, right? And it was Caruana Nakamura who, I think, kick-started the whole knight c3 and long castle thing. The black chose to play knight to d7, closed Catalan. I don't care if you castle short, we will have the same position.
But
and white goes b2, b3.
Yeah, b3, and just support c4. But if you were to castle, then you're into full-on sacrifice mode, and b3 makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, the dream that white is hoping for is to castle kingside, go knight d2, bishop b2,
is
e4.
It knight d2, or
well, that's the dream. Whether you get
so
the
basically
dream.
you want to this way or another you want to carry out the e2 e4 break, right?
And, black in return, my understanding is that you can approach this like by putting the bishop on either b7 or eventually you're going to be going b6, bishop b7 or bishop a6 just to clarify the center. Because the knight on c3 makes defending c4 awkward.
Yeah, but that's always the case for the Catalan player. You want c4 to be safe, you put the knight on d2, but then it doesn't do much there other than defend c4, right? You develop the knight more actively, kind of on c3, but then they start asking you questions about your c4 pawn.
Yeah, well, okay, this is going to be a question of plans, White is going to be going for that slow build and just slowly going to be preparing that e2, e4 break in the center. We're going to see how black reacts. I'm expecting b6, c6, bishop coming to a6.
Right.
Some kind of incarnation of that.
This is one kind of relatively original route that you can, or, well, maybe not that original, but non-Catalan route you can try to steer this game into is by going knight e4 and then f5, c6, kind of a Stonewall Dutch, which I don't think is great, but maybe gives you better winning chance than just like, c6, b6 stuff.
That's not without its risks, because fundamentally white hasn't done anything wrong.
No,
and
what
I often notice is that it looks very impressive, right, to have a pawn on f5 and this Stonewall structure. But once the kickback starts, and if white gets an f3, e4, well, okay, it is anyone's game. But this one is a tense start. We see Vidit thinking. So let's move down and go to Paramaxutlu against David Anton. And again, it's a question of style. I happened to bump into Param in the lift, and I cornered him, as one does. And I said, right, tell me about the Iranian school of chess. And he said, it's aggressive. And then he added, emotional as well.
Emotional.
Which I thought was a good response. And David Anton, he's a very unconventional player, also extremely aggressive. So I'm looking forward to this one. So can we rewind?
Yeah.
Because this one looks really tricky.
Bishop b4.
Right.
And that's, well, used to be a much more popular line than it is nowadays. Knight e5, bishop e7. I remember, I think Vichy played bishop to c5. And anyway, bishop e7, knight f3, d6. So back in the day, you would just capture the bishop quickly, and then you'd say, okay, I have a pair of bishops, so my position's better. But apparently it's not enough. So white goes d4, which once again I believe is a theory, knight f6, d takes, knight to e5, knight takes d5. Some sort of a gambit we are talking about, and c7, c6.
And
do you want to win a pawn, Jovi?
Of
after c6. But then if you take, it's not You know, it's
Well,
not
hang on.
it's not the compensation of the queen d1. It's queen a5
Queen
check.
a5 check. Exactly. You tricked me there.
Because you
I
would think,
wasn't
yeah,
paying
okay, probably
attention.
black gets fantastic compensation, like takes d1,
Let's put
goes
that
bishop
on the
f6.
board, because this one actually-
Because I'm claiming, probably I'm not right, but yeah, I'm claiming black has to have some compensation at the very least, like knight to c6, knight takes, pawn takes, and because the king is here, well, apparently not enough. The engine laughs at me, but it's not impossible that somebody would go for this pawn sacrifice simply because of queen d1. But guess what? Yeah, queen a5 double attack, and black just wins, wins the piece, wins the game. So therefore, e3 was played, and now I guess if you capture e5. Well, the reality is you don't have to. You can still kind of speculate on this queen a5 check. So you could say castle or don't know what else.
At some point.
Yeah, like basically what I
You're gonna
wanted
have
to
to
say,
take.
like if you just take the pawn, so in this case there's also this check. And
How are you going to block that check? Because say you come out with the bishop.
you have to, I'm afraid, because if you go, yeah, like knight c6 loses, knight d7,
Queen
there's
takes.
queen d5.
Yeah.
Right? So you're going to have to go bishop d7, once again having this trick in mind, that you have a check. And here, and here, and here, and here, and I do not know what happens here.
Yeah, this is really messy, actually. Queen
Straight
takes
from the
G7,
start, by the way.
and
Yeah,
then
queen
you
to
rook
g7,
D1 and-
rook f8. If you wanted to know what computer thinks about it, it's equal, and one of the moves, by the way, being castle long,
queenside, yeah.
of course, and then black can either go to e8 or
Do you think that's a
even
cool idea?
capture on f2.
If you go knight c6, you know, thinking that everything is good, you got bishop a. Well,
Bishop a5.
a5, some ideas. like that.
Right, and you would win if black was to capture the bishop, but again, Compy says you can go to e8. What's that?
Well, this is a mess, and the players do not need to go into
Absolutely.
this. But
No,
it's
black
fun.
doesn't have to do it.
No.
I think you just
can
castle.
just castle.
Yeah, you just castle. Well, in this case, white could have tried to preserve the pawn for a little bit, but then you go bishop f6. And after that, you will have compensation. Here, I'm 100% positive. You will have compensation. Knight c6. And white gets to trade the queens, but how do we develop? Yeah, like the b2 pawn's always hanging. How do we develop this bishop, right? So, and I say it with such a degree of confidence because I see the computer evaluation and it's zeros, but I've had similar positions from Catalan's Queen Gambit and so on. And
The thing is, white is going to have to contort themselves in such an unusual way as well, because you can't go rook b1, bishop
Yeah,
comes
rook
out
b1,
to
there's bishop
f5,
f5.
and then, in order to get this bishop out, you'll have to go a3, rook a2, and no,
yeah.
it's ugly,
and you have
ugly
to
chess.
be super clever developing with white. And black has such an easy play. The bishop out, rook
Yeah.
to c8, jump with the knight.
Exactly. No, I mean, I'm a pawn grabber by nature, and even I'm advocating some caution there. But okay, because whilst there's decisions to be made for David Anton, there is decisions to be made in the game between Anton Demchenko against Sam Shankland. So let's go there, because, it's my favorite type of position. I fell in love with chess. Well, after my dad taught me the moves, and he said, right, now you're going to play in tournaments. I had no option there. But I really fell in love with the game once I discovered queenside castling. Because for a long time, it was always like one side castles kingside, the other side castles kingside. We try for tricks, and then that's it. But then at one point, I was like, but why? Why should I castle kingside? So I castle queenside, and all fun was to be had with people. And here, this is the kind of position I dreamed about when I was a kid. So
Yeah.
let's kind of rewind. This is
It used to be my favorite move as well. Like you castle long, almost felt like cheating because the rook's already playing. You know, especially the Sicilian. It's much later on you realize that like maybe the king is not entirely safe. But do you care? Do you care about your king's safety when you're like 7-8? No.
Exactly. I can tell you, that was the way to win again.
So. What's this called? Sozin attack against the Knight
Don't you find that when you go through the chess learning journey, it goes, I know nothing. And then at some point you start learning something. I know everything. And then you go back to, I know nothing.
But, yeah. It goes in kind of in waves, maybe, yeah. So, like at some point, probably you say, I know nothing, but, and you're sure that you know a little bit, right? But it is volatile. Because the first time I thought I knew everything about chess, I was like a candidate master, and I felt like, there's no point in studying anymore. I just need to play some tournaments, and of course I'll become the world champion. Easy peasy.
I tell you now at the stages, I don't understand how I can play so badly, but I know so much more. Okay, so this is all good. A3 designed to stop the black pawn from advancing.
Castles. By the way, if we wanted to, hang on a second, that's a tricky one, right? So early bishop e3 is not the most popular way of playing this position, right? Because very often white would go bishop b3, b5, and you would keep the bishop on c1 and so on. So bishop e3, anyway, here. Then, from what I can see, f3 is instead more popular than a3, but maybe you'll end up playing both moves. So a3, castles, h4. White really means business. Like, who needs castling anyway? h5.
Yeah, who needs that light square bishop?
Right.
Which is actually a bishop that I went to great lengths to actually keep on the board. But h5 and h6.
h6 and
g4 is what I'm expecting.
Like the g4s.
So they're actually following a game. So maybe we can just view the game.
Aronian was Ding Liran from 2021.
Yeah, and that went g4.
If you tell me the moves, so it's a g4,
rook c8,
rook to c8,
g5.
G5.
This is my brand of chess. G5, h6. White is not messing around.
G6, right?
G6, of course. You can't open up the H line. And then after G6, Levon just went the whole hog and went H7. But. Okay, I'm just highlighting this. Instead of H7, it is possible. And it's in fact the best, according to the computer I have right in front of me, to go bishop takes E6. Yeah, you'd already highlighted it.
Knight
well done,
takes,
you.
right? No, but seriously, like one of the things about this line that, like, pretty much on every move, if you can take on e6 twice, you should consider doing it. Like either bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes, or sometimes vice versa. Like over here.
It's interesting, right? Because again, just going back to the live board, just having a look at the clock times, it is actually Sam who has used less time on the clock. And yet it feels like his position is the one that is a little bit shaky, but he's clearly
perhaps he
worked.
knows everything.
Exactly, he knows everything. He's a man of many courses, so I'm sure he knows his stuff through and through. So if you come up with something like this, you're following a game and your opponent is just bashing out the moves, you're thinking, do I go for this G4, G5, take on E6? Oh, decisions. What would you do, Miro, in that situation?
I'm not sure. I was looking at preserving the bishop, like going bishop A2, but computer doesn't like it, and the reason for computer not liking it is like rook C8, I guess, and knight to C4, and my bishop is not that efficient on A2 in the presence of the black's knight on C4. And black was not threatening to capture on B3 anyways, it seems. Mm-hmm. So I just played a move, and it was G2, G4.
Okay.
G4.
Well, Demchenko is not messing around, and we'll see what Sam's response is. Remember in the game that we were looking at between Levonorone and Ding, Black responded with rook c8, just allowing the kingside expansion. But decisions to be made. We'll find out how much of this position Sam knows. Let's take a pause, as Sam thinks, and let's move on. I'd like to skip a few boards and head over to the game between Praggnanandhaa against Zemlyansky, if I've pronounced that correctly. This is on board 9.
Board just escaped my... Yeah. Yeah, you said...
It's
is it Giri's game?
Oh, Giri's game.
It's very similar, right?
Yeah, this is exactly similar. I was thinking that, except
there,
the knight went back to b6, and the knight was already on c6.
So it's like similar but not similar, right? So queen b3, knight b4. So Prague plays a lot of like sidelines in the very early openings, like that, to such an extent that he plays b3 move 1 sometimes.
Right. And you know, you were referring to finding those old vintage games and like just re-examining and rediscovering those ideas. According to the Masters database I have in front of me, the latest game was played in 1986.
Wow. And it was played by Anthony Miles against Viktor Korchnoi.
Exactly. And then we have games from David Bronstein against Pologaevsky. It's
incredible.
I like the fact that the players have chosen their vintage and they're sticking to it. So knight to e4. Well,
knight e4, targeting this pawn.
Exactly.
Targeting this pawn, and then let's check the database. So bishop g7 in all of the games, and no one's interested in defending the pawn, it seems.
Which is interesting, because I think as a knee-jerk reaction, I would be there going b6.
Yeah, b6, which apparently is...
Well, that would be bad.
Whoa, a3. But that is like... So usually, when you play b6, what would you think? Like, okay, the only danger that might happen is like the diagonal thing.
Right.
And let me tell you what, you're looking at the wrong diagonal according to the machine, because, knight c6, queen to c3, and this diagonal, and then like rook goes, or maybe even better would be to first go knight f to g5, I don't know, f to g5, yeah, f to g5, threaten this, and then they go queen c3, and then, this square, so queen d4, and computer keeps like saying white's better after bishop g2.
Well,
very original, I want to say.
It is, but it's also b6 is a likely move. Let's face it.
Yeah.
If you don't know this position and you're thinking, well, knight takes c5 in the air, okay, let's just go b6. Going to go bishop b7, bishop g7 next. But okay, maybe you would be a little bit concerned actually because of this queen c3, because it is possible to do it right there and then. But yeah. Oh, so bishop to g7. Can we just quickly investigate this one?
So bishop to g7.
I'm going to grab the pawn.
Let's say white takes the pawn.
Yes.
Let's find out what the problem with capturing the pawn is.
The proof of the pudding is in the eating. I say this many times, and it's so true.
So apparently this queen a5 is quite annoying.
Yeah.
Because if you go back to e4 now, I think after bishop e6, we are in trouble.
Yeah, there's a big pushback.
Yep. So knight c5, queen a5.
Knight d3 was what I was thinking, because the knight on b4
knight d3
was
and
a bit
then
offensive.
Knight to a6. Not sure why a6 and not c6, but yeah. Knight a6, and if you take on b4...
And try to go a3, sorry, knight takes.
Yeah, but then again, like I would fall for the same kind of traps. And knight takes a3, and now
A3.
I would think, no, now you cannot play bishop e6 because I'll take the knight, right? But this is why move orders exist, right? So when Where was it? Yeah, when white captures b4, this is the moment for black to go bishop e6.
Incredible.
And then if you go back, it's the same pushback with
And
knight b4.
this is why the knight needs to be on a6 as opposed to c6.
Oh,
Because if it's on c6,
right,
you
because
go knight
white
takes
knight takes knight, yeah.
Yeah, let's put that on the board.
Precisely. Right, so knight a to a6, because if you were to go knight c6, then knight takes knight, bishop e6, knight takes another knight, white is winning. Wow.
That's deep.
And yeah, that's so deep on move 7. And yeah, sometimes you feel like, you know, all those people who claim, well, opening theory is thoroughly studied and there is nothing new to discover. How about that one? It's like some very old-fashioned line. Few games. At move 7, we have 4 games in the database. Yeah, 4 games to move 7.
Yeah.
And very original. A lot of tricks.
Completely.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful lines there. Oh, well, Pragg has to be careful, but if he finds the correct move, sacrificing the pawn, it is white who in turn has to be cautious. So let's quickly check in on our friend Erigaisi as he plays with the black pieces against Heik Martirosen.
The most amazing thing in this game, at least for me, is that Erigaisi didn't spend a single... Okay, he spent some time, he got compensated in this form of 30 seconds per move, but he's on 1 hour 41, more than his starting time. Well, all the time spent in this game was spent by Heik Martirosen, and had some relatively sharp, not very standard King's Indian, I want to say. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was, and the kind of the very last pawn pushes, f4, a5.
Makes sense.
A4 is not your usual move. So typically you want to avoid this kind of structure in the King's Indian, because black would eventually get the knight to c5, at least the belief or so. h5, h4, g4. Well, h5 is relatively common, but to go h4, g4, to be perfectly honest, you have to have some reason for that, because you kind of help white to rebuild this phalanx of like pawns in the center. So unless you somehow target the f6 immediately, which I don't know how you can do that.
Yeah, how is black gonna start untangling? Because this...
Wait a second. Yeah. So here I'm looking at the engine. I'm not surprised the engine prefers white. That very much the case in every single King's Indian position. But the engine doesn't really like h4 for the reason that, yeah, well, apparently f5 was another move, but maybe black was prepared for something. g4.
Because I'm looking at the evaluation bar. And it's
0.9.
It's in modern terms, that is actually quite significant. But G4, I mean, how is black going to untangle? Because, you know, white has such a...
That's what computers suggest.
G5?
And this looks...
No way.
You know, this looks crazy.
Who does this?
G5, so if f5 is knight f4, right?
And then
it's knight f4.
The pawn on... So you can go bishop takes knight, and the pawn on f4 is just...
Yeah, probably it's going to fall, but...
it doesn't matter. You get the dark squares as compensation.
It doesn't matter for white. Yeah, queen f3... f3, knight h7, and somehow you get to those dark squares. But there's also pawn takes pawn. And now if knight to h7, I guess now white can say, you know what, maybe I'll use the f5 square. Like rook f1, knight queen d2 even, defending this one for... I did not really defend it. So basically, computer says like knight takes, rook f1, and white is better. I guess black gets the square on g5, black gets the square on e5, but white knights will also come back into the game. And the h4 pawn potentially is a target. So it's not surprising that this position could be like holdable and even playable for black. What surprises me that Arjun voluntarily went all the way to this point, right? Like being prepared. So that is like...
In fairness,
could it be that you possibly have like a better way of playing?
Maybe. I mean, but the thing is, you don't have to play perfect chess. You can just play to your style, and Arjun, he's like a master of chaos. He thrives in those really unbalanced, complicated positions. And I've noticed as long as he's active with his pieces, he's able to conjure up some kind of tactics some way or another. So, well, we're in for a very big fight in this one, as Arjun is more or less, I think, strategically obliged to unbalance the position with g5. And before we go to the women's section, I'd like to peek into the game between Alexander Demchenko against Deshmukh. And that's on board 57.
Board 57. Yeah,
and
we have a fixed board
Demchenko
for
I've played
yeah.
before. He absolutely crushed me with his positional game in a Catalan. And after that, I felt a bit... Do you know, sometimes when you feel like you played so badly, even though you knew what the opening was going to be and you prepared something, but still you play it so badly, that you're like, what am I even doing here, like playing in this event? So I went and bought myself a dress, and I thought, oh, my fortunes have to change. And then I lost again. And then I was like, come on, Yovi, knuckle up. You got this one. Buckle up.
Right. So what do we have here? It's the London.
Yes.
The London, and what amazes me that there is still no kind of unified, universally acknowledged system against the London. It's been popular for more than 10 years already, and still everybody plays their own line. Because in many cases, you know how it goes. Like it makes its way to the elite. Let's say somebody, aka Magnus Carlsen or Fabi or Naka, finds one reliable system against White's approach, and then it goes all the way, spreads the knowledge, like everybody starts playing Carlsen system or Fabi system, and it disappears from practice because there's nothing to do. Right?
Yeah.
But London, still, there's so many different systems tried with black, and there is no answer. How do I equalize against London?
Right.
That's amazing.
But you know, I feel a little bit vindicated because I kid you not, when we started playing, and especially when I joined the English women's team, I started playing in the Olympiads, we were all playing like very solid systems. Like it would be the C3 Sicilian, it would be a closed Sicilian, it would be a London, and everyone was laughing at us and was going, why are you playing such boring chess?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Can't you learn the proper opening?
Exactly. We got so much stick. And now everyone is playing our boring systems.
Right, so you can say that you were ahead of your time.
Trailblazer.
Absolutely. Anyway, knight d2, queen b6, rook to b1.
Yeah.
Not sure how theoretical this one is. Pawn takes, queen takes, trade here happens, bishop d3. Well, if you'd ask me, it looks very solid. It looks very solid for David.
0.00. I mean,
yeah.
It also, to me, looks very solid as well. It's actually very difficult for White to actually expand, and that's always what I'm looking for, like a way to improve the position. One thing I want to say is I would be very uncomfortable if White allowed knight takes bishop. Somehow, if you're going to get something, it will be to do with a light square bishop. But yeah, this is
bishop e2.
This is an interesting one. So bishop e2 is what I'd expect in some kind of argument that this bishop on c8 is still yet to enter the game. But it's going to hinge on small things like going c4 at the right time. And that's going to be super interesting. And incidentally, like if you want to dive deeper into this game, because obviously we can't follow every single moment, we do have dedicated streams where the cameras follow those individual players. And do remember that if you are enjoying what you're seeing, do follow, like, subscribe, and just enjoy the broadcast. But talking about something, we also got to mention that can we revisit board one? Because we do have a poll where we are asking chat.
That's an important one.
It is very important.
Let's ask the chat first, and then we revisit the board one.
Okay, yeah. So let's ask the chat this very important question. Who will win today's game between Gukesh and Erdogmus. Is it going to be a Gukesh? Is it going to be a draw? Or are we going to be seeing something sensational? And will it be Erdogmus who actually turns tables and wins? What do you think? Let's check out.
I don't know. I mean, looking at this position, they didn't share that much information since our last visit. So bishop c. Wait a second. So queen c2, 94, here. I don't like what Gukesh is doing, to be honest, because the whole line is intended to get the usual position tempo up. So you're playing kind of the Slav defense positions, but because you're starting with white, right? So you get color reversed tempo up. But then you lose one tempo by going bishop g5 to f4, and you lose the other one going queen c2, queen b3. So not only you're playing with black, but possibly you play some known position with black being tempo down.
Yeah.
I do not know. From what I see, black can play, and that's like, it's not me being smart, it's computer suggesting moves. Black can play knight to d7, and you are not supposed to take this pawn, because guess what? e5, and this runs into bishop c5, tucked this, e3, rook b8, and apparently some devastating attack. Rook b2, f2 hanging, black just like has overwhelming lead in development, right? So queen b7, e5, I was thinking like if bishop takes, it's not very much different. You take, you even have the luxury to defend the pawn first. You'll develop the bishop, you'll castle. So when your only developed piece is the queen on b7, guess what? Like nothing good's gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, some
so
interesting dancing going on with the queen from Gukesh, but queen to b6, very normal, I think.
Queen to b6, but that's like kind of giving world champion a lot of respect, obviously.
Yeah.
But then computer switches to once again back to liking white's position.
But okay, it's a game of small margins, and we're yet to see how Gukesh is actually. Yeah, I was thinking this. I was going to suggest it, but I was
One of the moves.
It is certainly a contender, you know, and it's very much in Gukesh's style. But whilst Gukesh is considering, let's go over to the women's and check on the top boards, because we have a really exciting match at the top. Vantika against Bibisara Assaubayeva. And Vantika here, to my eyes, getting a very nice position. She has the bishop pair. It's starting from King's Indian.
Yeah, I said it is the King's Indian, and I think it's not the first time Bibisara plays this knight a6 line, knight a6, bishop g4 line, but from what I remember, to bishop e3, I don't think you were, like at least like at good old times, I don't think you were supposed to be taking the knight on f3. So let me see. I don't know. And then now it is the main kind of the main theory. So black voluntarily exchanges here, takes on d4, goes c6, g3, and h5. Once again, I imagine like it's cool for the practical game, but like if I would be, I used to be and probably still am a King's Indian player myself, right? So if I have it in a blitz game, I know what to do. Like, I mean, I'll jumping with this knight, c7, e6, or c5, e6. I push my h-pawn, I pretend I have an attack, and if I don't have an attack at the end of the day, I resign. So I know precisely what to do with black, you see. I'm a very, very informed person how to play this position. Right, but like in reality, if we are talking classical time control, black, so white being patient and like aware of the dangers, I believe it should be like in white's favor, objectively, once again.
Well, you have a target, right? You can, as long as nothing is happening with the h-pawn, then d6 like is the natural
move
target.
The queen.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. So
move the queen, move the rook.
Yeah.
So
like, where is the compensation for black? And I have this expression, which you may think is a little bit cruel, but when my opponent has got no space, I say, let's see how you enjoy the position. And I also have another one. Like you got to give your opponent's position to show their strength, which is not a good thing. Which is not a good thing.
Yeah, that's mean. That's mean.
I'm not a good person, Mira. I can be a little bit mean at times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're aware they have no plan, they show me what your plan is,
Exactly.
right? It's kind of.
Let's see what you got.
Right.
And I like this queen d2, rook 2.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically the plan is relatively simple. We double, we move the bishop, we take the pawn, we win the game, right?
Right. And by what I mean, enjoy this space. This is the kind of stuff that I'm thinking of. You know, if they go knight to c5, you've got ideas of going b4 and expanding that way. And if they don't go knight to c5, you just go b3, rook to d1. You know, you make sure every single one of your pieces are coordinated, and you go, come on. I'm going to retreat that bishop. I'm going to target d6. How are you going to fight for that? And then you just make waiting moves.
Absolutely. That's exactly that's why King's Indian was, I believe, like the best it was working where people were really trying to refute it. Like would play, engage in those sharp lines, and then yes, sometimes you would lose a miserable game, but sometimes you would actually get to the king and checkmate them nicely, right? But when people started like being fully aware that's the main goal for you in the King's Indian is not to get checkmated, because if this goal is accomplished, you are better anyway. Play so many kind of stupid moves from positional standpoint. Like as long as you're not getting checkmated, you're like probably better.
Tagline for the King's Indian: play the King's Indian, but try not to get checkmated. You know.
Right.
So anyway, we think white is slightly better.
Yeah, that's what we are thinking.
That we are thinking, has a pleasant space advantage. And
my Shaolin bow too. Let's
go there, because it's an interesting position, primarily because
because we don't know how it happened,
right? Look at
right?
the pawns, right? The e-pawn is missing, but everything else, it's h6, a6. These are luxury moves that normally, you get told off by the coach, right?
Exactly.
What are you doing? Going h6.
Didn't you have anything more important to do?
Exactly.
Right? Why did he?
So I'm kind of curious about this,
d4 takes, castles, bishop g5. I believe. Well, hang on a sec. So bishop g5, and believe it or not, but it's a new position for the Masters database, even after bishop g5. So where did we lose our last kind of known game? So bishop c5, knight g7.
So it's the d4.
d4, e4,
and then knight takes d4
you take with the pawn, where you have Prague games for both colors. So not a surprise.
The knight takes d4.
There's been one game, right?
Yes, it's Petrov against Hans Niemann.
Knight e4 castles.
But bishop to g5.
Bishop to g5 is quote unquote novelty. h6. But then again, look, in the Niemann game, white played bishop e3. Now white played bishop g5, and after h6, computer suggests you should probably go bishop e3.
Yeah, and
so
you're setting
it's
up
like
a knight.
New, but not really new. So we might as well check what happened in Niemann game. So bishop e3, knight d4, pawn takes, bishop b4 check was played, knight to c3, and I believe the whole point of black's play is to eventually go d5. Right? d5 and...
Yeah.
It's a very early, say, leaving the known territories. Going to uncharted waters territory is very, very early, as early as move 8.
Yeah, and let's just quickly cast our eyes over the local hero, Hamdamova, Firouzja, just 16 years old. She's playing against Assaubayeva. And
over here, what was it? I was at Berlin with Rookie 1.
Yes.
So
let's just fast forward this
lot
bit,
of
Miro, if I have your permission.
this one, we don't like analysing this one. No,
No.
But it is.
We'll leave that to the theoreticians. And yeah, okay,
Looks
so
very equal.
Very, very
I
equal.
do not know what you can do, what you can't do here. Like most of the games that Carlsen and the company play end in a draw with this line, but you never know what's going to happen.
Right. So this one's quite solid. So this is good news for 16-year-old Firouzja. I mean, it's incredible, actually. She's actually from Samarkand.
Right, so she is the local.
Yeah, and her rating has just skyrocketed. I mean, she's just 16. She got, I think, her second IM norm just recently. So it's looking very promising for her. And she has a very solid position here, which is perfect what you want to be doing against a higher rated player. You want them to take the risk. But talking about risk, can we fast forward to a game between Vachier-Lagrave against Alexander Kostaniuk? This is happening on board 9 because it is the definition of sharp.
Oof. And this is where I'm asking what the opening was.
This one was a semi-Slav.
Oh, yeah.
And
okay, I'll quickly show this one. Yeah, this is a C6, E4. What do you call it?
What do you call it?
Knight F3, DC4 would be not a bomb variation, right? And then E4 is, I guess, Slav Gambit? Is it the Slav? I believe, Anyway.
Hang on, Marshall Gambit.
Marshall Gambit.
Apparently.
Okay. I believe the web pages that we are checking the names, they have sometimes weird naming.
Like the Agincourt defense. I've never heard of that one in my life apart from...
So the whole point is, of course, if you're allowed to go for the center E4, you're happy to do so. The only teeny tiny problem being that after this check, returning back to C3 is not what you're happy doing. So you go bishop D2, once again, great idea, exchanging these bishops, except for being able to take on D4. And that's, for those who do not know, that's very, very theoretical position, right? Yeah. Bishop E2, knight A6. Was this a move back in the day?
Yes, it has been a move.
I remember it's just a funny move. It doesn't make much sense, but the bishop cannot be taken, and it actually is a theoretical move, right?
Yeah, it totally is.
It's like a queen G2,
the kids like it,
queen to D6.
But we should show
if you take the rook, then castle long, white wins because. Isn't it amazing?
And its most fundamental point is that bishop cannot be taken.
The bishop attacks G7 and cannot be taken because queen D8 checkmate. Yeah, but bishop D6 is known to be the main move nowadays. It's very, very theory heavy, this line. So bishop, queen D2. Is queen D2 though? I believe it's known. No, that's the most popular, of course. Bishop E5, bishop F. Okay, just quickly. I know we are supposed to go to a break anytime soon, but I really want to see what's happening here. Are still all known, and believe it or not, games from 2012. I can see Bakro Morozevich. So people figured it out 15 years ago. All that, still a lot of games. And that's our present position. Still 3-4 games I see in the database.
So not that well known. I would hazard a guess that the players, again, by the fact that Vachier-Lagrave is thinking, that their theory, the knowledge of the theory has passed, but it's still an incredibly exciting game, razor sharp. So we have an interesting mix already from the start of day 2. We have some very slow games, we have some unusual openings, we have some razor sharp positions. But we're going to be stepping aside for a short break and here in Samarkand. But don't go anywhere, because during the break, Sagar Shah has done a very special recap of day 1. So enjoy that, and we're going to be right back with the coverage in a few minutes.
Welcome everyone to the recap of the first round of one of the most exciting events of the year, the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. It was just the first round, but already so many decisive games, so many upsets in both the open and women's section. And we are going to see this happening every single day because at stake are 2 spots in the candidates in both the open and women's section. In the year 2023, we had Grandmaster Vidit Gujarati and R. Vaishali. Let's begin from the open section with the game of the world champion Domaraju Gukesh. He's the 3rd seed in the tournament, but he started off with a resounding win over Etienne Bacro. Let's have a look at the position to understand what transpired and how Gukesh was in top shape, finding really good series of moves to win his game. In this position, Gukesh, playing with the black pieces, was doing quite well. But Bacro played his knight to d2 and Gukesh saw the opportunity to win the pawn here on b2. Bacro took the open file trying to enter in here, but Gukesh was very precise. He played his queen to c8, and when pawn came up to c4 attacking the rook, this was where Gukesh sacked his rook, takes, and knight to b3 with a fork, with a triple fork you can see here. Queen, bishop and rook attacked. The queen moved, and now instead of taking the rook, which was also pretty good, he took the bishop, queen takes and bishop e5, and this was already a winning position with the c pawn and the 2 bishops very, very strong. This was a very big win for Gukesh. The top 2 seeds in the open section, both Indian players, Praggnanandhaa and Arjun Erigaisi, were held to a draw. So Gukesh won and now will be on the top board from the second round. The other game in the open section, which was very interesting, was Alireza Firouzja, who was playing against Basim Amin. Now, Alireza, one of the former winners of Grand Swiss in 2021, in this position has an equal position against Basim. If black plays the move king g4, he's doing quite well, but Amin went wrong here and he played this move knight to f8, and this was just the opportunity that Alireza was waiting for. He saw that there's a weakness here on the c7 square. He played his bishop to d2, and now bishop a5 is extremely strong. If the knight was on d7, it could have jumped to b6, but now it couldn't, and after knight g6, bishop a5, Alireza went on to score a very, very strong victory here and has made a very good start. The local hope in this tournament is none other than Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I believe this is an excellent chance for him to reach the candidates, and he started off with a win as well. He was playing against Velimir Ivic. Nodirbek has this very strong pawn that will run down the board along with these 2 bishops looking in this direction. So black should play rook c7, keeping control of the square, and the position is around even. However, here Ivic went wrong with rook to b1, and now you could see that Nodirbek had it in his control. He played queen f1, very strong move, attacking the rook. If the rook moves away, then a7 is coming, and after trade, the a pawn is extremely strong, and that actually netted white a full piece. White could even go here, take, and there's nothing that could be done because next move the bishop is coming here and the pawn is queening. So Nodirbek actually started off with a win. Nodirbek will have a lot of home support here in this tournament and will be looking to score the victory, finish in top 2 and get a spot to the candidates. In the open section, there is very interesting element of 2 women players who are playing, and I think that's very, very exciting, and both of them played exceedingly well. Alexandra Goryachkina was playing against the young talent from Turkey, Kaan Erdogmus, and in this position, Kaan went wrong with rook a1, and Goryachkina was so alert. She took knight takes d3. Queen takes d3 is a mistake because of queen b2 and you lose the rook. And after king f1, knight b4, black's position was excellent. In fact, black was doing really well. However, in the end, Goryachkina went wrong and lost her game. The same kind of fate also happened in the game of Divya Deshmukh, who won the World Cup recently and has made it to the women's candidates and has taken this challenge of playing in the open section. She was playing against her countrymate Abhimanyu Puranik, and the opening was super exciting because when Divya played her pawn to f3, Abhimanyu was quick to attack this bishop, and bishop b8. I think this was deep preparation. We don't have many games from this position. Now attacking both the pieces. It seems like black is losing, but Abhimanyu had his preparation. King d2. He jumped in here with knight g3 and takes knight h1. But now Divya had knight h3 prepared, taking away the f2 square. If you play knight f2, there's queen e1. And so after bishop d6 came bishop g2. And in this ensuing position, objectively white is better, but Abhimanyu had a lot of compensation with the king being in the center and breaking with c5, although Divya played exceedingly well and got a very good position. In the end, she made a mistake and went on to lose the game. So this is how the open section was. We have 17 players who won their games and are now on 1 point going into round number 2. In the women's section, however, there were a lot more upsets. In fact, on the top board, something truly unbelievable happened. Anna Muzychuk, who was completely winning her game against Hungarian player Gal Zoska, had a complete blackout moment. She was winning. Let's have a look at the position. This was the final position that Anna had on the board. She's totally winning. She just has to play king f2. And in fact, any move, even g4, king e2, everything is winning. But she did not make her move. It was move number 35. And she actually, it was move number 36. 35 moves had been completed. She ran out of time. And she lost her game. And this was a shocking loss to Anna in round 1. She played so well to get a winning position. On board number 2, Tan Zhongyi, who's one of the strongest players in the tournament, also succumbed to a loss against Giria Olga. Look at this position. It's around even. If Tan Zhongyi here plays the move rook c5, very interesting move. The rooks are traded and queens are traded, and it's a kind of a drawish endgame. But rook c8 was played and Giria went rook a1. Queen went back, and before you knew it, white was winning everything in the position. The e6 pawn fell, the d5 pawn fell, and Tan Zhongyi lost her game. This means that there were several upsets in the women's section. Vaishali, the defending champion, started off her campaign with a victory. The first round was filled with a lot of excitement, lot of upsets, and a lot of interesting chess. I hope you enjoyed this recap, and I'll be back again tomorrow with the recap of round 2.
We are back with our coverage of day 2 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. As the action keeps rolling, well, we're going to investigate and dive in deeper. And, well, our eyes have been cast on the game between Jeffrey Zhong against Vincent Keymer, because we've been told fireworks aplenty.
Something's definitely happening on this board. Vincent Keymer having the white pieces. Went for the Queen's Gambit, and it all looked like very solid. I don't want to say standard, but it kind of was. So that's what do we call it? Tarrasch defense. No, Tarrasch defense. Is it Tarrasch defense? Yes.
I think when it's a white side, they call it Tarrasch, right? It's only black openings that have the defense.
No, but C5, yes. So C5 move. That's the Tarrasch.
That's the Tarrasch.
Yeah, whatever. We just use Tarrasch. We never actually say defense. Anyway, so this is relatively kind of standard. And black went with rook takes e3, fe3, the exchange sacrifice, and queen to d6, targeting the g3 pawn. So just, exchanging. It's not for nothing it's called exchange sacrifice, now that I'm thinking, right? You exchange your rook for one of the minor pieces, in this case for the bishop.
It never made any sense.
These are very tricky to master, the exchange sacrifices, because, yes, there are obvious cases where you just go knock, knock, knock and return the material with a surplus. But the long-term kind of thing, when you're saying, you know what, in this particular position, my minor piece is better than your rook. Yeah. And if you compare the bishop on b6 to a rook on a1, one can argue that, it's not evident why the rook is stronger than the bishop in this position, right? There are some dark squares, the weaknesses for white. And funny enough, computer was suggesting that you have to reply, when in Rome, you have to reply to exchange sacrifice with the exchange sacrifice. And if black was to take with the queen, then knight d5, white is better. So rook f6, g f6, and then king h2 was the line suggested by the board, where you have this very, very unusual pawn structure. It's very hard to tell what are the weaknesses, who is better, who's attacking whom. Yeah.
But it's very difficult when you're up in material to kind of return the favor.
So you think, how bad can it get? Like maybe I defend my king and then I win simply because the rook is 5 pawns and the bishop is 3 pawns.
Exactly.
And that's what he's done. Rook went to f3. And then it's not a mistake. It's not the strongest move according to the machine, but it's not a mistake per se. The game just goes on. Bishop to d7 was played. And basically...
I once received some really valuable advice when it came to the value of the pieces. Because I make no secret of it. I'm a materialist, and this person said to me, Jovi, you cling on too much to your material. You're unprepared to sacrifice pawns in order for initiative. And one way to just overcome this is to think about these rook is worth 5, bishop worth 3 as a varying scale. So a bishop on a if it's looking at its own pawn, for instance, is not going to be worth 3 points. In fact, demote it.
Probably less.
Give it less. And a bishop, if it's on a fantastic diagonal, say this bishop gets to c7, and say for instance white goes g4. That bishop is not going to be worth even 3 points. It's going to be worth much more, like 4 or 5. And the same goes with a rook. A rook on an open line, okay, you give it 5 points. If it's stuck between its own pawns, no fluidity, no potential, then you give it a lot less. And that way you can adjust to the whole concept of sacrificing material. And there's also, they came up with another expression. It's not what they are, it's what they do.
Fair point. What does it do on a1? For now, it's not much.
Exactly.
Right. So it's white who actually kind of has to prove that his rook on a1 is worthy of a bishop on b6.
So, well, what do we think about this in general, because Keymer, for sure, is going to be now on the back foot. He's going to be having to do some defensive work, perhaps even, on a move-by-move basis. He's going to have to be, what is black's threat? Is the rook going to go to e8? Is the knight going to jump forward? Every move, he's going to be thinking, how is black going to start prodding away at the dark squares?
Right, and this would kind of, I'd say that it's much easier to play with black, because you come up with threats and so on. Contrary, though, like the opposite would be, like, it's much easier to play with black until you run out of threats, right? And then you start regretting, wait, maybe a rook is stronger than a bishop. Yeah, but this exchange sacrifice, there is an objective value and there is kind of a practical game kind of aspect. And I'd argue, like we human beings, we do not like this kind of pawns when they're hanging for a prolonged period of time, right? So if I can undo h3, h2, and kind of go to h2 and it solidify the dark squares this way, I'd be much happier. So it's hard for me to disconnect from the computer moves that I see and computer evaluation that I see, because it says like equalish and king h2 being the move and so on. Yeah, I would still feel like if I'm playing with black, and I don't know if I can do this and look at it from black's perspective.
Well, you just
actually looks very nice when I look at it from the black side of the board.
Black has a nice plan, right? I'm thinking rook to e8.
Yeah, like bring the rook, maybe go a7, a6 just to cover this one, then go to c7.
And the knight can start doing some fun,
e4,
over e4,
h5.
And also, what white wants to be doing is relocating a knight to f4.
But but you don't have the e2
I don't
square.
have that possibility.
You're absolutely right. So this would be a very nice route for this knight. But other than that, how do you get to f4? It's like this is the way, but it takes you just enormous amount of time.
Right. So maybe you should just forget about the knight's whole thing. And again, something that I try and do. I try being the optimal word, because sometimes I forget, like we all do. I'm thinking maybe white's best plan is just simply to double on the F line with the rooks.
And at some point return the exchange once again.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's a lot of repairing of the position that Vincent Keymer has to do. So let's move on. And I'm just going to give a quick overview of the game so far in the open section. We have Gukesh. He's tried something very calm against Erdogmus. Now he's taking as much space as possible in the center. Alireza, Maxim against Maxim Rodshtein. That is still in an endgame. It's already gone that fast. And things are brewing up very nicely, but things are really, really crazy. And we're going to try and sniff out the action, because that's what we want to do in the game between Arjun Erigaisi playing with the black pieces against Vachier-Lagrave. So when we left it, we saw
that's board 10, right?
Yeah. So that when we left it like earlier, where Arjun really had to put his foot on the accelerator.
G5. Then
G5.
That's what he's done.
And of course, it's
knight
Arjun.
to d7.
Arjun is always going to go G5.
Right, knight to d7. Then computer has knight d4 as one of the best moves. So knight d4, knight to e5, knight f5, knight to c4. Now computer doesn't really like it. Doesn't really like it for black. White's move being, well, that's amazing, Yovi. Okay, so let me tell you, like, white has two kind of good moves according to the machine. Like, preserve your dark square bishop either to f2 or c1. And remarkably, and I want to flip the board once again. Remarkably, to both of these moves, black replies by capturing the knight on c3. This would never crossed my mind. Yeah, bishop takes c3 is the move.
No.
So, like bishop f2, for instance. There you go, bishop c3, pawn takes, and knight g5. And I still don't believe it's a good position, but that's the engine suggestion.
No one is in a million years going to go bishop takes c3. If Arjun
exactly.
does it, this is like another level of genius, or we start getting the fair play people. Because his bishop is needed on g7, right?
Exactly. That's one of the reasons you play the King's Indian, this particular line with exchange in the center. You open the bishop, and the bishop kind of controls the dark squares, and you...
And let's flip the board over before we mess with people's minds. Because, I mean, I was thinking bishop f2.
Yeah, bishop f2.
And then I was thinking, okay, well, black is going to take the pawn on g5.
Yeah, you could do so as well, but then,
there's knight
white
takes bishop.
still takes the bishop,
and then
goes knight to d5. Queen d4, you still have knight e5, right? And might be like running into some stuff with after queen f6, knight f3 will be an unpleasant threat. So I guess just like takes, you get knight d5 and
stop that.
Anyway, in all of those lines, at least our studio computer, which is maybe not the deepest computer in the world, it's kind of not the fastest, not the strongest, it claims that white is dominant. It's more than +1. So all of those positions are really, really favorable for white.
Wow.
Which is a surprise to me, because Arjun went for this line, for this type of position, maybe not for that exact position, but a few moves back. He practically had no time spent. So he was like deliberately going for it.
Right. So then this beggars the question, was this pure bluff from Arjun?
Could it be? Yeah.
I mean, maybe he got his lines mixed up and he knew about the idea of going g5 at one point, and he just thought, well, hey, let's do it now. Or sometimes, I mean, do we even see it done at this level? People deliberately choose risky lines in order to unbalance the opponent.
Yeah, but this one, I would say it doesn't look like one of those kind of good bluffing lines where the position is like super complex and white, say your opponent, in this case white, like if it goes wrong, then runs risk of losing. Like here, from what I can see, like there should be a handful of moves which just like keep the position like very solid, safe for white. So if not the best line in order to kind of seize the advantage, at least you're almost guaranteed to have a good position. So now, by the way, after bishop c1 being played, now bishop c3 is a serious kind of move, because anything else is bad. Yeah, you can't really take on g5, I imagine, because now takes, and the bishop, it's not for nothing the bishop went here, because you'll play b3, knight moves, and knight to d5. It's more than a pawn in white's favor, more than a pawn advantage in white's favor.
Yeah.
Knight e5. So sometimes you're going to go bishop f2, bishop b2, or rook a2, rook f2 first.
Oh, beautiful.
You know, yeah, like somehow white can bring all the pieces. Huh?
It's very interesting. Sorry, I got distracted by looking at Arjun Erigaisi, because if you were, you know, I'm just thinking back to my childhood days, and when my father used to look at my games, and if he saw me looking around, he'd be like, concentrate. But actually, what you're seeing here from Arjun is actually pure concentration. He just looks away, and this is something that the youngsters do. They don't necessarily look at the board. They're like far away, and they're just processing those lines.
Sometimes at the ceiling as well.
Yeah, exactly, right? A la Beth. But yeah, it's such a... You know, he's going to have to bring his A game from now on, because as Mira is highlighting, white has a serious threat of going knight to d5, and then this whole plan of just going rook a2, rook f2 at the right time, and white is in complete overwhelm. And if bishop takes knight...
Bishop takes knight, pawn takes, knight g5.
Knight g5. So there is no knight to d5, but your plan of going rook a2, rook f2 just looks...
Yeah, might still be valid.
Chef's kiss, right?
Yeah, okay, let's see. Let's say if rook a2... Well, apparently, black will, in this case, black will exchange the other bishop, gf5. And even then, white is still better. So once again, my theory, or rather my absence thereof, I have no theory why you would go for this as black. Other than, our speculations that maybe it's just like, you know, a glitch in preparation, like forgotten to include some moves, you know.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. And I just wanted to highlight one thing before we move away from this game, and that is that after bishop takes knight, I mean, the whole idea, pawn takes bishop, but knight takes pawn, you can't take the pawn on h.
Yeah, knight h4 runs into knight h3, bishop h3, queen h4, and this is where you're actually,
tables are turned.
You are in trouble. Yeah, you're lost with white now.
So, okay, well, Arjun in danger and really has to find the move. Bishop takes knight, which is contrary to what we're taught in the game, you know, that pieces are needed to protect the king. He has to play bishop takes knight and prevent a white knight from arriving on d5. Oh.
Can I ask to look at some other games?
Yes.
Like,
can I go?
Yeah.
Can I take control?
You go.
Because I would like to revisit our top board, because we have a poll where we're asking everyone, who is going to win? Is it going to be Gukesh? Is it going to be a draw? Or is it going to be the 14-year-old Yagiz Kaan Erdogmus? So I'd like to just kind of check in on this one, because you highlighted G4. I was like, oh, yes, absolutely. And lo and behold, we have G4, H4, H5.
And it's almost impossible. Like 13 moves being played, and it's almost impossible to guess the opening, right? So different. So many like surprising moves. It almost gives you this idea that could it be that it was played in Fischer random, like the knight on d6 early in the game, right?
I have a confession to make. Someone did this similar stuff to me this morning. I mean, I only had time for like one internet game, and they did this type of thing.
F3, E4 in it.
Yeah, it was just like, somehow it just appeared from nowhere. I'm going to have to revisit how I got into trouble so easily.
Right.
What do we think?
Computer.
I think we have to throw away the computer assessment.
I don't look at the computer, but
because it feels.
But if I don't look at the computer, I have no idea what to think about this.
But it feels terrifying for black. That's what I'm thinking, because black is in big danger of getting squashed.
Is he though? Like,
yeah. Because
if I pass, you are to move, Ivanka. With white, you can.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how. I won't pass like rook e8, but say bishop e7.
Okay, then I go knight to
e2. I'm guessing, yeah.
Yeah.
And you're saying I do not have a safe place to castle. I don't want a castle short. Yeah, you're right. I don't want a castle short. Like some people are brave and they say, I don't care. You've prepared an attack. I'm not one of those people. No, but castling long, I don't like either.
And you can't break with c5.
You're right. It's like.
What do you get? Then what happens next? If you move a rook, okay, you take on e. Okay, take on e4.
Take on e4. Pawn takes. I was looking at e5, but it doesn't work, right? Like, I mean, I don't have a good square for the knight. I was thinking, yeah, like you have double pawns, good luck. Maybe I'll win it back, but yeah, there's no square to jump this knight to. So now I'm taking this one back. Yeah, castling. Yeah, somehow I feel it's not.
Phil.
Like, look.
What about castling queenside? You just kind of bite the bullet there and go,
castling
whatever.
queenside. Could it be that you? No, I mean, if you change your mind, then maybe. Yeah, this one's not great. Like self-pinning, right? Castle queenside.
You know, incidentally, and I'm sure you know this stat, it's a fun fact, but Erdogmus is the youngest grandmaster in the world right now, apparently.
Youngest master in the world
and
right now.
Also the youngest person since Judith Polgar to enter the world's top 100.
Ah, so that's another stats for that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, because he was one of my top 5. Because, you know, at the beginning, before this event started, you know, we were asked, you know, 5 players to follow. And I had my categories, and I thought, well, you know, I really want a junior. I want a young talent. And there's so many to pick from. There's like Merzin, I mean, there's Edis Gurel, and of course there's Erdogmus, just 14 years old.
Yeah, but seriously, you got me confused now. Because I can tell you why. You said, yeah, black is in danger.
Yeah.
And I thought when Jovanka says black is in danger, she probably means like white's going to go e5. And I was very happy if you were to go e5, I would think, okay, by the bullet, I go knight c8, but then I'm playing your beloved Kaan, and I will get my c6, c5 break.
I'm a Kaan player, and I'm not scared of e5.
And I'm looking like, this bishop is good. I'm not sure about your g2 bishop, and so on. But then, since we figured out, yeah, white will be developing kind of slower, I'll defend this one. And already here, I'm not sure what move to make, because part of me wants to move the queen away. But moving the queen away, where for? First of all, like d8. That is not very inspiring, not to mention that maybe I'm losing b7 somewhere. Going to b8 to defend b7 looks really weird, self-spinning.
Because you lose casting rights as well.
Yeah. So, well, the bottom line being, let's not forget, like, everything is on the board, and we don't even have what people will describe as a defined pawn structure. It's very flexible, can be anything in the center. And these positions are very hard to play almost like a one move, because you have to account for so many possible shapes this game's going to take.
Totally agree with that. I also feel like maybe black has to do the unconventional stuff, like, you know, say after knight e2, maybe knight c4. Because I think the whole problem for black is actually there's two. Oh, okay, you can see it didn't work.
Yeah, like to take here, but then we are left with this silly bishop on h7. Right.
Yeah, the king f2, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, like now picking at the computer says, like, you know what, black is actually better after queen a6, but then how do you know it's queen a6?
Wow.
Right, queen a6, I don't know why black is better. I guess you sidestepping, you don't want to trade the queens, and then maybe later on you're going to go c5. But yeah, it's very confusing, and the bottom line, it's very hard to play for both players. So you almost like I would feel tempted with black to, you've seen my moves. I wanted to take on e4. I cannot really withstand this tension, right? With white, I want to go e5 once again, not to calculate captures on every move.
Totally agree. Very complicated game. Queen a6 is such a sophisticated move. Actually, I'm a little bit annoyed that didn't even enter my radar, because as a Caro-Kann player, there's so many themes of going queen a6.
In the Caro-Kanns,
but anyway, didn't find it. But actually, it goes to show that it's a game with all three results. And again, just a quick reminder that we are running a poll on social media, on YouTube and Twitch, where we're asking everyone, chat, who will win today's game? Will it be Gukesh? It certainly visually looks that way. Or will it be a draw? Or will Erdogmus find the way forward for black, making those very sophisticated moves? Queen a6. I mean, he's not the world's youngest grandmaster, just 14 years old for nothing. Incidentally, I saw a little fact that apparently Magnus Carlsen played a 1.5-hour blitz match.
With Erdogmus.
With Erdogmus, yeah. And David Howell revealed that one. And Magnus did not do well.
Oh, really?
Or as well as expected, yeah. It's a tough opponent.
I'm checking. I can see there are already some results.
Okay.
It's a couple of draws early on. Maxim Lagarde made the draw against Matthias Bluebaum on board 32, and then on board 24, Jon Ludwig Hammer made the draw against Daniel Dubov. So won't be revealing those games, but just like mentioning.
But okay, it's to be expected, you know, that there are a lot of solid starts. But okay, of our top 10, those are the ones that we are really going to be focusing on. Where is the excitement? Maybe we can revisit board 2. It's not the most exciting game.
Firouzja with Rodshtein?
Yeah, Maxim Rodshtein against Alireza Firouzja, because, I mean, it doesn't look exciting. And we left it here, and we were like, oh.
Queen b3, a b3, but this time Firouzja didn't take on b1, right? The trap that we've already highlighted. Yeah, so this knight to a3, interesting. The 3, bishop g2, d6, castles, and rook to d8.
What do we feel about this?
I used to play this type of structures, not this one precisely, not this line, but this type of structures from white's perspective. And yeah, usually I would feel like if I can get my knight on a5, it's typically very annoying for black.
I was going to say this, actually, that in terms of pawn structure, do not trust your eyes. Because instinctively, you look at the pawns on b2, b3, and you think, bad. Black probably is better. But actually, it's not really the case.
Not really. It's, the rook's very useful, right? The rook's very useful. Very often this pawn just suppose the knight on c4. So, like, even if you were somehow to play, sometimes the knight would be on d7, and he would go to b6. And then you trade on c4, but white recaptures with the pawn, and all of a sudden white has this massive pawn center. Yeah, rook d8, bishop, I guess bishop c3 to defend this thing, and then you're getting ready for e4, or knight a5, as I've mentioned. Yeah. And black still has to accomplish the development. The bishop's still on f8. The king, you are not obliged to castle, but you can't play with the king on e8 either, so maybe king f7 or something. I like it from white, for white.
I like it for white as well.
It for white. And computer doesn't find anything like particularly good for white. It's just a tiny bit of advantage, but it feels like it's very safe.
Yeah.
And you have the push, and that may be the ideal case scenario you want to be against Alireza Firouzja.
Exactly.
You don't want anything crazy against the guy.
But yesterday we saw him play such a fantastic endgame against Bassam Amin, and mentally I was laughing a little bit because Bassim's nightmare was the knight on a6. Look who has a knight on a6. So it would be a bit ironic if black's worst placed piece, this knight,
this knight on a6
is the one that causes Alireza all the problems.
Right, I'm looking at fairies. Can we?
Yeah.
Remember I've mentioned MVL playing Volokitin.
Okay.
So I'm really curious to see what's happening because I do not see the position. I just see the time display, and MVL is on 1 hour 22, while Volokitin is down to half hour only. But I believe it must be some kind of theoretical line, and probably actually, some Petrov was played. Yes.
Just to mention that the board next to them, Ivan Cheparinov against Hans Niemann, that actually finished in a draw. Very, very solid game.
This one's solid as well. Yeah, c4, d takes castles. And again, somebody would say that there's nothing to think about because it's still a theoretical position. Well, it is, but also not very, very common. A lot of Grishuk games I can see. Knight to d3, rook e3, and still we are following Grishuk Duda from 2021 among other games. Knight c1, rook c1. Queen f1. How about queen f1, which seems to be a new move? Played by MVL after some thought. Bishop d5, knight takes, queen takes, and that's the position we have.
Well.
So they were following the game. They were following the game all the way to move 15. And then, yeah, queen f1. And they're definitely both out of book. Positions were roughly equal, I want to say.
I want to say that I like white's position.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop is better.
That's fair.
The pawn on d4, I mean, it can advance to d5. Also, white is the one that's going to be controlling the e line. So I feel like black is the one who has to start being a little bit careful.
Yeah, I probably agree with you. And it could be, once again, I mean, it could be that computer doesn't find anything in particular for white, but we have our perception, like optically it looks so pleasant, right? And then if you're on the black side of it, you probably think, oh wait, like the white has this pleasant position, right? So I have to be careful again. Yeah.
Mira has discovered the control F function.
No, it's just F. It's even better. It's even better. It's one button.
Interesting.
Shall we move to the ladies section then?
Yeah. Before we do that, there was one game that was wild. I mean, we knew it was going to be wild a few moves back, and it's between Anton Demchenko and Sam Shankland. Sam Shankland, you know, he's a very popular player.
To
Many
G4 is
courses.
what we've seen.
Yeah, G4 was, we left it at this, and it looked like Sam was the one who was very much in his preparation. He was playing quickly,
Right. That was rook
G4.
C8 or Ronian D.
Yeah, that was
still.
exactly.
So instead of rook D8, he went knight to D7, castles long, rook to C8, king B1, and here rook C3 is, I think this quote is attributed to Giri Kasparov, said the sacrifice on C3 in the Sicilian is a matter of a chess culture. So you don't have to calculate, like you see the knight, you see the rook takes knight, they have to recapture with the pawn, you just go for it. I don't know if it's true in this particular case, but one can argue that, yes, if black knight appears on C4, then it will be worth the H1 rook. So white doesn't waste any time, goes G5 to open some files in here. Now computer advocates for knight takes E6 in this particular position, but rook G1 is also possible. Knight AC4, bishop C1, and D5. And you're right, it's an absolutely crazy position, this, where I do not know what to say. Like surprisingly, none of the kings are in immediate danger. You would think like the opposite castles, white's pawn shelter's kind of ruined, black gets kind of open files in front of his own king. But like following the engine line, it plays some weird moves. Like I would be looking at F4 or throw H6 in, just open the files and go for the king. Yeah, I'm still not sure what's wrong with F4, and maybe nothing. Yeah, like F4. I guess when I said none of the kings are in danger, maybe I've lied a bit, because now I'm seeing like knight A4 and C3 is hanging. Yeah, anyway, so it's close to kind of being balanced, but balanced as for the computer valuations. Okay, it's anything but balanced. It's ridiculously unbalanced on the material, on the position pawn structures, Yeah. But yet computer claims it's absolutely equal.
No. This is just another level of thinking. I mean, it just looks absolutely mad. If I can put you on the spot and say, who would you prefer to play?
I'll use my right to flip it.
For me, it's. I'm sorry, I like my rook. The materialism in me goes F4, and then I feel like this pressure against G7 is going to be
fair point.
Difficult.
Like if you ask me, like. So this one looks familiar from black's side. Like if anything, I did sacrifice a few exchanges on C3. I was playing the Sicilian. I don't think I ever had anything remotely close with white. But again, to give you a proper answer, who's better, I'll have to spend half an hour calculating, and I'm afraid we don't have the time for that.
Yeah. Well, it is a dramatic game, but there's plenty of drama happening everywhere else in the hall. So we're going to go straight to Angelica, who's going to be showing us another key moment that is unfolding.
Thank you so much, Ivanka. Indeed, there is a lot of drama happening in one of the boards in the women's section right now. Still, the game is ongoing, but looks like it's wrapping up. It's a game of Guldona Karimova, Uzbek player, who might score a major upset against Lela Javakhishvili, the Georgian international master. In this position, she went for F6, trying to break the center of white, which looks like a logical move, but after pawn takes on C5, suddenly there is a pressure on the B5 pawn, and here she still had a final chance to play E6 move in order to try to keep the position together, still would be suffering, but she took on E5 instead, and here after move Queen D5, unfortunately, black cannot go to the endgame because there would be just white would be just pawn up, and that would be just a slow and very painful game. So she tried to continue with bishop d7, and here after knight f3, trying to bring the pieces. By the way, knight g5 is suddenly becoming an option. After knight f6, keeping the queen on this diagonal, cutting the opportunity of black to castle short. Knight g4 was tried by Lela. targeting the bishop looks like a logical move, but here a brilliant knight e5 was found. Now there is a checkmate threat. You cannot take the bishop on e3, so rook f8 defending the checkmate, but here long castle, not caring about the bishop. Because if knight takes on e3, suddenly there is knight e6, and black would have to sacrifice a queen if black doesn't want to get checkmated. After bishop e6, rook takes d8, and that would be winning position. So Lela tries with queen c8, escaping with a queen, but here beautiful bishop c4, one more time not caring about the bishop, because here, and by the way, this is a current position, and in case Lela would take on e3, there is a beautiful checkmate after bishop f7, and if king goes to d8, there is knight e6 checkmate. But this is still a current positions, but looks like the game is going to wrap up. There would be a huge upset in the women's section.
Wow. Wow,
yeah,
what a
like
beautiful game.
Opening
like
catastrophe, I want to say.
I was going to say
Volokitin.
miniature, right? You know, because when I was growing up, the books that I read was like 1,001 miniatures, and that one just looks
Now belongs to the second edition of this book, right?
The 30th edition.
30th edition.
It was a pretty old book.
Yeah.
I mean, brilliant. I mean, also just to kind of keep that bishop being on pre and just renewing the threat. I mean, it just goes to show with this new generation of Uzbek players. I mean, Uzbekistan as a country really investing in their players. Chess is incredibly popular. In 2022, surprisingly, they became Olympic champions. And then we have young talents such as Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and now that has carried through over to the women, because we have also a Firouzja Kadamova, who is playing in the... what board is she? She's a
board 3.
Board 3, and now we're seeing another potential sensation, as well as Yabakashvili. Also looks like she's going to be losing. And you wanted to look at the women's section, so let's.
Right.
Shall we head over there?
Yeah, I still kind of. I think we left this game before the break, Kostyuk game.
Yes.
Remember, Baidulaeva against Kostyuk. It's board 9, but it's crazy line from Marshall Gambit, as we figured out.
Yeah.
Marshall Gambit against the Slav, right? So, and I think all the way to this point, Kostyuk was almost like blitzing. Bishop c4 took her 11 minutes. But then after knight h3, which happens to be one of the moves that the computer recommends, rook d8 took Kostyuk 43 minutes to play.
Mm-hmm.
So that's incredible. It's either she kind of was trying to recall the theory, or maybe it's no longer theory for her, but she found nonetheless the best move. And believe it or not, we are still did not leave the opening books, the database. There's still 2 games in this position.
Okay.
There's still 2 games in this position. Both of them seen white going queen to a3. Mm-hmm. That's so crazy, and it's just like I have to praise players. Like opening preparation, and if it wasn't, it's even more impressive, right? Because they found all the best moves so far.
Yeah, this is not an opening that you can wing, right? You don't touch that pawn on d4 without knowing absolutely everything in. It's, yeah, queen to a3. I'm not sure I would be headed in that direction. I would be perhaps using the rook on h1.
Yeah, but from what I understand, like rook d8 is played with the intention to return the exchange and eventually castle, because you still did not lose the castle, right? And you can't really play the game with the king on e8. Yeah, so, and I'm wondering, yeah, again, like I have this problem that I see computer moves, but if I wanted to play my moves, if I wanted to say like I go bishop d5, attack the rook, then of course I'd lose immediately because the rook is not going away, but the knight joins the action. Even if I take this thing, I believe like a lot of moves win, but bishop e6, computer stops giving me numeric evaluation, it starts giving me checkmate in evaluation, which is usually a very bad sign.
Yeah. Okay. Well played to Kostyuk. You know, she found the moves to survive rook to d8. She understood that, And, you know, I'm sure she has the idea of going rook takes bishop, getting the king castled. And then if she manages that, then I feel that actually white is the one that is going to be in serious danger with the king so exposed. So yeah, queen to a3. It just goes to show you need to know your nuances. And this is a wild game, and we're going to keep our eyes on this one and see whether Alexandra Kostenia can survive white's initiative and whether she will take over and counterattack. But talking about counterattack, can we cast our eyes on the game between Elina Robers and Vachier-Lagrave? Because
yes, please.
This one,
whoa,
yeah, like to me, it's a problem with the white king. I'd like to, if I were white, I'd like to play f4, f2,
it surely
and then
is.
castles.
It surely is. But hang on a second. So h6 is the last time we've seen this one, right? And black went for white went for bishop h4, which was met with knight here. And all white had to do is to castle short. But f4, and apparently f4 wasn't a great idea. Knight g6, bishop to g3, f5. Knight takes, and then d5.
Beautiful.
And I do not see the reason why, but apparently black is already kind of winning. I imagine if you take e7, it's just like queen takes. And silly me, I thought, how bad can it be? Can I just like castle and go to h1? And then I realized, wait a second, it would be nice, but it's against the rules because you cannot really castle. And then and then like queen d5, bishop e6, and or even king. Yeah, by the way, bishop e6 would have been another mirror's blunder. Bishop e6 as queen e6, queen e6, bishop b3, and by like some random chance, white is getting to trade the queens. But queen d5, king h8, computer screams like black is completely winning. I guess like you fall apart very quickly. Knight f4 is there, c6, b5, you know, bishop e6, you name it. Anyway, so white tried bishop b3, knight takes f5, and this is grim.
Yeah.
This is
how grim is it? Because is there a chance? I mean, the one
you do get to trade the queens, right?
right. Hang on.
I'm guessing.
But you lose a piece.
Do you?
No, you don't.
Takes here. Well, a computer's very depressed, but
The computer's always depressed.
check or
Rook e8 makes a lot of sense. Where are you
Check,
going with the evaluation bar started creeping up for white.
and that's because they have bishop e6, and that's why
Okay, just take on
I'm
f5.
cheating. Yeah,
no,
bishop
no
f5.
being fancy.
Bishop f5, and even though we've traded the queens, like none of the castles
Where's the
were.
king going? I mean, you've
Exactly.
literally got rook
This
e8
rook's
check.
here, this rook's here, game over.
Yeah, and you can't hide the king on f1 because, well, lo and behold, there's bishop d3 checks in the air. So if you're going to have to
d2.
hide on d1, so let's give...
Rook d8.
Yeah, let's start there.
Bishop b7.
Yeah, you might as well die with a full stomach. So
Now, of
In the
course, like
words of Yasser.
fe1, bishop e3 wins like
Exactly.
immediately. I had a silly move in mind, just like not the move. I would never play this. Obviously, like in the game, you play rook e8 with a check, like quite good. But yeah, it's like this funny idea, like rook d3, and if white was to castle, then all of a sudden it's rook c3, bishop a3.
And this is where I put all of my co-hosts on the spot, and I say this checkmate actually has a name. Do you know it?
No.
Well, once upon a time I did a checkmating course, and I learned a whole load of names for checkmates, and this one has Bowden's name. Bowden's checkmate.
Right. But, I've like when I've discovered that there is like this pattern with the knight on e7, queen h7 check, rook h5 is called Anastasia checkmate. I've decided
You
like
checked
that
out.
I had enough.
I think a lot of chess players don't know
I
the
had
names.
enough. I don't think I won't know any of the check names
and
because
also-
these are such a made-up names, right?
Well, okay, Anastasia's I think it was named after some book or something. But some of them are named after very old players. Like they have Lolly's checkmate, not as in ice lolly, but as in a player, Lolly. And that's like with the
But that's
queen
the
on
endgame
g7.
thing, yeah? That's the endgame thing.
Yeah, I think there's also an endgame with his... Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive,
Anyway.
actually, how... Yeah, I think it's a rook and bishop against rook.
That's a Philidor, yeah?
Yeah, but if you move it across one file, I think it's...
I'm learning something new
I
during the show.
I think when a British person says "I think," it means you you might not want to trust what I say.
Right.
But yeah, so there we.
So all in all, we
Vachier-Lagrave
believe
is doing
Vachier-Lagrave is in a
very well.
commanding position here.
Absolutely, looking like she's going to actually be the first person to win her game, because it's going to be very difficult for Alina to hold this one with her king so precariously placed. And Vachier-Lagrave, she is the defending champion of the Swiss. She won in 2023. That was the year that she became a grandmaster, and she did very well in the candidates. I mean, she had a tale of two events. You know, she didn't do so well in the first half. The event wasn't quite going her way, and then she won one game. It was a lucky win, but it was enough for her to start just not
to kind of a rebound. Yeah.
And sometimes that's all you need. But you know, she has a very impressive start. Alina Robus from the Netherlands, born in 2006. She has a very dynamic style. She lives up to my stereotype that Dutch players are all very aggressive. They're very theoretical, very aggressive, very creative players. And Alina Robus is certainly that. But here it just didn't work in her favor. You know, she needed to have castled before going f2, f4.
Right. So shall we click through like top 10 boards of the women's section before we go for a break, right?
Maybe top 4, I would say.
Four,
Bibisara. Let's check in on Bibisara against Vantika.
Let's check. Yeah, the first board, of course, Bibisara. So Vantika against Bibisara. What was this? The King's Indian thing where we both liked White's position.
Yeah, because Black just has less space.
Yeah, so
White has the target on d6. So
right. So I think this was the moment where we declared, like, we go Queen d2, we go Rook d1, and d6 is weak,
and chess
right?
is solved.
Right. But White decided to go with h4, Queen d2, and possibly like something's awkward here. Like you went Queen d2 and then you went Queen c2. So Black gets the time to somewhat solidify the position. But still, d6 is weak. d6 is still weak, so White has to be somewhat better.
Yeah.
Then quickly, board 3, Hamdamova against Balabayeva. Nothing changed much. Yeah, that was the symmetrical thing. Board 4, Dinara Wagner against Shai Moore. This is tough. This is tough to evaluate. I can see Dinara is somewhat low on time after 16 moves only. She's down to 20 minutes. But the position looks quite promising, I want to say, with all this like Queen h5 or Queen g4 available for White.
Right, and
I know the bishop's stuck, but...
Yeah, that's kind of there, just to hold the queen side together.
Bam, bam, bam.
Exactly.
That's what I want to do.
Right.
That's what I want to do.
I think I read Max Verver's book on the middle game, and he was talking about this pawn structure when White has a pawn there on e5, and he was like, this is just a red flag to attack, because the pawn just cuts the board in half, makes it very difficult for Black to actually coordinate between the two halves. And ironically enough, when a pawn, according to Erva, is on d5, it's actually not a queenside attack, but it's actually just space. You just use that as a clamping tool.
Typically, there's not much to attack on the queen side.
That is true, when you put it that way.
And then we agreed on Queen g4, Queen h5, and so did Dinara. Queen g4 being the move in the game. However, just like to highlight what computer wanted to do is c4, and after bishop b7 to go d5, and after ed5 to go e6. Opening both bishops, and this way, I imagine, White's just like wins immediately.
Yeah.
Like, nah. So there was a chance for c4 and so on. After Queen g4, Black is advised to go c4. But again, like it's easy move to play when you're a computer, but like shutting down your own play on the queen side is not something that you do very easy, right?
No,
and then
definitely.
Bishop c2, okay, you can knight b3, rook goes here, and then, you know, white brings everybody here to the king side attacking. Wow, that looks very, very scary.
Definitely looks very scary for black there, as they have to defend against an initiative. Rook e3, rook g3, as Miro mentioned, in the air. And I also want to compliment you, Miro, on your prediction skills, because if we cast our eyes back to the open on board 10, well, you kind of nailed it. No, not board 10, it was the game between
Erigaisi, board 10.
Yeah, isn't that board 10?
It is, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Erigaisi, board 10, yes.
Yes.
C1, and...
Yeah, this is where b3 was played.
C6, yeah, knight takes, king takes.
So see, actually, we should just rewind it a little bit and just, again, we kind of came to think, well, we didn't come to the conclusion. The computer showed us the way that black
was
had
supposed
to
to
play
take the
bishop
knight.
takes knight. And here I laughed at you and I said, no human is ever going to go in that direction, because why would you remove a defender of the king? And it actually turns out there was a concrete reason. It's to stop the white knight coming to d5. So
He decided
Erigaisi
to
is
stop
human.
it the other way, right? C6.
C6, yeah, which is way more human.
White takes, and white goes e5.
Yeah.
And it still takes me some time to process why e5 is such a cool move. Well, apparently you vacate the e4 square for the knight, and if black allows white to go knight e4, it's, well, I mean, at least like computer says, knight takes pawn, knight goes to e4, lights out. It's almost +2. So it's not a surprise d5 was played, trying to cover this one, b3, knight to b6, and now something like that. Like, first of all, like we have to agree, I think, white should be much better.
Yeah.
Like simply like looking at, you know, the king's position, and still black being still kind of stuck here undeveloped.
He made a move.
White did make a king to h1,
Okay.
which isn't a bad move, but
I was expecting rook a2 because you
like the
had illuminated the way there.
King h1 kind of slows white down quite a bit, right? So this, in order to go this, in order to go this.
And then double on the f line.
But even after king h1, white might be in full control. I'm not sure what he wanted. Like, what's the reason you'd go king h1? Because it's not the position where, like, say, you are in full control and you think, like, before going for the decisive break, let me just have the king on h1. Like, you have more important stuff to do, right? So he must have found the exact reason why you wanted the king on h1.
Maybe it was just precautions, you know. He's just saying, hey, black doesn't have too much, so let's just tuck the king on h1.
All right, so if knight takes pawn, then rook a2 is still, rook a2 still comes to mind.
I almost feel you can go bishop takes knight. Watch this. I say this confidently. And then I was thinking queen d4.
Queen d4 hit this guy.
Yeah. And don't put your, well, maybe you have to go knight to d7.
And then you go e6. And if I go here, you go, rook e5 is what computer says, but I would think like even I guess e7, you'd have bishop e6. There's still a chance that white's gonna just like crush black's position. So Erigaisi gotten himself into trouble. And this is, honestly, this surprises me that how much time on the clock he has. Is it like confidence in his own ability of, you know, luring his opponent into these murky waters and then somehow, you know, overcoming all the obstacles?
Right. One question I want to ask, though, is how narrow is the path for white to win or get a good position? So
It is already a good position.
It's already a good position, but I mean, like, because sometimes, you know, the way to the victory is going to be involving like rook a2, rook cf2, and if you don't find that plan, I mean, is there any form of counterplay for black?
Yeah, for now I'm struggling with black's move, to be honest.
Okay, so black. I mean, yeah, it's kind of logical to take on g. Well, for me,
yeah, like
it's
if
logical.
you're not taking on g5, what do you even do? Like the bishop d7 is not the developing move, right?
Okay, and yeah, you don't want to be going d5, d4 because you concede the e4 square, so you can't touch any of the pieces in the center. Okay, let's
I'm
go.
thinking like to bring it all the way here.
Yes.
But that's like it
takes
spend
time, but it doesn't
moves.
matter. Okay, and like, is a king's best friend. I like it.
Yeah, and again, like since I've discovered this rook a2, rook f2 idea,
Right.
I want to play it in every position.
Right. But let's say that
let's say
Hike hasn't seen it. Let's pretend he
yeah.
hasn't seen it. So what would?
What else would you do?
Yeah,
right?
because he played king h1
King h1, yeah, like the...
with okay, knight to d7 on the board. Mirror.
Yeah, really?
Yes, good. What are you doing here? You should be playing.
No, it ends badly. It's like whenever I have this thought that maybe I'm not so bad at chess and I enter a chess tournament, no, you don't want to be doing this.
Yeah. Oh, well, knight to d7. And, okay, so, and then from this position, is rook a2, rook f2, like, the way to win, or... Not to win, I mean...
Yeah, like you have to activate something,
yeah,
right? I'm thinking, well, other rook to the f-file could
then you
be
let go of
the move, because I wonder
bishop b2.
how keen are you on capturing this
Not
pawn
very
again?
keen
Like
at
bishop
all.
b2.
I think-
So the thing is, like knight e5, bishop b2, and again, like I might be off with the computer suggestions, but like my understanding, you only do this if you can go d4. But d4 allows knight e4, and we kind of already seen that if knight appears like on f6. By the way, let's not forget this guy is also here, like some queen e1, queen h4 can happen. Now, I vote for black's position being exceptionally bad.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Let me flip the board. Let me flip the board and hope for like finding any sort of defense.
But I was just thinking, if white doesn't spot this whole idea of going, you know, and does something random, let's just go...
But yeah, but what
is the random?
What random
Put the
can you
bishop
do
on.
here?
Okay,
Yeah, this in order to go
Yes.
here. But then again, I'm coming to the f-file. And then you could argue, yeah, but you don't see the f-file. You don't see that the moves to the f-file are not allowed.
no, but you're
so
right.
it's harder. Like at some point, you
F2
have to allow me to do something on the f-file.
Yeah, no, queen f2 is a very natural move, you know, targeting h4, also coming in with the queen to f6.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it is a good position for white.
Yeah, it is a good position.
Doesn't matter what you do.
Arjun Erigaisi is in trouble. He's a second seed, and he's in real danger of losing to Hike Martirosyan. And that would be certainly something. Wow. What a start. And we're just a few hours into day 2. We are going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere, because during that break, we'll be showing you some video interviews from some of the players after their victories from day 1. So enjoy that. And when we return, we're going to be back with all of the action.
I'm here with world champion Gukesh, who started off the FIDE Grand Swiss with a bang by winning the first game. Gukesh, you said you're here to prove yourself in all formats. Do you think you showed that today?
It's still too early in the tournament. I'm obviously glad with the win with the black pieces in the first round. It's a nice start, but I think not to get ahead of myself. Yeah, there's still a long way to go.
And how will you prepare for this long event? Is there anything you do to, ensure longevity, to make sure that you'll remain focused throughout?
I guess just sleeping well, eating well, saving energy whenever possible, because it's an 11-round tournament. It's a pretty long one. So, and to prepare well enough to sleep well and come to the board every day with 100% focus. Yeah.
And Gukesh, I want to ask you questions about the tournament, but we'll get you later on. As you said, it's early. You've also been very active since becoming a world champion. You know, we see you on social media doing all these ads. Tell me a bit about that.
Yeah, for sure there has been a lot of stuff that has changed since the World Championship. Lot of ads and a lot of attention, obviously. And overall, it's a great thing for me and great thing for chess. A lot of through these advertisements also, you know, like chess gets more popular in the public eye. And yeah, one thing that has been a challenge is to balance my extra activities with my chess training and my chess tournaments. So, and in the last few months, I think we've settled into it. Me and my team, we've managed to settle into it. So, yeah, a lot of nice opportunities on and off the board, which I'm very happy about.
Do you have anything favorites that you've done specifically in the media realm?
I guess that is an obvious question. Yeah, the one with Vichisa. That one was by far the most fun thing I've done. Yeah.
So you say your team is helping you out. Has your team grown since you won the title?
I mean, like not just my chess team. Yeah, like the people who take care of other things and stuff like that. Also, since obviously Gayu is always there as my head trainer, and I've been working with a few others from time to time. So yeah, it's nice to always work with new people to get new ideas and stuff. So yeah, it's been going well.
And I see you have your lucky jacket again. I think it's a lucky token. What do you say?
I mean, the thing is, like, whenever I play FIDE events, like the first 1 or 2 rounds, I struggle with the temperature in the room, because I'm not used to very cold temperatures. And in the candidates first round, I remember I was shivering. Like, also maybe not the World Championship, but Olympiad was quite cold, so I just thought I'll bring in for safety. But it was actually quite warm in the playing hall.
Yeah. Well, Lucky Charm is also a second thing that it does for you. And tell me, at this event, are you having fun? Are you enjoying Samarkand?
Yeah, I've been here before in 23 December. This is my second time, and it's a great place. All the hotel, all the playing hall, everything is, the food, everything is nice. So yeah, I'm enjoying myself.
Well, thank you so much, Gukesh. Congratulations once again, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Yeah, thank you.
Here at Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. Nodirbek, you are having an amazing event, and you're here in your hometown. Tell me, how does it feel to be playing in Uzbekistan?
Yeah, I'm very proud that we are hosting such a high-profile tournament in our country, and especially in Samarkand, very rich historical city. Yeah, I'm very happy, and yeah, I can't express my impressions, but because it's an honor, first of all, and secondly, it's a great chance for our local players to compete with the best players in the world. So yeah, I'm very excited, and I will try my best, and will try to qualify to candidates.
That was going to be my next question. You're not just playing with the best in the world, you're playing for something huge. Is this your main goal at the end of the rainbow for this event?
Yeah, the ultimate goal is to qualify to candidates, like get in the top two. Yeah, but it's it's very long tournament. You can't really relax at any point. You have to really focus in every game, give your best, and prepare very hard. Yeah, it's one of the difficult and one of the very exciting tournaments that I like to play, because it's not a round robin closed tournament. You can play with many 26 players, or even 27 at some point. Yeah, I mean, it's players doesn't really try to dry up the game and try to make draw, because you have to score some victories in order to be in top. So it's a very exciting tournament, and yeah, I mean, first round was a very complicated game. I won against Ivic in Najdorf. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with the first game.
And being one of the top players, you are going to face a lot of players wanting to beat you. Do you approach these games a little bit differently, or do you see everyone as you're going to play your best no matter what their rating is?
Yeah, I mean, you have to really give your best. I mean, no matter how weak or how strong your opponent. So this is my goal for this tournament: just give my best and try to especially recover after my very unsuccessful tournament in St. Louis. So yeah, I mean, that's the goal for this tournament, and yeah, I will give my best.
And what's your ultimate goal in chess?
I mean, every top player, or any strong player, wants to become world champion in one day. But I mean, you have to really give your best. I mean, for now, my goal is to just finish this tournament well, and if I qualify, then I will. I mean, the answer would be different.
And on that topic of wanting to be world champion, a few months ago I asked you what your unpopular chess opinion is, and you told me that Gukesh will lose the next match. That video has since gone viral. Have you seen it?
No.
Is your opinion still the same? Any comments on that?
Yeah, it's for sure.
And what will happen if you face him here? Do you think of these things, or do you approach it like any other game?
I mean, I will play like as the as the ordinary game, because you have to really focus, no matter, who is your opponent. So I don't really care about my opponents. I just I just care about my game, and care about my form. And if I'm in good form, I can play really well.
And a bit of a controversial question: if you do get to that point of facing off against Gukesh, challenging him, do you think you would beat him?
I mean, it's too early to predict and answer this question. I mean, once I qualify to candidates, then we can talk about it.
Finally, of course, you know Samarkand very well, but this complex itself is really beautiful, and it's been very hospitable. Tell me about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very nice place. It's the same place that we hosted the 2023 World Rapid and Blitz. I mean, I think many players are familiar with this place, and they know the city already, and I hope they will enjoy their stay, and I really I really wish them a good stay here.
Thank you so much, Nodirbek.
Thank you.
I'm here with Olga Giria, who just beat Tan Zhongyi. Tell me about this game.
After the opening, it was equal. Then I think I spent too much time trying to find plan, but my position was quite good. She maybe better, I don't know. But then, because I've had not so much time, I played some passive moves, and after that I think she was better, but she played too fast. I played too slow and she played too fast, and she just missed my moves, and then she panicked, and after the control it was winning already.
That is something we've seen from Tan, even in the Women's World Championship match, that she plays too quickly. And you have quite a bit of experience playing against her, and you have a +2 score. Did you feel confident going into this game?
Oh, I didn't know about that. I played with Tan even then we were 9 years girls, so yes, of course I had a lot of experience, and for me it's comfortable to play with her.
And how is it playing with someone that you've played against so many times since you were 9 years old, and seeing them progress and yourself progress too? What's that like?
Oh, it's okay. Yes, I played a lot of games, but not so much as with girls from my country. So for me, it's okay. I know what she will play, how is she playing. So.
And tell me, how is it here being at the Grand Swiss, this huge tournament, in this tournament hall with many strong players? Are you enjoying it?
Yes, I enjoy it a lot. I played here the Women Open tournament in March, and already thought that a great place. I want to play Grand Swiss. So, of course, great place, great weather,
And this complex specifically, of course, our location is beautiful. What are your thoughts on that?
About the location?
Yes, our complex that we're in right now.
That's great, and this historic town, but I know that's not historic, but they're beautiful. I'm going to go there in the evening to have a rest and to walk.
Is that how you recover from games, even ones that you won, that you walk and clear your mind a bit? What do you do?
I walk a lot, I listen music, and just trying not to focus on chess too much.
Well, thank you so much. Strong start for you in this tournament, and I hope that you keep that up, and good luck with the rest.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our coverage of day 2 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Now, we're now in the thick of the middle game. The openings are behind us, and, the tension is heating up. Now, we have here with us to show us one of the key moments from one of those battles, Angelica. Angelica, what do you have for us?
It might be not the game on the top boards, but indeed the game between two top players. We have Maria Muzichuk with white pieces against Valentina Gunina. And here in the opening, everything went pretty smoothly, though black had to opt out for bishop f6 in this moment, kicking the rook out of the 7th rank. What Gunina did, she made a fatal mistake here after rook e8. We see suddenly evaluation bar goes all the way up because of bishop e4 attacking the rook. After rook goes to b8, there is a double attack of queen f4. This is what was played in the game. Now suddenly there is a problem on f7. Rook is hanging. The only move to still hold the position is bishop e6. But here comes d5, striking in the center, targeting the bishop. You cannot take the pawn. So knight a3 was played, trying to destabilize the rook on e7. But here in this position, rook e8 was played, queen e8. And pawn, by the way, pawn already took on e6. And the problem here is for black that there is a huge pressure on the f7 square as well on the rook on b8. In case black would go for something like knight c4, there would be immediate pawn takes f7 and suddenly it's game over. But here, Gunina found the rook d8, the only move. And in this position, there is still a trick for black. If white would take the knight on a3, there would be a checkmate. So that's something what Maria shouldn't go for. The position still looks like a lost one. White has to continue to go with the queen h4 and trying to put the pressure on the black. Still, there might be some chances for black, but looks like a very tough one to say for Gunina.
It was a very nice sequence there that you showed us, Angelica, with those constant counterattacks. So great, great moments. But as chess is always the case, right? You play such fabulous chess, but there's still play left in the position. There's still some defense.
I always feel like whenever Gunina plays, you know this expression, you can win a game against player X, but you cannot enjoy, right? So like you look at the computer evaluation, it's plus bajillion, White's completely winning, but you still have to find these moves like queen h4, which is not the first thing you consider when you look at the position, right? So when you mention queen h4, understand, yeah, once again, you want to capture on f7, you want knight g5, but other than that, yeah, like you're looking at different moves. You want to take the knight, you maybe want to take on f7, which pretty much gives away all of the advantage, right?
And also with Gunina, you never know what might happen. That's what also spices all the games up. And probably one of the key moments in this game is that both of the players lost yesterday, or they were supposed to win. So who knows what will happen.
Yeah. And incidentally, I had dinner at a lunch with Gunina, and she told me that, well, her preparation was going to be involving having a nap. This was the Chinese school of chess advice, and she was going to be following it.
Yeah, looks like a great advice indeed. And we are going to follow more from the women's section, and more action will be taking place in round 2.
Well, thank you, Angelica, for showing us that key moment. And we'll certainly keep our eyes on it and just see whether Maria Mizicic manages to find the accurate move, queen to h4. That's the only move to kind of keep the initiative going. But it's a start where we have all kinds of positions. We have super sharp positions. We've seen like the game between Anton Demchenko, Shankland. That's just wild. We also have Gukesh trying to outmaneuver his opponent as successfully employing a very tricky opening, and now has a nice space advantage.
Has a nice advantage, and yeah, so we've seen it all. I've checked it up on if there are any results, and nothing on the top boards. The only results we have is like draw for Hans Niemann at board 16, and some lower boards draws. And I suggest we start with Anton Demchenko and Shankland, because one streamer / YouTuber would be happy to know that f7, f6 was a bad move. Ben Feingold never play f6, right? So over here, knight takes a3 was the right path for Shankland. And full disclosure, it's not because I know how to play these positions, because I'm picking at the end. I'm giving up to give my own kind of understanding of this position. I said, like, I have a feeling like black has to have enough, but then it means like it's a super duper sharp, very tough to play position.
Exactly.
And yeah, so knight a3, and if you were to take on a3, bishop a3, and take the g5 pawn, now black is surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, black is fine with the endgame, because, you know, because two bishops, because like nice pawn structure, because a pawn or possibly two pawns for an exchange, right? So after knight a3, White would have to consider king a2, and that's a crazy, crazy position. I don't want to go deep into this. But after f7, f6, White goes f4, and black no longer has the time to capture on a3, because then bishop takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, and now the similar type of endgame is not as much fun for black, because if you take this, e6 is now hanging, right? So White can go rook to d7, attacking this. There is no rook f7 because bishop e6, and it's just a disaster for black. So after f4, black is really, really in a tight spot.
Right. And the irony is that you would have thought with f6, it's the perfect move to slow White down.
Yeah.
I mean, can you, for instance, take on a3.
Knight takes, bishop takes, and after White takes g5 to do something else.
Right. You just argue that you can go f5.
To go a5.
I don't trust what I'm saying, Miro.
So if I take this guy,
I'm just hoping to stay alive in some manner.
and somehow you do stay alive.
Yeah, but that's just how I changed my mind.
Is
Okay, queen.
is this the move? So like, or no, this one's not good. Computer tells me because queen h3.
Well, hang
just
on a
defend.
second. You can't take on e6. I was panicking a little bit. I was thinking you can take on e6 because it's bishop.
There's bishop g2.
Look.
Look. Yeah,
And
bishop
that isn't
g2
even
as a check.
decisive.
Hang on a second. You go here, and then like
You take with a
queen,
knight.
but the bishop is still here, right?
Oh.
So it's bishop f8. So it's bishop f8. Because I was panicking. I was looking for the brilliancies from black. I couldn't find any brilliancies. I wasn't sure why, why black does not resign here. But there is bishop takes f8 in the end of this line. So f5, e d5. Computer actually goes queen to c7 with the same type of ideas, but apparently the queen is just like better placed
Maybe
here.
queen c8.
Queen c7 or queen c8 for this matter.
Then let's try with queen c8.
Yeah, like queen
so
c8,
at least the rook.
attacking this one. And I imagine if I just defend, there's... Oh,
Hang on a second. Maybe instead of... I had an idea. Because I was thinking, what is black dreaming about? And black is dreaming about getting a queen onto a3.
c3, no? Or
A3.
Oh, a3. Ah, yeah.
I was thinking bishop b2, queen a3. Okay, but this is just wishful thinking. So maybe instead, okay, hang on. No, okay, I was thinking queen to d6.
But then I will be able to take e6, right?
Yeah, I forget. I keep forgetting that.
My queen's hanging, your queen's hanging, but then I'll have e7
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow.
Well,
That's a tough position to play. And again, like even say knowing computer recommendation, which is knight d6, is not very helpful because I don't think anybody considers
sound
this
the retreat
move.
like that when
Like,
you're attacking.
At that point, you feel pretty much all in, right? So returning the knight from c4.
But bishop
from
c5, though, is
Bishop
something that at
c5.
least you'll make it going forward. You're also following the rules of calculation, which is the checks that captures the threats.
The threats, yeah, fair point.
Okay, so what next?
So I guess I will try to take this guy, or take. I'm not sure. Yeah, I keep forgetting that my pawn is pinned. I thought like I take, you take g1, I take e6, and then hang on, I just given all of my pieces for free, right?
Yeah.
So I guess taking this guy, I feel like I don't have the time to move the rook away. Don't know why, but just it feels wrong. I need my rook on g1. I'm very happy with you, like taking g1.
Okay,
right?
I'll take on g1, and let's have a
Bishop
look at this, and then I'll
takes,
take on g5. And the main thing is I'm going to stick with that knight on c4. I'm not touching it.
Yeah. So if I wanted to go for an endgame, you are actually happy, right? So rook
I am very happy
takes
to
and
have
some rook
survived.
f2 or something,
Yeah.
or even pawn takes pawn is possible.
Yeah.
Again, so looking at the computer evaluation, white's much better. Like looking at the board,
I think
causes me
white is
headaches.
much better. And black has to be super careful. For starters, you have to acknowledge that this knight is very much needed on c4. So there's that. It's just difficult to kind of get yourself into that mode where you are looking to find a way out.
yeah, it's impressive how whenever the queens are traded, black's actually happy, right? You would think, again, the white's king shelter kind of ruined, and you have to go for various kind of attacking attempts, but apparently black is not in time. So instead, it has to coordinate, and then the moves computer suggests like knight d6, knight to c5, so kind of returning from the queen side. And
Yeah. Well, this is the
taking care of the
craziest
king.
position that we have on our top boards.
Yeah, I
all
guess
of the
so.
other boards I'm looking at, they
Relatively
are
calm.
very calm. Some people have to prove some compensation. So if we were to revisit the game between Anish Giri, Salim, and here, white is a pawn up.
Yes, he is, right. So black's the move, though, and white still has to complete the development. Salim just played rook b to c8. That's rook b to c8. There was an argument to be made for the other rook to c8, and then you'd keep, you know, in some cases, you'd keep an option of rook going to b4, or just like very often what they do with this 1 against 2, you go a5, a4, just get rid of this like potential weakness. You exchange the pawn, you create quite a weakness on b3. Right, well, rook b c8 is also like fine. Rook c2 is a threat. So I imagine like if you just developing the bishop, then rook c2 is very unpleasant. So I guess
rook d2.
this is what you do.
You start the operation untangle, and
then it could be challenging for me to double the rooks, right? Because rook c7, I'm running into. Wait, maybe I need like an extra break during these coverages, because I thought the problem with rook c7, Yovi, is white gets bishop f4 with the tempo. How about that? Miro starting to make illegal moves 3 hours into the show.
In 100 years' time, they will be with you in this new variant called chess point 2.
Yeah, so yes, indeed, rook d2, I believe, the move to be played. Does bishop h6...
But you go f4.
Does bishop h6, right? And you can go f4, but then I was thinking g5.
G5, keep on blowing open the center. And now, children, you'll be so impressed with...
We still know what the move is, right?
I was thinking... No, rook b2 was the only thing that I could come up with. But who wants to play that move? I mean, it's ugly.
B2, but
that's ugly.
And then I'm thinking, well, one of the things that I think we've talked about, like in the first break, like this my question, like who wants to play the slow game, the fast game. So very often when you're material down, you want to speed the game up and so on. But in this position, I'm thinking black might have enough compensation, even if kind of slower paced game.
Yeah.
Right. And particularly the illustration here after g5, rook b2, I thought if black plays g4, this is an eternal knight on f5. Right. And then like the bishop returns, you go h4 if you wanted to. And white's kind of material advantage is the kind of an extra pawn on the queen side. What has to happen for this pawn to become relevant? Like it's bajillion moves. You have to go like b4, b5, and to a5 and go b6, and even then, like
right, it's just a pawn that you've activated. I mean, I'm thinking about the rook on a1.
Yeah, that's fair. No, but seriously, like this one's always a target. You have to g7, some h4.
For me, it's the question, a serious question, like how to untangle the pieces. Okay, what happens if you just go, I'm going to allow a rook to c2. Let's not go rook to d2. Let's just
bishop
go...
a3 or...
No, I'm just thinking, okay, bishop out to f4. It's the move. Let's follow the Sam Shankland rule.
Oops,
which is
definitely not rook c7 in this position.
Mouse slip. Yeah.
So here...
And let's go king f1.
King
let's
f1,
not panic.
And I'd probably double.
Yeah. And now, this is where, can I try do some fancy, almost. Okay, so I go h3.
h3. Yeah, and it's...
So my fancy footwork was going to be this. So if you did a non-move...
a6,
Yeah, I was going to go bishop e5.
Bishop e5 now.
Yeah.
And if I was to go f6, you'd go back.
I'd go back and go, haha.
And after that, you'd go...
No, there was no in the plan beyond that. But I was going to go bishop to d2 and just argue that this bishop is trapped.
So you forced me to, again, to play f6, and then my bishop is on g7, and d4 pawn is no longer hanging.
And the reason I put the pawn on h3, there was something in it. I know what it was. So it was just basically you couldn't play bishop takes bishop when the bishop did land on e5.
There was this.
Yeah.
And then if you didn't play h3, if you went here.
Yeah. And if you went bishop takes bishop, pawn takes. So what I wanted to do, if the king stepped up to e6, because I'm very concerned.
You wanted to go g4.
I wanted to go g4.
Clever you.
Wow.
Yeah, because believe it or not, but in this position, it actually is the best move for black to go to e6, and this is the way black equalizes.
So that's why I wanted h3. This very little move.
Yeah. So what did we say about this one? Salem has to prove the compensation, but he might have enough.
Yes. I mean, he certainly... I mean, we've already seen that's actually very unpleasant for Giri if he tries to defend against black's threats or going rook to c2. It's one of those situations where the threat is stronger than the execution.
Right. Gukesh, we've mentioned a few times how Gukesh got in a comfortable position with the space advantage, but I don't think we've shown it to the public. So let's go to board 1.
And again, just to remind our viewers that there is a poll of the day. We were asking who will win this game that we have on our screens. Is it going to be Gukesh? Is it going to be a draw? Is it going to be Erdogmus? And Gukesh started all the way back with a surprise on move 2. It was d4, d5, c3. So he was trying to chart Erdogmus into those uncharted waters. And they got to this position. We left it here. And we thought, well, if black plays really accurately, keeping that tension in the center, going queen to a6, which is a really sophisticated move, not entirely obvious.
Right.
Then black
I think it was so there was bishop e7 and e92, queen e6. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
But he had to do that kind of like witchcraft with the queen. He had to be a bit clever there. And as the game developed.
So he went a5, and this allows white to trade the queens and not to care about a takes b6. Right? So a b6, b5, knight b6 would be the plan otherwise. So takes, and then a4, and very, very soon, believe it or not, we will have a Caro-Kann position.
Right.
Something that looks like this block advanced Caro-Kann line, with the inclusion of a4, a5.
And one of the things that white has is that space. And this is one of the problems in the Caro-Kann. No, just let me just rephrase that. There is no problem in the Caro-Kann. However, just don't find yourself in a situation where you're unable to make those pawn breaks. And here it's very difficult for black to orchestrate an effective c5.
Right. And
the knight on c8 is on such a bad circuit. It wants to be on d7.
Right, and this king d2 move, I imagine white wouldn't mind going bishop d3, right? Once again, speaking of this good and bad bishops, right? Because you are told, you have your pawns on squares of particular color, and then your bishop of the opposite got a color complex is the good bishop and the other is the bad bishop. But black's light square bishop is bad on d7 and not that bad on h7. It might be better than white's bishop. And moreover, like if, say, something was, I don't know where this knight's going, say, I don't know, b6 in order to go, maybe b6 in order to go c5. I would argue that this has to be very pleasant for white and planning f4, f5, knight e2, knight f4. So the fact that white has this pawn on h5 makes almost like every single endgame good for white, right? Eventually there will be some pawn breaks.
This is the thing as well. It's also possible. I just wanted to go back to your point about the white pawn being on h5 in an endgame. It was something I addressed many moons ago in my first Caro-Kann book. With the pawn on h5, white is looking for a bishop endgame because they're able to go and create an outside pass pawn with f4, g5, as you mentioned.
Right.
And that's how...
Very often white wins.
So I was like, you know, the pawn on h5, it was in a different variation, it was in the main line.
I think this
But
long castle line.
Yeah, exactly. In that particular one, there's no pawns to back it up. But if there were, you know, that pawn became the hero of the day.
Right, so knight goes to b6, and once again, like there probably are other moves for white to consider, but I do not see like why bishop d3 is not a good move. So that's one of the options for sure. Bishop d3, there's like knight moves to e2 or h3.
Oh, looks like Gukesh has a very pleasant space advantage, and the onus is now on Erdogmus. As one of our young Turkish grandmasters, you know, he needs to now generate play, otherwise he's in danger of simply getting squashed. And talking about young Turkish grandmasters, let's move down and check in on his countrymate, Edis Gürel, who
Facing
is just
young
16
Nepomniachtchi.
years old, I think, facing Nepomniachtchi. And I think I read somewhere that Nepomniachtchi has dropped out of the world's top 10.
Is that right? Yeah.
I read somewhere.
Yeah, it's just like, it's, you know, I don't think he lost a lot of ratings. I rephrase it that the top 10 moved up, kind of thing. Like, you know, Prague won a lot of rating points, and, you know, Arjun, and so Nepo is somewhere like he used to have 2770 at kind of at his peak, right? But he's still rated 2740, like very reputable rating. It's just that the margin for world's top 10 moved up. Yeah, so that's Nepo's position.
But he's a piece
bishop.
up.
He's a piece up.
And that bishop is working in the defense of the white king.
Yeah, so shall we just like quickly click through this game?
I think
Nepo starting with d4 is amazing. So it was, believe it or not, but it was a Slav defense game. Okay, this one, I believe this is still kind of a known position, known to be quite tricky, quite sharp. And so, again, move 20, the position looked like that, where black was still fine until the moment he decided, let me castle into it. And I don't think it's a great idea. Nepo went with knight c5, and he stops black's counterplay on a queen side, at least to a degree. g5, rook d8, and rook d8 for some reason disliked by the computer a lot. So rook d8, f4, and now black is kind of squashed. Wow.
I don't know why.
No,
but
that's amazing. So basically, again, it's very hard to navigate this position without the machine. So queen e5 was the way to go. And then in case of f4, you do have knight f4 and the bishop is hanging.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have the queen on e5 probably is good enough for the counterplay, because bishop c5 is a threat, like here eyeballing b2. After fd8, f4, it's not like you're bad because your position is bad because of particular threat or something. It's just you don't have moves. Because, like for instance, have you played bishop f8, white goes bishop f3, and the evaluation is like +2. Not to mention h5 is there, right? So black went for what looks fairly desperate.
Well, desperate
maybe not desperate. Yeah,
No, but
desperate,
I think it
desperate
was
measures.
necessary, yeah.
Queen e3, rook b2, e5, pawn takes. I know he took on b5.
Beautiful.
Rook d8.
Can't capture because
Bishop
the queen's
c4. And I guess, yeah, other rook to d2 is a threat. But yeah, here, queen here. Now, just a moment ago, it was fine for black with rook g2. Yeah, not rook f2, but rook g2. Don't ask me why. Again, I don't know. Just citing the computer program. Rook d2, however, is a big mistake. Imagine that you're doubling the rook on the second rank. You're threatening the checkmate.
Is it to do with the fact that with the rook on b2, it's not an active. It is an active rook. However, once you cover the threat of a2, that rook is not going to assist.
Yeah, the rook is stuck. Yeah.
In
The rook is stuck
F pawn
here.
or something,
You're absolutely right. So the reason for the computerish rook g2 move is that you're threatening rook g3, and this diagonal is not long enough for the white queen and the appearance of the black queen on this diagonal. So say if I play h5, then rook g3, and you go here, and it's queen e5 check. You know, and it's a messy position, which computer says is like close to equal. King b1, black starts collecting the pawns and so on. So rook d2 is a very tempting move, of course, but after b4, queen d6, rook h e1, apparently white is close to winning. Rook e. Yeah, but well spotted, Ivanka, that this seemingly active rooks do not do much.
Yeah, but it was after you said rook to g2, because I guarantee you 9.999 times out of 10, I'm going to be going rook to d2, because it's like the most tempting thing to do. And also, we know the evaluation, right?
Right, and 99 points, you know, out of 10, it'd be the right move.
Right.
Doubling the rooks on the second rank. Yeah,
Exactly.
it'd just be the right move. So that's one unique position where it's an exception, and your very tempting attacking move is a mistake.
Yeah. I once had this. Have you ever had a tournament where everything has just gone wrong for you? Like every single moment.
Yes, I did. Well, maybe not the tournament, but like I had Austrian Bundesliga session, which is like 4 games where I played close to best chess I could possibly play, and I scored half out of 4. I guess like blundering something, you know, or like flagging or this or that.
I had this in the European Women's many years ago, and it was a disaster because, you know, I was very ambitious. I actually had 30 rating points in the bank, and I was going to cross 2450 for the first time. I was so happy, and I was like, yep, I am going to do well in this. I've trained a lot. And guess what? You know, I play my first game, I lose, and then I think I win a second game, but then I lose and lose and lose. And even an 1800, she plays fantastically against me. And I have, as black, 2 rooks on the second, and they're not more than enough to give me a draw. And it got so bad that, you know, everyone, instead of sending me messages of go for it, they were just like, you know what, Yovi, it's just a bad tournament.
Wow. So, Nepo replied to king h7 with h5, and you can see how this like ginormous attack is conjured against the black king all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And white king is chilling on a1.
It is chilling. It is completely safe. I mean, this is one of the things as well, when you have to judge these positions with a piece against pawns. I always say, you know, is that piece going to be working in the defense of its own king? And if it is, then you usually don't have enough compensation.
Right. Right. And this bishop in particular, it works in the defense as well as in the attack to the black king.
So, Nepo.
He's
going to be, indeed, well, just seeing off the challenge from one of these very dangerous young Turks.
Right. So where do we go? So we are approaching the time trouble, right?
Can we check out yesterday's player of the day, Alireza Firouzja, as he plays black on board 2 against Maxim Rodshtein.
Wow. That's one of those games, like when, you know, each move for each player is kind of hard to decide on. And believe it or not, it's been 3 hours of play already. They've reached move 21. They have like nearly all the pieces on the board except for the queens and the pair of pawns. And every move, from what I can see, takes them like a lot of time to decide on. And these are typically the games that like very slowly develop, but then explode towards the, you know, the time pressure stage.
Right, we're only on move 21, and Alireza has just under 17 minutes and 30 seconds. So he's taking his time. I mean, I would say that white has a very comfortable position. They control the center. The knight on a5 is nicely restricting the rook on d7. You have the expansion, as you mentioned, on the king side.
I'd say advantage white, again, because it's very like hard to untangle for black. Like black almost like gotten the maximum out of the piece. It's like if you'd ask like where do you want your pieces to be? Yes, you probably say knight a6 to b5 would be not a bad maneuver, but you cannot do this. b7 would be hanging. This knight on b4 kind of gotten stuck quite a bit.
Also,
there's no c5, there's no e5, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And I just wanted to point out the knight on a6 is a very bad piece, as well, you said that. But what I wanted to show is they say that knight moves from b4. Just magically put it on c2 and we'll pretend it's not on priest and it's not doing anything.
Ah, there's knight c6.
Yeah, there's knight c6.
One of the tactical things
there's one of the tactical
available.
motifs. There's also knight takes b7 as another tactical motif
b7, right.
as well. So
if you go b6, it's...
Knight, in fact, now you can knight takes c6.
I was thinking knight c6, but then d4's hanging. But what you can do, you can just like go back to c4, and once again, the knights are tied one to another.
Exactly, the superfluous knights. And there's knight on a6, which, do you remember in yesterday's amazing game, it was really the thorn in Bassem's side. You know,
yeah,
he
and
was
Alireza masterfully kind of
exactly,
used those knights.
Yeah, you know, putting his king on c2 again. If you have the chance, go back to round 1 and replay that game, because it really is a masterclass in in-game play from Alireza Firouzja. And because of that, we awarded him Player of the Day. Remember, every day we are awarding both a Player of the Day in the open section and a Player of the Day in the women's section. So if you have any thoughts of who they could be, just write it down in chat and we will be working out who are the favorites.
We take this one into consideration, right? We will welcome your suggestions on who you think the Player of the Day has to be. Right. Once again, what do we do?
So yeah, so we actually come to the conclusion it's actually very difficult to make a move on the queen side for Alireza. So we see bishop f7.
Bishop f7, yeah. But then again, as you said, like sometimes you just ask your opponent. It seems like you're enjoying this position. You have such a lot of proactive moves, right? So please show me. So you can go h5, you can go king g2, you know, you name it. There's a lot of like pleasant moves to make for white, right?
Exactly.
Maybe bishop e2 to like keep an eye on both knights.
Exactly.
Yeah, for black, it's not as much fun.
It's no, I love h5 and just saying to your opponent, let's see, you enjoy the space. Also, you just kill any ideas of black going g5 themselves.
Yeah, so h5 does like very pleasant for white, and also like I wouldn't call it risk-free with all the pieces on the board and Firouzja being your opponent, but like white is definitely in control. And at least for the time being.
That's all you can ask for when you're playing white against this gentleman on our screens. Moving down, let's check out our home players. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, playing black against Svane, Frederik Svane, I should say.
Well, once again, one of those hard-to-chew games where, you know, players make moves and you wonder why this move was made, and you understand it's been like backed up by a lot of calculation, and possibly it's not the first move you'd consider. I don't even remember what... so that was the opening. Yeah, that must be why we were not returning back to this one, because it was this d3 Spanish, and I don't know about you want, but for me it's very hard to, you know, to contribute to a conversation when it comes to those Ruy Lopez positions. So you need somebody who actually does play these ones. So like I'm clicking through the game, looking at computer suggestions, and it seems that for a very, very long time, both of them were finding kind of the good moves, and probably still do. Queen to f1, b takes, bishop c5, queen e8, bishop c2, bishop e4, bishop d3.
Some maneuvering going on, but one thing we know about Nodirbek, he's a very ambitious player. He will not be taking a draw if he can help it. Yeah, so but you have to stop knight e4, as you pointed out.
The feeling is like you do not want this knight to appear on e4, or you're going to have to be ready for it. Anyway. So can you, once again, it turns out you can't really go bishop d5 because e6.
Oh,
And if you take with the bishop,
Now
they
knight e4.
ask then bishop c4.
oh, the questions.
And I guess like white gets to, it's not like white wins or anything, like white gets to take, white gets to put the knight on e4, queen on c4, and this is like seriously unpleasant. It's almost +1.
But e6, it's one of those
E6.
invisible moves, right? Because e6 is such a protected square.
Yeah, fair point, but at the same time, like if you feel like you can guarantee, you know, some trades and then your knight safely landing on e4, maybe you look for those. Because other than that, you can, and it's not impossible that he's going to decide I'm playing, you know, one of the most dangerous players in the tournament. Let me just like repeat the moves and see, yeah, be on +1 and draw Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But if Nodirbek himself is ambitious, I don't know what he has to do, because knight e4 will happen.
I was thinking queen e7.
Queen to e7, if the knight
Bishop
jumps.
e7, yeah, king g7,
Bishop.
something like that.
So let white
Something.
take. Maybe it's not that much of an achievement if I take the bishop, right? Because queen takes and now my stuff starts hanging. I'm nowhere near kind of attacking the king. Right.
Yeah.
No, as I told you, like I have no idea how to play these positions. So I'm looking for the ways to simplify.
That actually means that I think it's a very complicated position for both sides to play. If we are struggling to come up with a move for white, because there is no natural plan, right? Unless you're going to go knight to f6 or knight takes bishop, that's it. I mean, where are you going to go? I mean, maybe you want to be going bishop c4. This queen on f1 bothers me somehow.
Yeah, the queen on f1 is not doing much.
Something.
So maybe you want to go bishop c4, and it's that's one. No, I just did. Yeah. So what I wanted to say is, it's quite remarkable that if black queen appears on c5, you feel like black's totally fine, right? And if instead you went to c4 and black absolutely shouldn't, but if he was to take on c4, then white's just winning here because the piece got to be lost. But even if, let's say, you go bishop b6 and somehow white cannot take the piece, the feeling still is like white connected some dots and now it's like has a better position. I would argue that these are the hardest situations for the commentator. Like tactically complex allows us to come up with various crazy ideas, take moves back and so on and so on. Strategically complex, that's when it's hard. That's when it's hard, and like especially if like.
Also, let's not forget that we have the power of take back. Yeah. So I mean, we already made a few mistakes, right?
And just taking them back.
Just bishop to d5, which to all intents and purposes, very similar to how they've been playing in the game, would be a very bad move because of e6, and then you have to understand actually that a knight coming to f6 isn't the worst thing in the world for black.
Right.
Whereas in the game, you're like, oh, I cannot allow a knight to f6 because there's ghosts. You start visualizing all kinds of nonsense.
Right.
Well, the decision is on Nodirbek. He has to play accurately. Bishop to d5 would be a mistake on account of e6.
Right. So Giri with Salem.
We looked at, and a couple of extra moves being played, but it didn't change much. Still, Giri's up a pawn. Salem similarly has enough compensation for it. What about both 5? Puranik against Vidit. Vidit won the event in 2023, and I've been monitoring this game, and at first it just looked like it was comfortably level, and now the rook on c6. That is going to give white some serious bragging rights.
Well, it turns out it's white to move. So rook on c6 can take a tasty pawn on a6.
Actually, I thought it was black to move as well.
Yeah. Well, so if we take on a6, I don't see why black should have any sort of compensation. Like there's no rook c8, so there's rook b8, but how serious like this rook b1's one check, right? The king's completely safe on g2, so not even sure. Like knight b4 could be a thing. Like
I think
just jumping.
It feels like you need to do that to cover knight c6, like a white knight jumping there.
A4 maybe.
Maybe now rook a8.
Okay,
and
a4
go,
and then rook
a pin.
a8.
It's not much
It
of a pin.
is a pin, yeah. It is a pin. It's like you pin the knight, but there's not a lot of danger for this knight.
I agree. I'm just going for nuisance value. I want you to go a3, and then I will go, aha, knight c6. And
right.
You put your pawn on the dark square.
I guess I go. I'm actually irritated by this pin. So rook a5, so then I'm threatening knight c6.
There's nothing I can do about that. I'm just in survival mode. Okay, so now knight to c
something.
c2.
Knight c2, attacking this guy, and I guess bishop b6.
Rook
so
B.
eventually,
Rook to b.
like rook b8, and I wanted to go rook b5, which is probably not the most clever thing to do. And now with your knight on c2, I should be careful about letting you play rook b1. Just realized, because bishop c7 is not the most brilliant idea.
Because the knight to e1.
Check here, and if I go here, it's a checkmate on f2. So I have to be
I have a confession to make. I was keeping quiet about that point.
And you wanted me to go
I
ks3,
don't
right?
know. No, it's sometimes. Yeah, one.
And then again, like if you are me, and if you're starting to see this type of variation, you think maybe I should take on e4, just like you know.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
And yeah, it might not be such a bad move. Like take on e4. So the conclusion is like maybe black gets some counterplay, but I feel like with the precise play, white should be close to winning.
I also think that white probably has to be patient. Like for instance, even if you take on a6 and black does establish that pin, it didn't do anything. It didn't actually do anything. I was just, hoping that, the other side would
react.
feel like,
Maybe I don't have to react.
This is annoying. And that was about it.
Yeah. If anything, maybe king g2 is a possible move, right? So in all of those lines, the king's already on g2. Right. Anyway, looks that Puranik might score a second win in a row. Right?
Okay. So looking like a beautiful endgame grind from Vidit. But can we go back to our wild position from the top 10, which is Anton Demchenko against Sam Shankland? Because let's peek there, and then let's have a quick look at the women's section.
Right. Well, so Sam went for all-in approach, queen a5. I just throw all the pieces into a zone and hope it works. Takes h6. Bishop f6 and queen to h3 and pawn takes pawn. So now I don't see why white is not winning by force. Say taking h6 or taking e6. Taking h6 or taking e6 seems very, very straightforward, right?
Looks
very
absolutely
straightforward.
with the queen infiltrating. Oh, Sam Shankland in big trouble, but great result there for Anton Demchenko. If he wins, we are going to go straight to Charlize, who is waiting for us with Nodirbek. Okay.
So we're still waiting for Charlize.
Not yet, oh dear. I announced it too quickly, spoiler alert.
Right.
We are waiting for Charlize, but okay. Whilst this is happening, can we go straight to the women's section? Because we have a result already. As expected, Vachier-Lagrave did win against Elina Robers.
And the women's section, we have a lot of time trouble.
Exactly.
I keep forgetting it's a short time control.
It is, and someone who is in serious time trouble. It is yesterday's. She won on time against Anna Muzichuk, but this time she is in big trouble on the clock against Olga Badelka, Joker Gal. So if we
Yeah.
quickly head there, just cast our eyes, give an assessment on this particular position.
I don't know. Looks not only the time is the problem, but the position is
Position
like
is-
black seems to be overwhelming.
Totally.
Where it's like
Rook F6
yeah,
is
rook
coming, the
F6,
black
like
king is pretty
E4,
safe.
bishop E3, E4. I mean, this type of setup, and then E4, F4, rook shift.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
looks very good for black.
There's been big changes as well in the game between Vantika and Bibisara, Assaubayeva.
That's on board
That's on board
3.
one?
No, on board 1. Yeah, of course. And now Vanika's doing. Yeah, the big change. It was the King's Indian thing, right? So now it's unrecognizable, this game, but there's still yeah. Black went rook E8. Then maybe now black's holding. I'm thinking. It's not the most comfortable position with the knight on G7 and so on.
Right. But I mean, could we see even a turnaround? Because if the rooks come off, the queen and knight are a
Yeah.
very effective duo.
Right, so over here. So why decided to go knight to D5 and then change the position this way? Takes, and yeah, it does look pleasant still. Knight E8, knight G7, queen F6, black finds rook E8. Of course, yeah, you don't want your opponent's rook to appear on E7. And yeah, like trading here. It's so hard to imagine like black really taking over, right, for this, like...
I can see a future, right, where you go knight C7, you move the knight to the E9.
Oh, you go here, you get it on
yeah,
E6.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all been victim of an endgame grind, and now we are going to head over to Charlie's.
I'm here at Nodirbek Yakuboyev at the FIDE Grand Swiss. What is it like having a tournament of this magnitude, this importance here on home soil?
I'm happy to play here. This city is very close to my hometown, so I'm really happy to be here. And my mother is supporting me. She came with me to this tournament, and everything is good here. I like this atmosphere, this playing area, everything. Just need to perform well. Yeah.
Having chess parents come with to tournaments is quite common with chess players. Tell me how your mom supports you during these events. What does she do?
She prepares everything, fruits, some nuts, to before the game, and she helps me to set my daily routine. And she controls everything. What am I doing? If I'm with phone, she tries to stop me, and that's it.
So she takes care of everything while you take care of the chess.
She cares about everything. Yeah.
And what is your daily routine at an event like this?
I wake up at 8:30, about that, and go to breakfast at 9. After that, I go to prepare against my opponent, and after that, lunch, and then the game. Yeah.
And after the game, do you analyze, you prepare for the next game, or do you kind of just relax?
I see my game, I analyze my game, but not much. I just want to watch other games. I watch all the games till the last board. So in order to not to skip any novelties. So that's it. and then I go to sleep. Yeah.
One thing I love about Uzbekistan is how passionate your chess fans are. Do you feel this? Do you get them coming to you after the games? Do you feel a little bit more pressure of them watching you here?
Thanks to support of the president of the country, in Uzbekistan. After that, we won the Olympiad, World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, and after that, many people start to give their children to chess schools, yeah, and yeah, it's thanks to support of the president, yeah, and I. Really happy to see these kids asking these autographs, yeah, and I hope that will be many top grandmasters in Uzbekistan, yeah.
Well, for sure, winning that.
Yeah. Hey, welcome back. Wow. And it's so nice, like there with Nodirbek telling about the culture and how chess has changed in Uzbekistan, and how, it's very nice that children are just clamoring for autographs from our players. And I think it's the perfect time for us to take a very short break. And when we return, we're going to be dealing with all of that time travel action that we're going to be seeing in both sections of the FIDE Grand Swiss. So stick with us. We're back, and time travel is just around the corner. But before the clocks tick down, let's head over to Angelica, who spotted one beautiful moment from one of the other games.
We have Katerina Lagno here playing with white pieces and putting pressure on Umida Monova, the Uzbek player here. As we can see, their position is already winning, computer is saying, but as you can mention, there is material imbalance. Black is up a pawn, but there is a huge compensation. It's more than compensation, it's already winning position. Here, Katerina went for bishop at b6, trying to target the knight on d8. In case Umida would go for knight f7, there was a beautiful moment. Queen f3 would be played, and rook f8. Defending the knight, there would be rook h1, queen g3, offering a trade of the queens, but there is a beautiful skewer on the h-file, queen h5. Now suddenly the bishop is under attack. There is as well a pawn on h7, but as you mentioned, there might be g5 move which defends both, but no, knight e7 is coming in. King cannot escape. If comes to g7, there will be knight f5. King comes to h8, there is a fork on the g6. But this didn't happen. In the game, Umida went for the h6 move, still trying to balance the position. And here, of course, Katerina is continuing the pressure. Queen f3, now trade on f6 happens, but she's not taking back because queen f7, coming in with a check, king h8, and as we can see, the game proceeds. The pressure is just keep on growing. There is already a passer on the c-file. Bishop f6, trying to keep the position together. Rook d1, removing the rook from the attack. Queen f3, and as we can see, the white pieces are just being active. There is a beautiful rook sacrifice, exchange sacrifice, but of course, after queen f6, king h7, queen f7, the rook on c8 is not worth a pawn on c7, so there is definitely already a winning position. As we can see, here is queen a7 check. The game will wrap up in the moments. What a beautiful victory upcoming.
Absolutely. Wow, what a tremendous attack there from Katerina Lagno. I mean, she's incredibly ruthless. I mean, she's been many-time Blitz Women's World Champion. She's been two-time European champion. But her opponent, Umidova, she was one of the heroines at the World Cup just now in Batumi. You know, she did very, very well there.
Yeah, truly spectacular performance for her. I mean, it wasn't expected to her to go through the first, second round, but she kept on going and truly impressive. And also, I believe it's truly special for her to play on her own grounds here in Samarkand. So, yeah, we might see more from Umida.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, inspired from the home ground. When you're playing in your home city, I mean, do you also feel the support?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there is a huge, as we can see, there is a huge support of all the Uzbek media, of all the people who are here. We have also so many people incoming here from the government supporting the players, as mentioned in the interview just now by Nodirbek. It's definitely, you just feel the support which players get in Uzbekistan.
Absolutely. And a beautiful moment. And also, I can imagine there's going to be plenty of action, and we're expecting Katerina Lagno just to put the boot in with maybe a queen to d8 check. But either way, we've got to catch up with the action. So thank you very much, Angelica, because time travel, it is a ticking, especially in the women's section that are playing with a shorter time.
We'll be getting one result after the other, I believe, in the women's section, right? So just quickly, the overview, starting from board one. Well, this particular one, if they survive the time trouble, which is not that severe because they're on move 37, that you were right, anything can happen at the. I'm surprised seeing this pawn on b5. So now that if black ever makes it to c5, if black knight ever makes it to c5, I'm no longer sure white cannot lose this position. Now we get, Vachier-Lagrave won some time ago. Board 3 finished in a draw. Remember this, like Rookie 1 Berlin, very like fair square game.
Absolutely, and I just again want to drum in on the fact that Firouzja Hamdamova is just 16 years old. 2 IM norms and one of the local talents as well. So nice solid draw from her. And there is plenty of action, plenty of drama, because Danira Wagner is on the verge of, well, she was on the verge of winning.
And she no longer is.
She no longer is.
She no longer is. I don't know what happened. So that's board 4 we are talking about. And I think we've seen it like just 5 moves ago or something where computer was screaming like white's completely winning b4. And yeah, what was it was just like an overwhelming advantage for white.
But you know, it's the clock that is the downfall for Dinara here, because she only has 43 seconds left.
Rook to b1, queen a2, and then she picked the wrong moment to kind of slow down. Rook here, bishop b5, no, it's still fine. Bishop b1, queen here, and it's still fine for white. Queen to d4.
That's just panic, I think, because the clock is ticking down. She literally only has, she had 43 seconds, so...
And you know what chance black misses here? Like rook takes d6.
Oh.
That's a nasty capture. But black went with queen b3, so now once again, white is better. Queen e3, black is better. Once again, rook takes d6 is on top. That's time trouble at its finest, right?
Right,
yeah,
but black does have more time.
Black does have more time, so if she stops right here, right now, and thinks about like what is the kind of move candidates here. So I imagine rook d6 is, yeah, like you can't really take the rook, because rook e3, and then yeah, the rook's hanging, so you might actually fall apart very quickly with white. So after rook d6, I don't know what you do, in fact, because you no longer have all of those checkmating threats, like, which seem to be inevitable at some point with queen on h4, with white majors being doubled on the h-file.
Yeah, you can't go rook c4 because the bishop...
Yeah,
no, but rook takes d6. The thing is, though, it's only obvious if you spot it, because in your mind, that pawn on d6 can never, ever be captured. It's protected, for goodness sake. But it is a possibility. And Deshmukh, she missed it once, but will she find it?
Right.
Again,
yeah.
the clock
I
is
believe
ticking
a
down.
lot depends, and in such situations, a lot depends on kind of your mindset. Because you, like, if you don't look for this kind of tactic and you're kind of desperately looking for a move not to lose, you don't have a very high chance of finding, right? But there are players who, doesn't matter how bad their position is, they're always looking for the ways, like, kind of to turn it around and to win, not only to make a draw.
Yeah, completely right.
Yeah,
and she
does
finds
play
it.
rook d6.
She takes the opportunity when it's presented to her, rook to d6, and suddenly, just like that, the evaluation has completely turned. It was a very important pawn, to put it quite obviously. And now Dinara, she's got 21 seconds. The clock is going down, and she has to adapt to the change in tempo. Now she has to go into grovel mode. Not easy to do. I mean, if you go bishop d4, as she has played.
Yeah, like black can trade. Black can trade, right? Black can trade the queens. Well, apparently, again, I'm picking.
I was thinking queen takes b4, but I couldn't work out quickly what happens after pawn takes rook.
And then if pawn takes rook, bishop takes. And I guess, yeah, you also have to defend this guy.
Rook, yeah.
So it's not clear, like, till you have a move here at all. And a worst case scenario, say queen e4 and black doesn't have anything better. Well, he does. The machine tells me he does. There's queen d2. But even this one, isn't it this sort of like Gukesh game from yesterday, where black sacrifices an exchange but has full control, and thanks to two bishops, like, should be close to a victory. Olga Badelka has won on board 5.
Yeah, and a very nice queen trap. In the middle of the board.
Queen trap. Was it? I see the other one. Might have been.
It was around about move 31. She gets her queen trapped. So that's
yeah.
how it happens.
Right.
And that's the end of that. You can't often survive that.
Converted, then yes, and not so many games left in the top 10. Kostyniuk is still playing. Shall we check? Remember this crazy game Beatle live against Kostyniuk?
It's now.
It's no longer crazy.
No longer crazy. There were some adventures getting to this position, because there was a point where Kostyniuk was worse.
Yeah, but now they've already passed move 40, and it looks like a dead draw to me. I don't know why the game's still going.
And someone who's in big trouble is Liu Miaoyi, the 15-year-old, as she plays with the white pieces against Marcel Efromsky. And they've just made the 40-move time control. So there's no problems in terms of the clock, but in terms of the position, the white king is looking very airy. And of course, there's the small matter that white is a pawn down.
Yeah, white's pawn down. And as they say, but bishops protect good pawns. Yeah, so the bishop on d7, maybe passive for now, but one day black might go d4, you know, bishop will go to c6. Yeah, looks very promising for Marcel, for to play with the black pieces.
Okay. Well, as there seems to be not that much time trouble in the women's section, unless we want to stick with the game and see the conclusion of Dinara against Zaimo, I suggest that we...
Yeah, maybe, right? I know, but that's move 39. Now black has traded the queen, so I don't think...
Okay.
I don't think... that probably the game doesn't end and also doesn't change the valuation much. So black is better now and
let's go
for long.
over to the game between Gukesh against Erdogmus, because Erdogmus just 1 minute and 40 on the clock, and it's ticking down. And do remember, we do have an online poll where we're asking you, who do you think will win? Remember to hit that vote button. It's just a way of supporting your favorite player. Well, Erdogmus, he is in grovel mode. Let's put it that way, because Gukesh has a very nice outpost for his knight on g6, has the space. But Erdogmus is banking on the fact that his knight is well placed on c4. There's a pass pawn on a5.
Right, but he might be struggling with moves, because like one thing that the knight can jump to g6, but being as is, knight being on f4, how do you develop this bishop? Because you can't really go bishop e7, the pawn's hanging. Right.
Also, you can't move that rook away from e8.
So
quick maths, yeah.
King c6 was played, and now you might consider going rook f1, knight g6, rook f7, kind of paralyzing black's king side entirely.
I like it. Rook f1 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
because you're either going to play to control the b line, and since it's going to be very difficult to actually pile up on the b file, then you might as well just go rook f1, knight g6, rook f7.
To be honest, like I'm struggling with a move for black. Like king c6, could it be that he wants like king b5 and maybe like pushing the a pawn forward? But even then, if this happens,
a5.
Yeah.
Let's just go for it all.
a4, yeah.
Sorry, a4, yeah. Let's
I'm
hope
still
for
not sure how
a3.
Yeah. You're planning to go a3, and then in ideal
wait
world,
with the king.
in ideal world, king a4, king b3, right? That is a check, though, right? So I can give you.
Okay, now I have to
check like this.
Step.
You go back, and can I do something? Not sure. Rook back, king back.
Can I be ambitious and step back with my king to a6?
Rook b7, king a6 here. You could. At the very least, I can go here, right? Because a3, I'll always have like exchange on f8,
and then I
take
go
on
back
a3.
to king b5, and I say draw. To which you say no, thank you.
I don't think Gukesh kind of looks at the possibility of kind of considers such option as kind of agreeing a draw in this position.
It was just a hopeful optimism, Miro.
Took him some time. Yeah, and he does get rook f1.
Yeah, beautiful move.
Rook f1. And
does the king come forward? I mean,
Erdogmus played something quickly. Rook g8 first. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, so rook g8, so that he doesn't want to decide immediately if he wants to go king b5 or something. And I guess the point he tries to make that rook g8, now if you go knight g6, you're no longer attacking e6. So black will be able to move the rook, like rook b8 or rook a8 or something.
But the rook can actually slide down to... Yeah. And then we can look down, we can also go rook a1, rook b1. But it is looking super comfortable for Gukesh as Erdogmus can barely move a piece. He's just waiting for Gukesh to simply improve his position. And speaking of Indian talents, let's check out the boards of the number 1 seed, Praggnanandhaa.
On board 9, yeah?
Yep. He was playing against Zemliansky and Prag with the white pieces.
I think
looking like this is looking
his game
good.
kind of gotten stuck for a bit, yeah, and he plays c4, c5, where, yeah, I think Black's last move, I'm checking, yes, that was the position before Black's last move, and White's, I don't want to use the word obvious, but maybe White's obviously better in this one, so like, you know, opposite pair of bishops, the knight gets stuck on a5, and so but rook c7 was a blunder. So now c5, and if bishop takes, just take on c5, and after rook takes, you go b4.
Rook c4.
And rook c4, and you take this anyway.
Oh.
And when rook takes rook, you have bishop
c6,
check,
and you win the whole house.
And you, yeah, like in this case, you also can pick up the d8 rook. Black had a chance to exchange on d3, which would save one rook, but not both rooks. So c5 seems like a winning move, because there's no way back for Black.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way back. And the same works, like imagine you'd wanted to take on c5, so now that if bishop takes, at least you have bishop c5 check, and you're in exchange down, but hopeful to save the game. But White has the same trick up his sleeve. b4 and rook c4, once again, take the knight. If rook takes, there's bishop c6. Because c5 just wins the game, it seems.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Absolutely
Prag
beautiful.
puts, or going to put, like if it finishes logically, going to put the first win on his scoreboard.
And you can tell, right? He's
the body
leaning
language,
back and everything is saying, yep, he's in full control. This is the, you know, he's reached that moment where he realizes he's done it. And with his opponent not having so much time, head in his hands, it's looking like it's going to be 1-0 for Praggnanandhaa. There is big time trouble as well in the game between Paramaxoglu against David Anton. But it's not just time that is a problem for David Anton.
What's happening?
I mean, two rooks on prise. The knight is out there on a limb on a2. But 28 seconds left on the clock.
King e1.
I mean, there's pressure against f7. I mean, how are you going to handle that? And also...
Quite completely dominant.
Yeah, he just takes the rook, but of course rook takes bishop as an automatic for Param.
d7.
And I mean, the rook is hanging, the pawn on g5 is going to be falling, the knight on a2 should not be there.
Rook d8, and you just take on d8, I guess.
You can take the rook. Sorry. But yeah, there's no need to take the rook. You have a very good rook takes rook. I was thinking bishop takes rook. So that was just being flashy for unnecessary reasons.
Yeah, like bishop takes rook, yes.
And he resigns. He just resigns, doesn't wait.
He just resigned. Yeah.
Because otherwise, you know, if you don't give up your rook for the bishop, bishop takes f7 is going to be simply lethal. So where should we go?
So Masudlu, 2 out of 2, right? Right next to Masudlu, Demchenko is Shankland. They've reached the time control. Demchenko's been complete, like all the pieces being hoovered on board, on board 7. Remember, there was this sharp Sicilian. We haven't seen this position, but
yeah,
it's been a massive time trouble, and eventually Demchenko managed to.
Well, he's got himself a winning position here because the bishop, if you want any chance of holding this, you need that bishop to be on b5 or maybe even b3, anchored by a pawn on a4. But as it stands, that bishop does not have a good diagonal. And the black king is cut off.
Right.
So that should be
this one,
winning.
Yeah, hopeless.
And heading to the game between Maxim Rodshtein against Alireza Firouzja.
On board too, yeah.
That one was on board too, yeah. Wow. I mean, it looked like a very comfortable position for white. And Alireza seems to have maneuvered in a very effective manner.
So now black played, black to move, and Firouzja just played b7, b6. And guess what? Where the knight's going? Where is this knight going? You can't really go, well, okay, white decides to take on f6 into Metze, but yeah, you just take back, I guess. Just take back. Well, I just realized you don't have to, well, but yeah, he does. Pawn takes pawn, now the knight's hanging. If you take c5, I guess bishop takes back, and now both knights are hanging.
So you have to retreat the knight.
But then it's going to be b5, right? So ef6, gf6, and if you go to c4, b3 is hanging. That's the biggest problem, right?
Well, hang on a second. It's not that clear because you take on
yeah,
b3,
you take
on
b3,
a7.
rook a7, knight c6.
And that is the mother of all
yeah, maybe you
forks.
like take here and then take here, and it's still unclear, right? It's like rook e7. I don't know. Maybe it's lost. Rook e7. No, knight e7 is actually unclear.
Hang on, wait 1 second. Is the rook is the rook trap?
It is.
Knight takes.
Knight takes. Yeah, brilliant. Here, and you have knight b5. Wow. That's how you win, I guess. That's how you win. Knight a to c4 on the board. So now Alireza has to find knight takes b3. Well, has to, maybe it's exaggeration, because his position is like not worth if he's like just playing a5 or something. I don't think he's in trouble. But knight b3, now I'm checking the computer line, knight b3 does win for black, -2, out of the position that we were, calling absolutely safe for white.
We'll have to look after the players of past move 40. How did Alireza managed to untangle and get such a beautiful position? Because when we left it, it was
we said,
all
like,
one-way
White was
traffic.
enjoying.
White was the one enjoying absolutely everything, but just goes to show, these guys are good.
Right, and sometimes if you enjoy the position too much, this is like where you play, like you want to play all the useful moves in the position, sometimes you play a few bad ones because you think they're useful.
Before we leave this position,
right? Do we have to leave this position?
Do you have to play? Oh, do we have to leave? No, we don't have to leave this position.
Firouzja's down to 40 seconds. They won't say like he's down to 40 seconds.
With this.
He's moved 33, and so it's still 7 more moves to play, and it's a crucial decision for him. And we know this man can play a couple of games in this 40 seconds.
Did he take the pawn?
When it comes to internet blitz? No, I don't think he did.
No.
I don't think he did. He went knight to c6, almost letting white off the hook. So now bishop c3, knight takes, and rook to d1. If we trust this engine that I have on my computer, is still better for black, but nowhere near winning.
Well, bishop takes knight was played.
Knight c6, bishop takes knight.
Yeah.
Bishop takes knight.
And now, presumably, black has a great position. You've got the bishop pair. The pawn on b3 is simply weak. It cannot be advanced. Finally,
these are the weak pawns.
Exactly.
Remember, kids, double pawns always bad.
Always. In the end.
Always bad.
Yeah, you've got knight to d4 coming as black. A knight to d4 is actually really unpleasant. Like also rook to d8, taking control of the b line. As a rule, do you mobilize the rook or do you mobilize the knight? I mean, I would go for the rook.
The rook, the king. Okay. I'm not even sure like where you want your knight to be. Like I guess, like knight d4 to get a7's hanging, right? So you want to go, not sure. Yeah, no, like rook d8 is very, very natural move to play.
I got tempted by ideas of delivering some kind of nasty check on f3. And Rodshtein, well, okay, how does Rodshtein defend this one?
The answer is I don't know. Oh, wait.
Bishop
I just realized, like, if I'm to move, b5 wins a piece.
All right.
So that means
Okay, so
c4
you have
knight
to move the
cannot
knight.
So you have to move like this knight, or
Yeah,
like
you have to move it out so that you clear the space.
But where do you go? C.
See, let's go c2.
C2. But then, yeah, then because like this is like pensioner's approach. Yeah,
Rook d8.
Rook d8.
Rook d8. You're going to threaten
feels
b5
very
anyhow.
good. Once again, threatening b5, rook d2. I don't think there's a way. I don't think there's a way for white.
And meanwhile, Maxim's clock starts ticking down. b5, serious threat on the board. It's a little bit of a hidden threat somehow. You just assume that the knights are good on their own, and
it hasn't been a threat for last, I don't know how many moves.
played knight c2.
Knight c2 played.
So rook to d8 was the move that we wanted to do. Just mobilize the rook, threaten b5, threaten to give a check on d2.
Yeah, b5's also.
But Alireza, he's got under a minute. It's move 35. So technically, no panic mode here for Alireza because he does have that 30-second time bonus per move. And he's so fast as well. I mean,
there's also a move like bishop to g6.
Yeah, this one I'm not that keen on because it just encourages the knight from c4 to go to e3.
Knight c4 goes to e3, and then the bishop gets this diagonal. Yeah, fair point. Yeah, so you probably want. Yeah, you're right. You want rook d8, so that if this knight leaves, you get the rook on the second rank.
And then
then you'll decide.
But
he does play bishop g6.
Again.
Does play bishop g6, which, by the way, computer doesn't really like.
Okay, but it's a very difficult position for white to play, even with the bishop on g6. I mean, even... What did he do? b4.
b4.
Wow, b4.
b4. So now if you take twice, a7 is hanging.
Wow, hang on a second. Suddenly white has gotten very active.
Yeah, like white possibly gets back into the game. Wow,
so if you just ignore that pawn and step back with the bishop.
I guess b5? Eh?
Yeah,
say
b5,
bishop, whatever, f8, f8, then b5. White's back to being better, believe it or not.
Wow.
b5, and then if you say move the... Again, you don't have good squares for the pieces, like knight e7, white's going to rejoin the action with knight d4, right? So then, once again, it's...
But
so Alireza plays b5.
Incredible. But b4 is such a great move, right? Your knight is being attacked and you just go on the counter.
Like with seconds on the clock, b5, and it's only move 36. And I understand we might be missing like a time trouble here or there, but how do you leave this game?
No, this game is super exciting.
Erdogmus with Gukesh.
That one is
seconds, but
Gukesh is just simply in dominant mode.
Yeah, here, this one's very, very tense.
Yeah, and
but
the position could turn on any move. b5. And I think a b5 is a fantastic try, especially when you don't have too much time on the clock.
Yeah.
Because
so now b takes c, and then your knight on c2 is hanging, and rook b2 is a threat. From what I understand, that'd be probably winning.
Yeah. I guess knight e3 is just the move that I...
And if knight b4,
well,
then
knight takes knight.
Knight takes knight, bishop...
There's a rook takes a7 is not possible because bishop takes e3 is bishop c5.
Ah, yeah. So now rook takes.
Oh, we have a move. We have a move. He's got knight a3.
Knight 4 to
knight
a3.
Oh, and the evaluation bar did not like that one at all.
But then
you can just grab on b4.
Take b4. Yeah, bishop takes b4, and after knight b5. After knight b5, which I assume is the move.
Bishop c5.
Is it bishop c5? Is it a5 maybe? Maybe just a5. I'm saying just a5. It's like it's a major decision.
Yeah, a5 is a great move as well, because the knight on b5 is not stable whatsoever.
Let's see. And rook d8.
Wow.
Rook d8, heading towards d2. And now if you take a7, rook d2, and your king is getting...
Well, you're going to put the king. He's going to get either mated or you're going to lose the rook on a7.
Absolutely, yeah. And king h3, there's this, g4, and yeah, something. Maybe you still get checkmated from e1, so white just, black just goes like rook c to rook b2. Well, rook d8. Brilliant move by Alireza, move 39. And there's no way out. I don't think there's a way out for white.
Yeah, I guess as white, you probably can start hiding your king on h1 with moves like bishop to g2.
Just like bishop g2.
King h1.
But then rook goes black goes rook d2, right? Like threatening this.
Yeah, then king h1.
King h1, and then you can go a5, like preserving this pawn.
This
and
is
then
domination.
Right. This one's hanging. If black wanted to, he can have another passed pawn on the e file. No, this is over. It feels like this one's over.
He plays bishop g2.
He plays bishop g2, but once again, rook to d2 seems to be... So what's important for Alireza to make this last move, the last 40s move, he's gotten some time though. He's gotten some time. No new results on top 10 boards?
It was a draw between Vidit and Abhimanyu.
Ah, yeah.
Which is interesting actually, because Vidit
at some point
had a nice position. You know, he got his rook to c6. It looked like he could simply capture on a6 and e6, and the rook lands on d2. Big threat on the board of playing bishop to e4, but once white plays king to h1, I mean, it's just going to be one-way traffic here for black as they completely dominate the position.
Right.
40th move has been made.
A5, yeah. That's
So
move
Maxim
40. That means like most of, if not all of the games, have passed the time control. Right. So let me quickly click through the games. Oh well, in fact, Erdogmus still has to make his move 40, and believe it or not, but he seems to be escaping against Gukesh. Erdogmus Gukesh. I think Gukesh lost, like, well, I'm looking at the computer evaluation. It seems Gukesh lost all the advantage he had.
Wow.
And what has happened here? Remember rook g8 over here, move 33. And full disclosure, over here, computer thinks white's completely winning. So king to c2, which wasn't the greatest, I believe. Bishop e7, sacrificing the e6 pawn, and then g6, g5, king to d7, knight f4, rook f8, rook g1, bishop g5, knight d5, king c6, and knight f6 was a winning move for Gukesh on move 40, and he couldn't find it.
Well, it's not a very natural move.
It's not a very natural move. So basically it was like knight to f6, you take on f6, and then white captures h6. And if rook h8, white has rook g6 and so on. So what happens now? White captures g5, king d5. Now the bishop is hanging, plus there is a threat of rook f2. So if bishop h6, rook f2, I don't know what happens to my mouse, Mickey Mouse. Rook f2, and you have to go to b1, and then it's rook b8, or where do we go? Yeah, like I guess it's rook b8, king a1, say we take, white takes, and g takes h5. The power of blockade. White has 3 connected passed pawns, which are not going anywhere.
They can't easily be advanced, but I also want to point out that the white king isn't particularly safe either. It's always vulnerable to some rook b2, the a pawn can advance, and it's stuck in a net. And white doesn't have a free hand to go hunting for material, because you have to guard the pawn on c3.
I'll say, you go here as a check, and here, and I don't know, like probably like keep the rook on the second rank somewhere. Maybe behind this pawn, right?
But okay, can you not go rook to c2?
Ah, yeah, you could.
Rook c2 because I'm banking on that after rook d7, king steps back.
Ah, you just go back.
Yeah, because it's just one of those beautiful miracles where black's pieces are all covering the critical squares.
The pawns are not going anywhere. Yeah, so this is, well, it's not yet here, but it does look like potentially a huge comeback from.
It would be an incredible save.
I've one other line to show. So bishop f6, gh5. And say I go rook h1. I was thinking, is this, does this line work? No, I'm blundering something. I thought you take as a check. But there's king b1, right?
Yeah.
So basically what I was going with it is that king b3, I have this a4 thing, which I thought was clever, but not with the f-pawn running, right? So basically my trick was this, yeah? My trick was this. My trick was this, so that I'm distracting the king and so on, but I lose in any other line, literally. So you take, and then there is like rook h5, king c4, so it's just like made up little trick which doesn't work. But yeah, such a turnaround.
Right. But the key for Erdogmus is simply after bishop to f6, okay, you can take on h5.
And then go to the open file.
And then go to the open file. And also, you do have possibilities. So, for instance, if white tries to be, you just have to get a rook to the open file. Yeah, well, time control has been made after that flurry of action. We are going to go and take a short break, but when we return, we are going to break down exactly what occurred, and we'll, of course, be looking forward to the continuing of all of those special moments, those key moments that have happened in the games. So stick with us. We are back, and with the time control having been reached and the players settling in for those final phases, we are going to go to Angelica, who's got a great game to show us.
Thank you, Ivanka. Indeed, there has been game played between Aram Hakoban with white pieces and Nihal Sarin. Nihal Sarin managed to score a huge victory, but how he did it, let's look at it. In this moment, he just played knight f4, offering an exchange sacrifice, since after pawn takes e5, pawn takes, bishop c5, there is no way to defend the rook. Because if you're going to play something like knight e7, you're going to drop the pawn and it's going to be completely lost position. So what Nihal did, it was obviously all the plan. He just played queen f6, bringing the pieces closer to the king side. After bishop f8, he didn't even recapture the bishop, but he went for an attack. Knight g2. Now the point is that after king takes on g2, there's going to be bishop h3, another piece sacrifice. But after king h3, there would be a perpetual. So that would end in a draw. But of course, Aram Hakoban was ambitious. And as we can see, objectively, the position is still much better for white. Here he went for knight h2, by the way, the only move which is keeping the advantage. And after bishop h3, bishop c5, so here in a couple of moves, were very precise for white, but this was the moment after g4, so we see that Nihal Sarin is still pushing, rook f to d1, queen g6, bringing all the pieces to the king. Here was a moment where it was very tough to find the best move. Knight f1 was played, and it was a big mistake, but it looks very natural defending move, because knight on f1 is defending the whole king side. But after queen e4, knight e3 is still trying to defend everything. There was this beautiful check, knight f3. And here, king cannot escape anywhere. You have to take the knight. And after pawn reaches this f3 square, we can see that the position of the whole other board and the king side is just cut into pieces. And there is just a free attack for Nihal Sarin in this game. And after a few moves, we can see that he's still building up a pressure. He's bringing the rook right in the position. Of course, white has extra rook, if we can see material advantage, but it doesn't matter because the attack is ongoing. Queen e4, f5, just pushing all the pawns and the pieces. The rook doesn't really matter. White cannot do anything about it. And about this moment, queen g5, just giving some checks to bring the king to the edge of the board. Now, queen h6, another idea of opening the position, bringing the bishop out. But after king g1, here rook e6 was played. And here Aram Hakoban had nothing better to do than after knight f1. Okay, he still defends, but after bishop f1, he just sacrificed the queen, gives up the queen in order to try to defend the position, but it was not enough. And just in a couple of moves, we can see that it was already nothing to do. Mate in 7, by the way, according to computer, and here he resigned. Nihal Sarin with a huge victory after draw yesterday. What a game.
What a game, as you said it. Wow, you know, to slam that knight down onto g2, you know, and then to boldly continue, as if nothing happened.
To be honest, I've missed the moment where this exchange sacrifice turned into a rook sacrifice very quickly, right?
What a fantastic moment.
It was a beautiful attacking game.
Absolutely, and it was a lovely moment where it wasn't clear whether he was playing for the advantage, right? You know, it looked like maybe white was trying to go for more, black was trying. Oh, I love it. Thank you so much, Angelica, for showing us this absolute gem. One of our contenders for Player of the Day.
For sure.
Nihal Sarin. Wow, what a showing. You know, he's so famous for his online speed chess. You know, 1 minute he's almost untouchable, but also fearsome contender here. Maybe one to watch. And, well, we mentioned it. The time control, the first time control has been reached. Maybe we can break down what exactly happened, because we do have a flurry of results.
Yeah, we have quite a few, like almost more than half, let's say, results in top 10 in the open section. So what we have running currently is Gukesh against Erdogmus. And as we highlighted right before going for a break, it seems that Gukesh lost all the advantage. And now, if Erdogmus is playing precisely, there is a chance he holds it for a draw. We still have Firouzja's game in play, but it seems that he's going to convert, no problem. And the last game that is still running in top 10 is Martirosyan Erigaisi. Remember the one that we said Erigaisi is in a really bad shape and he's going to lose for sure. And look, look what happened.
Totally.
Does he really know that he's better in tactical and he's going to outplay his opponent? That's why he's going for these dubious lines in the King's Indian? I don't know what happened, but now, well, he's up a piece, so Black's White's only hope is that maybe the b6 pawn does not survive and then you somehow, make a draw here, but looks very bad. It's very bad, and
Can we break down exactly what happened?
Yeah. So this game we followed along.
We
for
followed
quite
along
a bit.
for quite a while, but there was a big turnover.
Yeah. So there's a queen f3, knight to c5, and once again, rook b1. Yeah, that is surprising. So remember, even off the show, we were talking how rook a2, rook f2 is a tempting maneuver to play. And in this particular case, rook f1 would have been a better move. Anyway, rook to b1, b6, b4, a b4, rook b4, and apparently that was a kind of first step in the wrong direction because now bishop a6 and the bishop that we were making fun of, the bishop on c8, is all of a sudden it does a lot of job. It supports knight's jump, potential jump to d3. It also stops the white rook from going to f1. Queen f6 check, and then king to g8. Well, apparently it was better to take the queen, but g8, queen h6, knight d3. Now, g6 was played. No, that wasn't one crazy game, I have to tell you. g6, pawn takes, queen, rook f1, and rook f1 was a huge blunder, apparently. Rook f1. And
it looks like you're threatening rook f6.
Yeah,
what could be wrong with that?
Rook a7 to g7. So why didn't play rook a2? That's why Black had to play rook a7. Black would have been winning. However, that was missed as well. Knight takes e5. Now, White had some magical escape moves, but he went rook d1. And then once again, rook a7, knight d5, rook d5. So once again, White seemingly crashing through, queen to b8, bishop b2. Now, I would lose this position with any color if you'd ask me to play. Rook h7, swings around the board, bishop takes, rook takes, and this is where, by the way, computer still says it's not that bad after rook d6 because you are a piece up, but your pieces are really strangely placed. Knight to c5, now White had the chance to go a5. But g5 instead, and it's 40th move. g5, rook h5, check, king h7, rook here, rook here. Rook h4.
Interesting, right? Because if you just follow the principles, White is doing everything right. Because when you're material down, you exchange
you're trading the pawns and so on.
And they're disappearing. But with every single capture of a pawn, it becomes clear that Black's pieces start to somehow mobilize.
Yeah, this rook c6 apparently wasn't one of the greatest moves. Rook takes, check here, king goes, and rook b4. So now, again, I've already, I'm looking
rook takes bishop is something that I would be looking.
Rook takes bishop is something that we would look for, but then
that would be a mistake.
Takes, bishop b7 and rook b6, and apparently we are not winning. We have to take the rook and the pawn. But so instead of rook take bishop, you go knight takes pawn first. Knight takes pawn first, and if Black was to take here, then you go bishop b5.
b5, yeah.
And if rook b4, you take the rook, and this is I believe
winning.
Should be winning. b5, rook c5, and.
Can we just backtrack to the rook takes bishop? Because I just wanted to point out one small tactical pattern that one should be putting in their memory palaces, and that is, so you go rook takes bishop, king takes. Was this the answer? Bishop b7, rook takes.
Rook takes, yeah.
And
in case of rook
c8, rook c8, you go rook takes bishop. You knew
right,
exactly what I wanted
If there
to do.
is no rook b7, White can resign. But but there is. So rook b7, and Black will have to take on c6 and be satisfied with a draw. Well, what a turnaround. But here, once again, they've gotten an extra time added to their clock, and It's still not that easy to find this knight a4, but Arjun is, of course, capable of.
And
finding
is
such
knight
things.
a4 the only path to
Well,
victory?
not the only path, but again, if I trust this computer, the second best move, or the second best variation, is to go back to d7, which kind of does the same thing, protecting the b6 pawn, but leaves white pawn alive. And then after rook c7, you are supposed to go bishop c8. And this is not something that, yeah, rook d4. So once again, you have to be very tricky, selective with your moves, and knight a4 is just so much cleaner. So much cleaner, this knight a4 move.
Yeah, the knight takes a4, yeah, but you have to spot it. Otherwise, I feel like it's not that easy.
No, it's not. It's not, and it's, once again, it's such a complex game to play, so rich in tactics. And it's not easy, but if any player is capable of finding this knight a4, that's Arjun Erigaisi, because he just played it. Knight takes a4 on the board.
Absolutely. Knight takes e4, and with perfect timing as well. Let's quickly run through the lines one more time. Rook takes knight, not possible
Rook
because
takes
of
knight
bishop to
because
b5.
Bishop b5.
And it's
Targeting
as simple
both
as
of
that.
theirs. Yeah, and you win the exchange. And what's cool is that you keep your last pawn on the board. And then I guess, yeah, it's a matter of technique. So you can try to bring the king over, or you can just like go b5, rook c5.
And
So
this
if you
is-
don't take the knight, I guess, which is like much more stubborn, but what do you do then?
well, we could throw in h4 just for fun.
But wait, but then you have your trick, because no longer rook b6 solves my issue, right? So this, and bishop b7, and I don't have rook b6 anymore.
Oh, that is true. And you can't even throw in some intermediate, like rook
Yeah,
takes
like
knight or something, because it literally
You lose
loses
both
again.
rooks. Yeah, you lose both rooks. Precisely. Yeah, so knight a4. Yeah, computer argues some rook d6 to be a good move. It could be a tricky move to, rook d6, because now you do have the only way to win, which is bishop b5. Because otherwise, like the knight's attacked, you don't have b5, because the bishop's hanging. And if you move the knight, white's going to eliminate your last pawn. And I'm not yet ready to claim it's a draw, but because, like, yeah, there are some pieces, there is some attacking potential, but of course it's...
Buckle up, we're in for a long ride.
Yeah, this one can go on and on and on, precisely. Yeah, so black better find, after rook d6, black better find bishop b5 and then knight c3.
Okay, so let's go to... I think we've
So
had
what else do
word
we have? So
that
we've
something
covered
is
top
finishing.
10. And then we have Keymer with Jeffrey Shawn, and we have Nepo against Gurel. Remember this crazy, crazy game over there? Wow, and Nepo, wow. Look at the Nepo's position. So he did lose or did trade all of his pawns, but apparently the position he has, in the position he has some winning attack. So computers screaming, like you see the deviation bar is like full white, so that means like white's winning. And I'd argue king goes somewhere forward, right? Don't know where it goes. G3 or F3, E3. In fact, any of those moves. I say goes to G3 maybe?
Ah, you just missed it, Miro. I was trying to derail the subject, because you were delving into the chess. And maybe we'll see it right now on the screen. Nepomniachtchi has a very funny hand tick. You know, we've seen a lot of this kind of twirling the pieces. Just a way to get rid of the
piece, you mean?
Yeah, he doesn't have a... Is that a piece in his hand?
Sure. I was sure he has like a...
Yeah, it is a piece.
Twirling the bishop or something.
Yeah, it's just a very interesting thing that, you know, these days people are doing this in order just to relieve the nervous tension. And of sportsmen do this all the time,
really?
right? Yeah. You see them, you know, like for instance, Nadal. He's always, before he takes a serve, He's always like fiddling with his pants, and then he will take the serve, and it's just a way to relieve the nervous tension. And so what you're doing is just simply, okay, you're a little bit nervous. The chess is a really tense game, so the energy gets transferred to that point, and the brain can kind of focus.
Right.
Sorry about derailing that, but okay.
That's good. So
moving
king
back
E3,
onto the subject, king goes up the board.
Goes to E3, and I'll say, I'm not sure what black's supposed to do. Like, I just want to make a non-move to see how exactly white is checkmating. I guess it was bishop to H7, right?
Yeah, exactly. Give
so
a check.
Bishop to H7. So now if I go here, it's rook F4, followed by bishop G6.
Wait. Do I not have like rook to G4 as well? Threaten the checkmate in 1?
No, but that's checkmate in 2x4s, right? Rook F4, bishop G6.
Yeah. There is that.
So rook G4 cannot be better. It cannot be equally as good. So you can argue that if you have a checkmate in 1, then you can find a better move than rook F4. Yeah. So and if the king goes to H8, then I guess this followed by bishop E6, followed by rook H8.
Rook H8, and that's the...
So now the question is, can you stop any of that? And I don't think you can. I don't think you can, right? You can go rook D6, maybe, so that after this check, the king goes here.
No, but you go bishop to F7 check.
You go bishop to F7 check.
And it's the rook, which falls off the face of the earth.
No, not yet. Go here.
Well, I can still take the pawn.
Wow.
It's still falling.
Kind of a study-like thing. Okay, maybe not study-like thing, but you don't have checks, basically.
No.
Right, this bishop guards this, and rook H8's the threat, the rook's threatened.
And this
so
is
Nepo
where,
is winning.
Again, you lament the rule that checkmate ends the game. Like, why should it end the game? The king is just a normal piece. I'm having all of these ideas for improvement. Okay, but this just means that Nepomniachtchi is going to be winning.
All right.
Nothing can be done about this idea of bishop H7 and giving a checkmate on the H8 square. Okay, so hang on, wait. Let's go quickly to the first board between Gukesh and Erdogmus because
it's too late.
It's too late.
We have a draw.
Okay, it's a draw. Okay, well, backtrack and rewind for us exactly what happened there.
So
we
G
left
takes H5, and I think we looked at it. Rook to G7. Remember, I was going rook H1, and in that case, rook takes F6 was not working.
Yeah.
Because of some rook H5 later on along the line. But after rook G7, in fact, computer says rook G8 is equal, but also the move that Erdogmus has played. Rook takes F6, EF6, a check on E2. King B3 does lose this time to A4 to the trick that I've managed to find it, and rook takes, indeed you are getting checkmated on B2. So king has to go to B1, and then black has a perpetual check available. Check on E1.
Incredible.
So what an escape. Who didn't like escape?
Absolutely. And maybe we can actually just pinpoint the moment where Gukesh went wrong, because it was quite instructive, because it looked like he was in full control. And remember, actually, that you can actually see a dedicated stream, a camera stream, to this particular board. So you can go back if you want to deep dive into the players' reactions and see exactly how everything went down. Well, you can go and check on our YouTube and have a look and see exactly what happened, because here it was insane, right? Because this looks complete domination, and I thought that Gukesh is in the business mode.
One of the ways, once again, it's assisted by the computer, so rook HA1 is one of the moves computer likes, but I've guessed the idea before seeing what move computer recommends. If black was to play rook g8, you sacrifice and exchange yourself. You go rook a5, rook a5, rook a5, and then no way black will be able to save the e6 pawn, and white is just like completely dominant. You will get your 3 connected passed pawns, supported by the king, and yeah. Bishop c1, and this is where we are talking about like a slight time trouble. This is not yet like a big time trouble. Rook f1, rook to g8. King c2 is an unlucky move, which allows black to go for bishop e7. But you would think, yeah, but I'm taking the pawn, but then g6, and now black threatens to capture the h5 pawn to go to g2. So Gukesh is up to the task. He finds g5. So now if black was to take here, you'd go h6, keeping the lines closed, white wins. So g5, king to d7, hitting the knight. Knight goes to f4, logical, rook f8, rook g1. So rook f8 pins the knight, rook g1 unpins the knight, bishop g5, knight e5, king c6. And the only move to win was knight to f6, with the idea that if you take the knight, white has bishop h6 intermezzo, and then rook takes g6, and so on and so forth. And it's completely winning. This +4 for white.
But that's such a difficult idea to spot this intermezzo in time trouble as well.
Right, and after bishop g5, which is like a natural move, and
Right.
move 40, by the way.
Yeah.
Move 40, king d5. And chess is such a cruel game that you've played like next to a perfect, you played almost like a masterpiece. One move and you've given everything away.
Visually, Miro, if you were to make an evaluation of this position, you'd think bishop f6, everything is great. You know, you have 3 connected pass pawns.
You'd suspect something's off because the pawns are kind of blockaded on
Right,
the wrong
but you
squares.
could somehow see
to
that.
believe like white doesn't have the way to win, that'd be too
Right.
much.
You would be thinking like you could put the bishop on f6 and then after
And then
pawn
when
takes
they
pawn, you
take-
can come in with your king to
Yeah, maybe
d3.
once again, you go king d3, you go somewhere, go rook a1,
Yeah,
maybe you
or
sack
you-
the exchange and you don't go.
Exactly, and then you can still put some pressure on the opponent.
Right, but like quite impressive, right? So gh5, rook g7.
And this is as well, again,
immediately-
and then rook takes bishop, bolt from the blue.
And immediately, yeah,
It's a draw.
rook e2, and it's just a draw.
And we should show that trap one more time because it was a beautiful
so if
king
the king
b3.
goes to b3, and
You
then
just go A4.
yeah, like white wins if not for a4, and then white loses because you cannot take the pawn with the rook because of rook b2 checkmate. Very efficient, by the way. Like you
Yeah.
ran out of pieces, but the only pieces you have are all participating in this beautiful checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that means you cannot go to b3, and that means after king b1, rook e1, king c2, rook e2, the game ends.
Okay. Beautiful escape there, absolute. You know, it was like a Houdini act there from Erdogmus, and certainly very promising. We have to remind ourselves, he's just 14 years old and already playing with the world's best, the world champion. Maybe we cast our eyes on the women's section, especially on board 1, where Vantika, with the white
It's
pieces.
still in progress, wow.
Yeah, but Vantika's clock. And here the women are playing a different time control. So they're playing at the standard one, which is 1.5 hours plus this 30-second time bonus. They then get an added time of 30 minutes once they've passed move 40, which they have. And this means that, as you can see on the clock, that Vantika has less than a minute. What you see is what you're getting.
Right, so there's no extra
No, there's no
anything.
time bonus,
That's
there's no
the
third control.
final.
She's just going to be relying on that 30-second increment.
So king f8, king here, g4, knight f6, g5, and f4. Wow. So apparently this natural-looking b6 move is a big mistake.
Is that because it allows the white king
Yeah, like
eventually?
potentially a passage for the white king to d5 and you know d5 and c6. So had black gone f5 here or knight c5 for this method, it would have been an absolute equal position. So now after b6, bishop c2, this and this, yeah, like king e4 missed. King e4 would have won the game. some triangulations and so on and so forth. Bishop e4, king goes, bishop g2, and white is completely winning. King to e7, now king to d5 is decisive. King d5, decisive advantage.
Wow.
Wow.
And in the king comes.
Right, yeah, and king d5 is played. So it's still not easy for me to comprehend, but after king d7, apparently f5 is what you do. And if pawn takes, you go bishop h3. You can go bishop f3.
I thought bishop f3, but knight to g6.
I guess bishop h3 first, and you take this one, and then somehow you I say king c7, bishop f5, and black is in a complete zugzwang.
Yeah, because you can't move the knight.
Exactly. Knight g6, I'll take,
you take it,
go king e6.
In you come. And
wow.
Everything is working out for Vantika here. And she plays f5.
She does play f5.
She finds it.
So what you can do, once again, I'm using computer help. Bishop h3, you have to go to e7. But then I don't see why king e6 doesn't win. So I don't know why king c6 doesn't win. Anyway, this looks winning, and that's one of the few games that are still going in the ladies section.
Yes. But one person that did win was Nepomniachtchi, and he is ready with Charlize. Let's hear more from what Nepomniachtchi thinks about his game.
I'm here with Jan Nepomniachtchi, who just played against Edith Gurel, winning the game. It's really scary playing against kids. Would you say it's the same like this at the top level?
I don't know. It depends if you have some phobia about kids. Yeah, okay, yes, for me, I don't. But I mean, the thing is, like, first of all, he's not like so young anymore. Like, he's like 16. I think he turned 17 this year, and though he looks like very young. And secondly, of course, all these kids, like, so they already have like whatever 25 or 26 elo, so probably you don't count them like as someone weak and just perhaps talented. Of course, like, it's always a formidable opposition.
And playing here at the Grand Swiss, we've got all kinds of top players and kids. What is your goal in this tournament exactly?
Try to guess.
Okay, the bigger goal here is candidates. This is your first time playing the Grand Swiss, if I'm not mistaken. Is this the big goal here that you're preparing for, going all out?
Yeah, basically that's the only goal why I'm here. So I think Grand Swiss was introduced like whatever 2021 or something, first time 2019, and then 2019 maybe I had like some very fine chances qualifying from the Grand Prix, so I decided to focus on the Grand Prix, not playing the not playing in the Swiss. And yeah, like this time, like for me, it's after like many years, it feels a little bit like starting from scratch. Yeah, so yeah, so let's see where it leads.
And you haven't been very active in general with classical tournaments. What is your favorite format to play then, and what do you think about this super long time control here?
Well, I still prefer classical tournaments, even though it's hard and it's like sometimes boring to make all this preparation. And okay, perhaps that's why like Fischer Random is so lucrative. Yeah, like you can like basically skip like the preparation part, like come and play, and the rest of the day is free. So, like as for me, I would happily play more classical, but okay, I don't like have like some normal limitations which would fit my schedule. And of course, like this year's schedule is oriented about like is built because of like both Grand Swiss and World Cup in the autumn. Yes, so basically the second half of the year. So before the first half of the year, I tried to prepare, yeah, and now I'm trying to play. Yeah, but yeah. So far, like I'm simply happy like to play some chess.
Don't you think it makes a player a little bit rusty if they put the playing aside for a bit and only focus on preparation, or do you balance it with some training games?
I don't know about players, but for me, of course, it makes me rusty.
Yeah. But do you feel rusty now, or do you feel like you're in good shape?
Well, depends on what I see when I check the game. So I was like super unhappy with the way I converted, and also with the way I played, basically. But yeah, somehow maybe I just needed to win a game, like to like have a nice start. So maybe I shouldn't be like so harsh on myself this time, and give some also give some credit here for the work, all the work which has been done.
Well, I hope you do that and are easier on yourself. When it comes to preparation, you know basically every opening, right? You know so much theory. So do you come to the board with something else prepared for your opponent, or do you basically just decide what you want to play at the board?
Yeah, you know, the trick about like modern state of things is that basically most of your knowledge, which would be, I mean, especially opening knowledge, quickly becomes irrelevant because, let's say, like 10 years ago, there was like several good openings, and like everything else was like maybe not as good or just maybe like murky. But nowadays, basically, there are no bad openings, so there are no bad lines. For example, inside Rue Lopez, inside like many openings, basically like when you play Catalan, there's like 10 different lines inside Catalan for black, and everything works. Yeah, when you play like Rue Lopez, like there are 10 or 12 different Rue Lopez and for black, and you don't even need like to study all these Berlin things or Marshall things. You can just basically pick a line and just play it one time. And that's why, like, early on knowledge, I mean, okay, basically you can bring the like laptop to the game, yeah, like to check what's going on, yeah. So basically nowadays the amount of memorization becomes a little bit like, I mean, unimaginable, and probably this like forces players to change the approach at some point.
Do you ever forget lines that you know, during the game, you're like, I saw this, I should remember this. Does that ever happen, memory gaps?
Constantly. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's just, I think Vishy said that it's better like to like forget everything and know nothing than to know like 99% and don't recall some very important finesse. And like, that's why you just would make incorrect conclusions here about the position. So sometimes it's like it's even like, you know, it's even a grace here to don't know things here.
And I have two final, a bit strange questions, not in the chess realm. First of all, would you prefer if people called you Nepo instead of Nepo? Because everyone is used to calling you Nepo with the incorrect pronunciation.
Well, basically, in Russian, it sounds like a full name sounds like Nepomniachtchi. So once like someone would be as you know, as skillful to pronounce it like fully and pronounce it correctly, I would be just absolutely happiest person in the world. Yeah, but jokes aside, like whatever works, yeah, like Nepo, Nipo, or just like as they say, like in Russian. I mean, I might be wrong with translation, so I say in Russian, "Хоть горшком назови, только в печку не ставь." Basically, whatever you call me, just don't put me into the oven. Yeah.
I love that. And then the next question, it's strange, but there's some psychoanalysis behind it, so trust me on this. If you were a tree, which tree would you be?
Okay, Dubov is not here, so Dubov I would surely say like oak, yeah, because it's basically the meaning of his last name, yeah. Well, I don't know. I would call something fancy, like when I was like in Barcelona a couple of years ago. I really like jacarandas.
We had those in South Africa.
Really? Yeah. Okay. In our climate in Russia, it's uneasy to raise, so it's somewhere like in some special places, in special gardens. Yeah. But I dream of having one at home one day.
They're beautiful purple trees for those at home. Do research them. Well, thank you so much, Nipo, and good luck for the rest of your event.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, great stuff. I know Nepo talking about how it's difficult in this modern day chess, you know, that balance with picking the openings, knowing the openings, retaining that knowledge. I mean, because one thing that's very clear is these days you have to know everything. And there's a lot of data that's happening. Not just is it evolving all the time, but it's also growing exponentially. So it's a difficult balance.
Right. It's one of those like almost like what do you call it? The game theory problems that, let's say, you and I we play a match or whatever, and we would both prefer not to spend 5 hours on preparation, but who first stops doing it, the other person does it and has a huge advantage. So we both kind of have to waste our time, which very tiny probability of getting our preparation on the board, right?
Now, this is what I always call the Red Queen effect after the Red Queen in Alice Through the Looking Glass. She's always running. She's always running, but she gets nowhere because everything is running alongside her.
Yeah, right. In order to,
It's a
in order
great
to
book.
get somewhere, you have to run even faster.
Exactly.
Which is-
But everything is keeping up.
like
And we get in
And
time to watch.
Alireza Firouzja has won his game, and wow.
Maybe we can just
Yeah, the
take
final
it.
position where Maxim Rodshtein resigned, actually after rook a7, what did he do, Ivanka?
How do I get out of checkmate? Well, rook h7 is a huge possibility. So now I would do.
I guess you can do bishop
Yeah, you can go bishop c.
bishop c7.
And there's no more checkmate
Yeah,
for you.
and then rook b. Because what I wanted first, that after rook a7, I thought this is good enough.
But rook takes queen.
Rook takes, and rook f2. And I thought it's almost like a, it does win, but if it's the only win, that you absolutely have to wait for black to show, right? So you do play rook a7 and then wait for black to show this one, but there's also bishop c7. Anyway, very, very, I wouldn't say like an easy win for Firouzja, but very convincing from the moment he's gotten the advantage, right?
Right. I mean,
and
if we were to take it back.
Right, we didn't check when exactly he got outplayed.
Let's revisit this moment, because here the knight is stuck there on a6, and white is the one with all the power in the center, the ability to progress, and
rook a4 is not great because c5, black gets the chance to play c5, and it's immediately played. Bishop f1, cd4, rook takes everything, bishop e8, rook here, knight c5, and this is where we've seen where black is already a bit more comfortable. And then, yeah, bishop h3 here, I believe, or bishop c3. Okay, there were moves to keep the game going.
It was this whole breakout allowing c5,
right.
yeah,
And then this
white had to give.
e5 was already the
Just
move.
a little bit too loose.
Right.
Well, a very impressive play there from Alireza Firouzja, just to take over and win with the black pieces. But talking about winning, we've got to head over to game 11, because Vincent Keymer is on the verge of defeating Jeffrey Zhong. Remember, Jeffrey Zhong, fantastic player. Yesterday, he drew very comfortably against Praggnanandhaa. And this is the simple, even though it's opposite colored bishops.
It's opposite colored bishops, and it was relatively innocent. Rook f3 here, rook e3, rook endgame. b4, rook takes e5. Now, you would like to have two connected pass pawns, but then rook b5, right? So we are talking, yes, white has far, far advanced pawns, but it's the rook endgame with even amount of pawns, right? So b5, rook b4.
This is not easy at all for black.
That's not easy at all.
Because
I
somehow
agree with that.
the king on f6 is in the way of any counterplay, which is what you need to do, of generating.
King e3. Well, the thing is, like, again, I'm affected by the fact that I see the engine claims it's a draw. And I imagine you are allowed to be passive here and just go rook b1. And when the king goes to c5, you'd be giving checks from behind. Right.
Wait.
You can play f7, f6, but what you cannot do
And this
is
was
play
actually
f7,
my
f5, the
instinct.
counterplay.
This
You
was what I
run with the
wanted.
pawn. And that's what Jeffrey thought. That's what everybody thought. But guess what? Rook a7, rook takes b5, which logically should be your answer. And white has the only way to win, which is rook a8, you put the rook behind, a7, and you have no place to hide the king.
Well, we have to show this trick because it's so beautifully done. Because the king steps back to f7,
F7
or
or
F7,
D7, maybe
E7,
D7
anywhere
towards
on
the
the 7th
pawn,
line.
yeah, and then you go here.
Go rook H8.
Rook, yeah, pawn threatens to promote, so you have to take it, and then it's a check. So now, of course, like king D7 is very naive, and you would prefer to go to G7, which would be a draw, but you're just like one square too short. You go to F7, and white has this one move opportunity to go rook H8 and win the game. So F6 would have been a draw because in the same line, here, rook A8, rook A5, A7, black goes to F5, and the king is safe.
Yeah. Just goes to show there are tactical opportunities. You do need to know your patterns, even when it seems like it's going to be a draw. But I can so understand that instinct to generate counterplay. F5, you somehow in your mind rule out that rook takes A7 is impossible because rook takes B5.
Yeah.
And you
Prag,
just
your
forget.
calculation is like I take the pawn and I put the rook behind.
Yeah.
And this is where my mind stops. I don't look for this rook A8, A7, which happens to be winning. So you'd say...
Can I show you this cool trick? That, okay, but rook takes, so just rook takes B5, rook A8. And let's just say that the king goes to E7.
And you go here.
No, you don't. You go rook H8. Just because this is like so unnatural, and then if you go
and you
rook,
will play A7.
you're going to go on the next move. You're going to go A7.
Yeah,
I just wanted to show this pattern because, okay, obviously it's not very natural in terms of what we're seeing in this particular in this particular game, but it's actually one to always remember because it's the kind of move that comes as a surprise because you think, okay, I'm going to go rook to A5, but it's all covered.
Hang on a second. So here, rook takes, rook A8. So that means I have to go to F7, question mark?
Yeah.
And after that, if I give a check, it's the same thing.
Yeah, you have to, it was always the same, it's always rook.
Rook E7,
Rook
and I was thinking,
H8.
and now if you go for rook F8, maybe I have some sort of a fortress, but no, nobody's going to play rook F8. Yeah, it's rook H8, and it's the same extra rook situation. Yeah, it doesn't matter where this rook takes the A7 pawn from A5 or from E7, it's exactly identical skewer from H7. Right, so that will be won by Vincent Keymer. Who, by the way, is rated 2751. What a massive rating.
Wow. Oh, he won, I think, the Chennai Masters. And I just see him I mean, he's a confident player, but he's getting even more and more confident. He's just letting the chess do the talking. And
so that would mean like everything in the top 10 or even top 15 is finished. But
well, there's still
board
some
10, Erigaisi.
Yeah, Erigaisi. So maybe let's check in on that.
Yeah, that's the position right now. To move 50, and again, computer evaluation suggests that black is winning, but still there is some job to be done. Yeah, the king is cut on the 8th rank. The pieces are not fully coordinated, so there's still some finesse to be shown, like some precise moves to be found.
Yeah, but talking about someone who's completely overwhelming, he's got a great position in Vantika. Vantika against Bibisara, and I'm so impressed by the fact that she doesn't get flustered at all. She's got less than 25 seconds on the clock, and she keeps finding these incredible moves. G6. I mean,
G6.
No hesitation from her whatsoever.
G6. Yeah, pawn takes, king takes. And now you're threatening to go bishop d5 and just like make this knight versus bishop a pawn endgame. Right, so black kind of has to go knight b7.
Indeed, it has been played.
And then you just take this guy, king here, king.
Well, she can just step back with the king,
G4,
right? And just use the h-pawn as a decoy.
Wait, king g4 somehow is not the most clever move.
I think it's very human, though.
Absolutely.
And if it works, even if it takes 20 moves more.
Strangely, this is how you win, according to the machine once again.
In
You
the
go bishop
fastest
d5, and then you do not go to g4, but you go here, and you go here, and you want to go here. And then probably that's the way you are getting to these pawns quicker.
And she spots it. Bishop to d5.
Bishop d5, knight c5.
Okay. Well, let's see where she's going to go with the king once she grabs on h5.
So knight c5 is played, so now, yeah.
Yeah, Bibisara's only hope is to actually play very fast and somehow just prevent
Confusing,
Vantika
yeah.
from figuring things out.
All right, so sometimes, or rather oftentimes, you see the light square bishop, you see white has the h-pawn, and you kind of add 2 + 2, and you say, okay, I have to get rid of all the other pawns, I'm allowed to sacrifice my knight, and I have to get the king to h8. But there's no way you can exchange both of white pawns on the queen side.
There's actually a fascinating position happening in the game between Liu Miayi and Marcel Efremsky on board 11, because this one is just a question of Vantika, like where
when.
she goes
Yeah, not
with
if, but
her
when.
king. Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's got it in the bag. But this one, Liu Miayi, Marcel Efremsky, it's going down to the wire. It's a rook, bishop, and some pawns,
or a lot of pawns.
for a
So
queen.
it's board 11 we are talking, yeah?
Yeah,
It's board
board 11.
Wow. Wow. How come the king is on f8? What's happening? And also black has gotten a lot of pawns, right? If you'd ask me who's playing for a win, there's a fair chance that both players do.
Yeah.
So it wasn't so long ago where rook b7, rook b1, and all of that happened. White had no business no business losing this game, I believe, but wanted to play for a win. So the king comes in, king d6, king h5, queen f2, here, here, here. So the king is trying to reach f8 and then attack the only weakness, which is the g7 square. Black goes e5, king f8,
And
d4, pawn takes, and then it's d3, queen f2, rook e5, queen d4. Wow. So now what you can do is, and probably should do,
But queen
go
takes
here.
g7. Are you happy with that?
I thought king h5 and you're kind of running. So ideally, this is where you want to be.
Yeah.
Like same as in, like with the queen endgame. What just happened? Just happened. I mean, we see some moves being made. So rook to d5, queen c4, rook check, king.
King e7.
King e7, I
Only
guess, right? And then d2 is the plan, otherwise you just lose.
But queen f7
And
check.
then it's a check, followed by
Yeah.
check, followed by king takes,
Followed
d1,
by
queen, and queen to... Can I go queen to d7?
you can, but black will go.
Black
queen
can't
to-
trade the queens.
No,
That's
no,
my
no.
point. And
Queen-
then
queen
that
f3.
means, yeah, fair, but c4. And
C4.
yeah, I mean, we can kind of turn tables once again, and then white's playing for a win.
Yeah, it's queen and
So say
games
you
are very
take this one, the pawn's running, and after this check, white has queen e7, and good luck kind of figuring out the perpetual in this kind of positions of
No,
the
not
5-6
easy at
hours
all.
of play.
And let's also take note of the clocks as well, because both of these players are just playing on their increments.
Right.
So there's
like-
plenty of room for error here. So rook to
Absolutely.
d5, I mean, they have been following this line. We're expecting
So it
king
was
h8.
here.
Do you think that we... Yeah, you don't want to be flicking in any...
There was this move d2, by the
D2,
way.
yeah.
There was this move d2, so when you take the rook, black
can
actually
promote.
wins. d1 queen. When you take the bishop, though,
But you take the...
yeah, after d2, right after d2, if you, come on, I've lost it. D2, if you take the bishop, then D1, queen, queen F7, and queen G7, and queen E5, and it's quite similar, right? Maybe a better version for black, because black king is active, and in some cases you can kind of trade the queens, and the king will be closer to. Anyway, so that's what we have. That's what we have. We've reached this position.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Mirror, let's go to board one immediately between Bibisara and Vantika, because it looked like Vantika had complete control. And take a look at this.
Wow.
Look at this. Hang on. Let's backtrack. Because here, we were just thinking,
was good.
King takes H5.
King H5 wins.
That wins, and then, you know, white could be
wins.
fancy going with the king to G6,
Right,
to G4.
she thought, let's keep the king on G6. Let's use the bishop to capture the H5 pawn. So she went bishop here, knight here, bishop H5. And I believe she has calculated this line so that after check, you go to G7, knight takes, you slide the bishop somewhere, G6, E2. I'm not sure that the H pawn is moving towards the prize square. But what she missed and what Bibisara has found is this amazing resource D5. So that after CD5, we go here, check, king G5, you don't want to be losing a bishop, knight takes. And now you move the bishop, and this is where, right, the king kind of has a chance to go in.
Right.
And then you go and you sack the knight.
Exactly. Once the king gets into the corner to H8, that's it.
So I guess this is kind of good enough, yeah.
Wow.
To go here.
What a find.
Yeah, you have to be careful still, because let's say you go king C3 and then king F6 wins. I'm not letting you in, so you have to play a tempo move, attack the bishop. Bishop has to move somewhere, and then you go to G7 or G8, F8, H8, and this is it.
Well, what's going to be a shock for Vantika? Vantika also, again, just relying on that 30-second time bonus.
D5, but that's
D5.
a brilliant find.
Beautiful.
Wow, what an escape. Well, in the making, escape in the making. Let's
I mean, you
let's be
still
on the
have to
safe
play
side. Still,
precisely,
you have to
but
find everything. But it seems that Bibisara has found perhaps the only resource that was available. Yeah.
And once again, it just goes to show how many possibilities there are to save or squander a game.
Absolutely. Wow. So C takes, knight check, and then Compi finds some funny looking
King G7, can you do that?
King G7,
oh no, you lose the bishop.
With the
Oh my
check.
goodness
so
me.
that's why Compi goes here, takes here. Knight C3, then this pawn's lost. Bishop F7, knight takes, H5. And black has to be careful, because in this position you have only one move which makes a draw, which is a logical move, knight to D4. But if you wanted to go knight D6, then bishop G6 stops the check. But when you go knight D4, you have both knight F5 and knight E6 check. So if you're getting stopped from here, then it's a check on E6.
And you stop it on F8.
Yep.
But even then, it feels like there
sometimes
could be some zugzwang.
And stuff. Yeah. It's very tricky. Now, I guess you just go check, and if king G8, you go here, and once again they can't move. Oh,
well,
no,
actually,
much
it's
easier.
happening.
You go knight F4.
It's happening right now on our screens. That's
Right. So she went king H6, knight takes pawn,
King G7.
King G7, knight went to C7, which is
okay.
Still a draw.
But it's the next few moves where she has to be careful, because bishop goes to. What happens if the bishop goes to? So
now you can play bishop E2.
Yes. So if you go
computer
bishop
line
E2,
was knight to D4 instead, or where it was, no, from D5 to C3. Well, Vantika goes bishop to G4.
okay.
Now you have this. It's a check.
Now
King G6.
gotta
You go
go
to
there.
F8. I want to go here.
Yes.
here, knight c7, bishop c4, and you take the pawn. And if the bishop takes, you go into a corner, and if the pawn moves, you are just in time,
nick
right?
of time.
Knight to c6, h7, and you give a check. Again, knight e7 would have lost. Knight e5, here, and you go here, and you go here, and you go here, and it's
And
a
the
perpetual
king.
check. And what if white bishop would have been on e6?
It would have been
Like
a win.
in this position, yeah, the bishop on e6 covering g4, it's a win.
Exactly.
That's a
And
win.
that's the whole problem, that the white king has to be guarding the g7 square. Well, okay, there's still
There's still
lot of room for
pitfalls,
error, right? Because, you know, Bibisara, first of all, has to find, let's work through that again. So after bishop to e2, you have to find the knight going back to e8, check.
Well, Compi says you can take. I think it could be the same, right? You take h5, knight to c7 or
C7.
d6, and then after h6, there's this check and knight f6, and
And then now
there's-
this one.
There's no way of putting black into a Zug's one,
Are you
right?
sure about that?
I'm
Because-
not sure anything.
Well,
no.
I feel like you still have to play very precisely. So, for instance, if the bishop goes back to, yeah, it
Where do we
doesn't
go?
matter.
Oh,
It doesn't
D1,
matter.
let's say.
D1,
And I go
E2.
b5.
Yeah, and now you go bishop
here, here, here. Did I lose the game? No, I didn't. There's
Why
knight
not?
d7. As an option B, there is knight d7. Knight
Well-
f6, knight d7.
She's taken on b5.
She's taken on b5. Bishop g4, knight b5. Well, that's a dramatic game. That is a dramatic game, right? So white had an advantage like for the good chunk of the game. Then somehow like everything was traded and the queens and black seemed to be absolutely safe in this endgame. Then b7, b6, an unlucky move and once winning again.
Yeah.
And then she's done everything right. And like one move.
Which was
Before,
forgivable
yeah.
because, you know, she didn't have too much time. She wanted to keep full control. And ironically, in
Yeah, when
doing
you want
that,
to have full control.
allowed this remarkable escape, d5, that Bibisara finds on demand. Okay, the danger's not yet over for Bibisara, as she now has to find this knight to e8, knight to f6. She does, of course. And Vantika has to step up with the king to g6, but a remarkable fine d5 from Bibisara earlier on.
No. That's my line, which, by the way, they are following along, right? And there's a fair chance it'll appear on the board. So where do you go with the king if not to g6, right?
I
So
mean,
do
you
you
have
go
to
to
go.
g6, and knight f6 is played, and then where do you go with that? Well, here you do have choices, but basically you cannot cover everything.
Well, we saw that white, you know, even if you get your bishop to b3 and the king can't move, but the knight can still move to
Okay,
d7.
I have a question, which is a philosophical question. Is this, okay, and let's say I do this, and you do this, and I do this, and this one I thought would be
But you go
a Zug's one, where
king
it's still a
f8.
draw. It's king f8, and you're threatening. So even without the b pawn, it's a draw. Even without the b pawn, it's a draw, which I should have been able to figure out. But
Actually, that's remarkable. But what happens if you put the bishop on b3? You know, because I'm trying
yeah,
to
like no b
avoid...
pawn, and you put the bishop on b3.
Yeah,
But then
exactly.
there's knight d7, and you
And you've got
cannot make
knight to f8.
progress, right?
It's unbelievable how the bishop has to actually dance on two diagonals, which it cannot do. It needs to cover d7. It also needs to stop the king
And the
from
king-
traveling to g8,
And
which is
also
the key
this,
square.
yeah, it's like impossible, mission impossible for the bishop.
Yeah.
Right, too many things.
Actually, this is actually a really good rule in bishop endgames, is that the bishop wants to be at two weddings. In order to do that, you need to have the bishop covering the most important squares on one diagonal.
Yeah.
But if it has to be at two weddings and it's had two different diagonals, this is often very, very difficult.
Right.
And what does she play? She's played b5. So she's gone for your philosophy. She's understood that.
Bishop b5, bishop f5, b5.
Yeah.
As
She's just
now-
understood that the black king can wait on f8.
this.
Yeah, and here it was knight to d7.
Yeah, so here it is the only move,
Yeah.
knight to d7, but it's a sufficient move. Right? So b5, bishop c2 played. Here.
Oh, did you see the look of relief there on Bibisara's face?
Right, because I believe you go knight g4 and you lose, right? So check here, here. Well, what she's done is king f8, where it is a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a draw.
Yeah.
King f8.
She made the move
Hang on a
just as
second.
you made the
King
blunder.
f8, bishop b3.
And now you go king to e7.
No, you go knight g4. Because same thing, h7, knight e5, and it's a well-known position. You have to have the bishop on e6 once again. Otherwise, it's just a
yes,
perpet.
of course, we've seen this
It's a
before.
perpetual check. Knight g4 and knight e5 and knight g4 and knight e5 and knight g4 again.
She finds it. Very well known. I mean, it's remarkable, like how Bibisara just knows these positions. I mean, it's no surprise to me that over the summer she became a grandmaster, because the way that I've seen how her chess has evolved, you know, she was a very sharp player, then she kind of wanted to become a bit more well-rounded, so she changed her openings to more positional, and now she's reverted back to that aggressive style that she was so famous for when she was younger. And this is Bibisara's point, that the knight is going to be checking that white king. The white king has to keep control over g7, and this means it cannot escape those perpetuals.
Yeah.
That's it.
And in this particular case, yes, you do lose the h7 pawn. However, even if this was to happen, this is a well-known drawish position.
Yeah.
Right. So, lucky escape for Bibisara. And I have to say, from kind of the top seeds, it's only Vachier-Lagrave who's on a perfect score.
Who else on the women's section is on a perfect score?
Is on 1.5.
Olga Badelka.
Olga Badelka and Vachier-Lagrave could be the only two leading after 2 rounds.
Okay, well, tomorrow we'll have a very clear pairing, as Vachier-Lagrave will probably be playing Olga Badelka, the only two players on full points.
Right, both played with the black pieces. Likely Vachier-Lagrave is going to have white and Badelka will repeat black. Yeah, that's a perpetual check, it seems. And the game, yeah, the game's about to end. Shall we switch to the... Yeah, I mean, we absolutely have to watch the conclusion of this one. It's like seconds left, yeah. Seconds left, and it's not much
By the way,
for white.
We had a poll, remember? We were asking you who will win the game between Gukesh and Erdogmus.
And the results were in favor of Gukesh,
Of course, 61% thought that Gukesh was going to win. But in fact, 19% were correct. It was, in fact, a draw. And this game is going to be ending in a draw, as Vantika cannot escape the checks from the knight. And Bibisara leans back, looks at her opponent, and she knows that was a remarkable escape. She was on the verge of defeat, but finds a brilliant resource. The king steps back. The black king is going to step forward.
Right,
and Bibisara does it.
And you can't really do much. You can't do anything. Okay, you couldn't do much.
And a draw agreed. What a save there from Bibisara.
That is quite a remarkable save.
Absolutely. Hui, that was super dramatic. But let's see whether the drama has transferred onto the open section, where most of the top 10 boards have finished, but there is still a few games ongoing. Heik Maitrejan looking like he's going to succumb to Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, now Arjun's position is completely winning.
We've joined in when there has been resignation.
After, like the last couple of moves, bishop g2. It was already a bad position, but bishop g2 allowed for a check, followed by rook e2. And now, if you were to take this b5, it's a check, followed by yeah, king h1 is what you have to do, knight d3, and there is no stopping to this knight f2 checkmate idea.
Another incredible game there from Arjun Erigaisi, you know, really pushing the boundaries when it came to the opening.
Absolutely.
I don't think he'll be looking to repeat that one, but in the end, you know, he just kept the game alive, kept finding chances, and players there analysing. It's so nice to see, because for Haig, probably this is a little bit of a painful game, because you sense that he was doing very super well. You know, he was on the verge of winning had he found this beautiful rook maneuver, rook a2,
yeah,
rook
this rook
f2.
a2 was available like in a span of like few moves, I believe. Like, with various variation, it would be like much stronger to play it at once, but it was kind of a recurring theme. But eventually, Erigaisi came on top.
And often this is exactly what you need, actually. And Arjun is such a great player. But more games, more battles still ongoing, and one that is looking in the young German's favor. It is Vincent Keymer, who is on the verge of winning his game against Jeffrey Zhong.
So there was a check.
We left
king
it at this.
f4, then rook check, king g5.
King steps up.
Rook takes, rook here. Yeah.
A7.
Rook here. What's the trick in here?
There's no trick.
Do we understand what's the trick? Yeah, f7.
There's no trick.
So you can go for a check.
But you can just
king
hide on
h6,
h6.
And you go one more check.
You can take the pawn on g6, if I'm not...
You take the pawn on g6.
And the big problem is that the white king is so close to the pawn on f5.
And yeah, whatever you do, you have to eventually stop this pawn and then rook e8.
Rook e8, I mean, and also the white king. I mean, if it were on a6, well, then that's a different ball game. But here the white king is so close that white will be winning this one.
Right, absolutely.
Very smartly dressed as well.
Let me try to find, like I'm typically quite talented finding ways not to win.
Well,
so check.
I think you have to
here.
come. Oh,
I've already managed.
This one is bad because now you can
I've already
sacrifice.
managed. Yeah, so here, and king d5.
Right.
And this is what, basically I was looking for one of the positions like that. I just wasn't sure if it's not winning still. But yeah, if black king, or rather white king is too far and black king can support the remaining pawn, then maybe black gets chances. But of course, no sane person's going to bring his king to g8.
Well, unless you have a sense of humor or someone has slipped you some money. But yeah, I mean,
right.
Okay, throne and check.
Jeffrey's down to seconds.
But the moves are coming automatically for Vincent.
Right.
And the way to win is just simply, you capture the pawn on g6, and then you're going to hide the king on h5.
Yeah, it's nothing you can do. And this is, you know what, this is the last game running in top 15. So we are getting a chance for kind of an earlier finish of the show. We absolutely have to check like what, if there is like something exciting on some other boards. Divya made the draw. Something that we've completely forgotten about, that we have to
But it looked very
monitor
drawish in
Divya's
fairness.
board. Ah, right. There was like, yeah, at some point we checked. You're right. Like at some point we checked and then we've given up on this one. So Divya made the draw. Kuryachkina made the draw against Bakrov. So these are the results of the ladies participating in the open section today.
Mm-hmm. But we should stick with this game.
Of course. Like, let me find it again, because it will be ending anytime soon. King h6, and now he goes rook a4. So is there
King
any...
takes g6, I don't see the...
So you go check, and this is where the king goes to f7. That's the last final trap he has, because now if you promote into a queen, it's a check, king g5, rook g4 perpetual. That's quite cheeky, right? Like, he spent all the time, Jeffrey Sean, he spent all the time he had, and with somewhat of a desperate look on his face, he was like, okay, I mean, I don't see any chance. I'll just play my moves, rook a4, give me a check, and we end the game. And rook e8, king f7, there's no win anymore.
That is absolutely insane.
That's devious, I have to say. Yeah, that's devious. Yeah, but Vincent stopped and then...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, the thing is...
The important moment is to stop here, right?
Exactly.
Because king g6 wins, h5 wins. I believe king g7 should win. Yeah, okay, not the cleanest, but king g7 wins as well.
But king to
check. Yeah,
king to g6. So
there's no reason to go king g7 when you can go king g6.
Exactly. So king g6, so you're simply going to... Is there any tricks in this? I mean, I don't see anything.
I don't think you have any tricks. Yeah, like
so
okay, a check and
Vincent,
and you can go to h5, right?
Exactly. You can take, and you're still going to have to abandon the rook in order to stop the a pawn. King g6.
G6. There's
any
no
final try there from Jeffrey?
No, there's nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, there's rook a6. If you want it, there's rook a6, and now if you give a check, I go king here, and I take the a7 pawn, which computer says still loses. King f5 here, the king is cut off too far, and the h-pawn wins. But no, he went rook g4, so now king h5, I believe, is just like puts an end to Jeffrey Sean's resistance.
Yeah, you can't really do anything about the a-pawn. Whether you go rook g7, rook a4, the answer will always be the same. It's going to be rook e8 check.
Yeah. Rook to g7.
Yeah.
What's the...
is he hoping for... hang on.
So
He's
check king f6,
king f6,
right? Check king f6 and please promote, right?
Exactly.
Please promote. There is rook f8,
But there is, unfortunately,
there's rook f8.
Yeah. Otherwise, that's a really cool trick. These grandmasters are slippery, setting tricks and traps from nowhere.
Oh, by the way, like king f6, rook e7, you're still winning, but it's far from being trivial. I mean, probably it is trivial. f4, king, g6, f3, and now you have to abandon the a pawn. You have to go rook maybe you go here first, f2, and now you abandon the a pawn. You take this, and because the king is cut off, the f pawn's going to promote. Maybe you shouldn't have taken. Yeah, you shouldn't have taken the f pawn. You could just go h7 immediately.
It's a lesson for us all on how Vincent is so composed, gives a check, and Jeffrey extends his hand in resignation. And what a victory there from Vincent Keymer. He moves on to 1.5 points.
1.5 out of 2. Yeah, the game that looked so level for the most part of the game.
Yeah.
And then one slipped is f5.
One very natural slip. And that was it. That was over for Jeffrey. But it has been a day full of twists, turns, thrills, and spills. We have those endgame grinds. It seems like today it was all about making those subtle moves. We saw wild attacks. I mean, some fantastic games. But maybe if we can pull up the results of the day.
Yeah, that'd be lovely. From what I understand, we will have quite a challenge picking the player of the day. Right? Okay, if we don't have the results graphic, at least we could read it out loud. Or we do have.
Well,
there's still some games going on.
There's still some battles in progress, but here are the results from
Gukesh.
the top boards. Gukesh against Erdogmus. Erdogmus, just 14 years old, pulling out the rabbit out of the hat as he performed a miracle save there against Gukesh. And for Alireza Firouzja, I mean, what a game there as he managed to slowly just turn things around and change momentum. And a well-deserved point for him. And also Para Maghsoodloo moving on to 100% as he played a great game against David and Anton. And Anton Demchenko with his wild, blistering attack against Sam Shankland. I think we're going to award him Player of the Day.
Yeah, that'd be fair. It was a very sharp, complicated game. But Firouzja was already a Player of the Day yesterday. Maghsoodloo played a beautiful game as well, right? So, yeah, let me click through Maghsoodloo's game quickly. Was there? Not necessarily, right. There was an end game, it was relatively clear, and then later on, Black misplayed the position.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Demchenko, I agree with you, Demchenko gets the Player of the Day for the open section.
Exactly. In a field where everyone was playing quiet chess, he was setting the board alight. So definitely Anton Demchenko, our Player of the Day.
Yobin, pay attention, after only 2 rounds, we've got 3 people on 2 out of 2. That's it. That's it. So, like a lot of draws. A lot of draws. It's a very, very tough crowd. It's a very tough competition. They're getting more results. Yeah, Keymer, the win that we've just witnessed. Chigayev against Aronian was a draw. Nepo wins.
Maxim Vachier-Lagrave wins.
Well, yeah. MVL against Volokitin. I'm still wondering what happened because the final position that we have in the broadcast computer says it was equal. So it might have been Volokitin losing on time.
That could very well be.
Right.
But
Niemann makes a draw. Svane Sindarev is a draw.
No easy pairings. That's what we're seeing here because the field is just incredibly, former world champion Ruslan Ponomarev playing there on board 20. Still some battles remaining, but let's remind ourselves of how things developed in the women's section because we saw with that incredible save, Bibi Sara drawing against Avantika. For Vachier-Lagrave had a relatively smooth game after things just went badly wrong for Elena Robers as she just pushed it one step too far, the F-pawn in fact. And unlike yesterday where we saw a lot of surprising results, a lot of upsets, here things went more or less to plan. Katerina Lagno playing a fantastic game as Angelica showed us against local heroine and actually heroine of the Women's World Cup that just occurred in Batumi against Umida Omanova. And I got to say, that game was very impressive from Katerina. The whole sequence of how she was able to whip up a blistering attack.
Once again, a candidate for the game of the day.
I think she is our candidate. Definitely. She is definitely the Player of the Day. It was such a remarkable attack. Again, it was in terms of the openings, everyone came in with a bit more stable mood, I would say, wanting the quiet game. But Katerina Lagno, Anton Demchenko played fearsome attacks.
Right, so I'd say Vachier-Lagrave won a very good game, but if he continues in such a fashion, she will get the Player of the Day one day, and it was too easy of a game for her, so her opponent misplaying the opening. So it's not to take away from Vachier-Lagrave, but for Lagno it was probably a harder game to play, and she won it beautifully.
Yeah, and after an exciting day, wow, we have to extend our gratitude to all the co-organizers, sponsors and partners whose support have made the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 in Samarkand possible. We thank the Uzbekistan Chess Federation.
So we thank the Uzbekistan Chess Federation, the Youth Affairs Agency of Republic of Uzbekistan and Ministry of Sports of Republic of Uzbekistan for their dedication and leadership, as well as our partners, the Al-Malik Mining and Metallurgical Complex, Uzbekistan Airways, China Datang and AMEA Power for their commitment to promoting chess in the region and worldwide.
Yes, and well, I think that more or less wraps up our broadcast. But do remember that if you want to tune in, well, we've got you covered because take a look at this. These are the times you need to join in if you're watching from all around the world. So unfortunately, if you're watching from the East, it's going to be late at night. From There we see from New York, 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, you know, they say that the early risers, they do get the meal, they do actually win the prize. And if you're in Tokyo, if you're lucky enough to be there, then the show will begin at 7 p.m. We've got you covered from every corner of the world. And that's it from us today. Thank you, Mira, once again for guiding us through the action and entertaining us all. It has been an absolute blast. And once again, thank you to you, the viewer, for joining in and being part of this show. And tomorrow, we'll see you same time, same place for day 3.
Thank you, guys, and see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.